We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this country. We are also told by aides that a point he will make tonight is that he wants Americans to return to their lives, to demonstrate that this has not affected the American spirit. This will not diminish the country. Now, Tom, obviously the president's security today was a top priority, and that's why he was shuttled across the country on Air Force One today, as you said, beginning in Sarasota, Florida, where he was first informed, then flying to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. From there, going to Nebraska, to the U.S. Strategic Command Center, where he addressed his national security team, then back to the White House. Aides tell us there is a plan in place when they believe there is a threat to the president, and that today they implemented that plan, moving him around on Air Force One and deliberately not telling us where he would be going at any point in time. They also say that gave the president's national security team, Vice President Dick Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, who were here at the White House in the Situation Room, that gave them time to assess the threat, to gather information, and they say it was the president who made the decision to return to Washington to address the nation tonight. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. There was an exceptional bipartisan appearance on the steps of the Capitol tonight. Members of the congressional leadership, Republican and Democrat, House and Senate, gathered to say that we stand fully behind the president. And then, as Tim Russert was witness to all of this as well, Tim, they broke into God Bless America.
Tom, an extraordinary scene here in Washington. 24 hours ago, rancor, bipartisanship, not tonight. National unity, indeed a new tone in Washington. The notion of a lockbox for Social Security seems so minuscule to people now across the country and even here in Washington. They understand what this has meant. That's why all eyes on the president tonight. Democrats and Republicans have told him, Mr. President, whatever you say, we are behind you.
All right, Tim Russert, we'll ask you to stand by there throughout the evening. We're going to go to the Pentagon now, and our Pentagon correspondent, Jim Miklashevsky, who was on duty this morning when he said there seemed to have been an explosion at the Pentagon. We now know that it was a hijacked airliner crashing into that building. Jim, do we have any sense tonight of the death toll or the casualty list at the Pentagon?
No, it's going to run into the scores. There were more than 60 people on the plane and an undetermined number of people still buried beneath the rubble here behind us. Searchers have entered the building. They've been in there for about 5 hours now, Tom. There is no exact casualty toll that's been released. They've set up a temporary morgue inside the center courtyard of the Pentagon for tonight. But in the meantime, there was also an expression of resolve here at the Pentagon from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Hugh Shelton, who reaffirmed America's resolve and issued a firm pledge to retaliate against those responsible. And the Pentagon has always had contingency plans to attack a variety of targets of the known terrorist, Osama bin Laden. And we've been told that military planners are taking a close look at those contingencies tonight, Tom.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Jim Miklashevsky, and joining me now is former Secretary of the Treasury, former Secretary of State, former White House Chief of Staff, James Baker, who was deeply involved, of course, in the administration of George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States during the Persian Gulf War. Obviously, the highest priority must be assigned to finding out who was responsible for this, Mr. Baker, but then describe for us, sketch for us, if you will, in diplomatic terms, what the first steps ought to be.
Well, I think there are a number of steps, Tom, that have to be taken. First of all, we need to look at our intelligence gathering capabilities. We need to look at the security measures and standards at our airports. And then, of course, we do have contingency plans for striking back. There really are not a lot of easy answers in that regard, but we do have contingency plans. All of the administrations I've served have had those plans. This administration has them, and I'm sure they will implement them. And we are pretty good at that kind of operation if we can pinpoint exactly who was responsible for this atrocious series of events.
And do we dispatch special emissaries to the Middle East, to Tel Aviv, also to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan and the other Arab states there so that we can get everybody calmed down?
Well, we will probably be doing that, whether it's through the use of special emissaries or not, I don't know. It doesn't have to be special emissaries. I think we ought not to rush too quickly to the judgment here that this happened because there was a lull in the peace process in the Middle East, particularly if it's Osama bin Laden, and that would be my #1 suspect. He's been at this for quite some time. He took out our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. He took out the Khobar Towers, or had some role in it. And so I don't think we ought to draw the connection too quickly between the absence of progress in the peace process in the Middle East and what happened to America today. I think these people that did this have been dead set for a long time on a terrorist attack against America. They've succeeded, unfortunately. It's really rather amazing that they were able to do what they did with respect to the commercial airliners. We haven't had a hijacking in this country, I don't think, of an airliner for over 10 years. So we need to take some careful looks at what happened, exactly what happened, and what we can do to prevent it in the future. Let me just say one final thing. When I was in government at high levels, and I was here for 12 years in Washington, D.C., we foreclosed a lot of similar type attacks that had been planned, maybe not as sophisticated as this one, but we rolled up a lot of operations, and generally speaking, the counterintelligence and counterterrorism capabilities of the United States have functioned very effectively. We may, however, now be entering into a new era, and we may have to see some significant new measures.
But that's my very point. Take it out of the context of what's going on between Israel and the PLO. A lot of the moderate Arab states have been targets for this same kind of fanatic activity as well.
That's correct. And when there is violence in the Middle East, when there is terrorism, the more moderate states, whether they're Arab states or the United States or our allies in Europe, we tend to be diminished, because those who argue for peace and those who support peace are hurt when the rejectionists and the radicals succeed. And that's, of course, what this is. This is success by the radical elements at the very highest levels.
All right, thank you very much. James Baker, former Secretary of State, former Secretary of the Treasury, and, of course, White House Chief of Staff during the Reagan administration, who has seen more than his share of crises. But he was looking out the window of his Washington law office today and looked on in disbelief as he saw smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, not realizing at the moment, of course, that it had been the target of a direct hit by a hijacked airliner. And on board that airliner, by the way, was Barbara Olson, a well-known Washington lawyer. Well, this is the scene in New York tonight. This is a city that is still hurting very deeply. The New York City Firefighters Union says tonight, these are unconfirmed numbers, but it's from the Firefighters Union, that it has lost, and the city has lost, 200 of its finest. 200 firemen killed today in the World Trade Center attack. The buildings came down, of course. Many of those firemen were at the base of those buildings, involved in firefighting and rescue efforts at the time. That's the first number that we've had from a reliable source that comes from the Firefighters Union tonight. Earlier, Mayor Giuliani would only say that he expected the death toll to be horrendous. At one point, they had 1,500 people being treated at Liberty Park, which is at the tip of Manhattan. This will be going on throughout the evening in New York. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now and see what the very latest is on the hijacking of these 4 planes today, 2 from Boston, 1 from Newark, and 1 from Washington Dulles. Robert?
Tom, there are little glimmers coming out of what may have gone on in the cockpits of some of these planes. The Attorney General John Ashcroft in his news conference this evening mentioned knives when he was talking about the first of these planes to be hijacked, the American airliner out of Boston Logan that was the first to go into World Trade Center #1. There were several cell phone calls from planes. You mentioned Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson. She called her husband twice before the plane that she was on, which was one that left Dulles and was bound for Los Angeles, before that plane crashed into the Pentagon. And she mentioned people in the back of the plane with knife-like devices. There was another person who called a relative from a plane and said that the passengers and the pilots of that plane had been herded into the back and that the terrorists were at the controls of the aircraft. We haven't heard guns mentioned yet, but presumably those were weapons too taken aboard, but no one has confirmed that at all at this point. Other cell phone calls monitored from people. There was one unconfirmed report of a flight attendant on that first flight, the Boston flight, who called and said that the crew had been killed and that she'd been locked in the restroom, and then they didn't hear any more from her. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager tonight. Robert, let me just catch up with you quickly. Tomorrow, we do expect that air travel will resume at noon Eastern time. But what should travelers expect in terms of security at airports?
Oh, it will be very, very strong, and I'm not sure they'll actually do it. At noon Eastern time is what we've heard, but we simply said that there was not going to be, this is the FAA said, any more travel until noon tomorrow, and then they would reassess at that point. So we don't know for sure that they'll resume at noon.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. This day, it's the 11th of September, the year 2001. Some people have said the 9th month, the 11th day, 911, is a day that will be in bold print in future history books, a day that is a dark mark for this country, a day that everyone will remember where they were when they heard the news. After all, our largest city and most vital financial market immobilized, the country terrorized politically and psychologically. Dateline's Stone Phillips tonight takes us through this astonishing day, minute by minute.
Today, the unimaginable happened. At the start of a busy workday, New Yorkers heard an explosion, then looked up to see a symbol of America's economic power, one of the World Trade Center's twin towers billowing smoke and flames.
Yeah, the glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
Minutes later, literally from out of the blue, an even more horrifying sight. A jetliner bearing down on the other tower. It was a direct hit.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Before the hour was out, the symbol of American military power, the Pentagon, was also in flames. It too apparently the target of a new weapon, a passenger jet hijacked and turned into a guided missile. Across the country, shock, sorrow, fear, outrage, and the realization that America was under attack. About 8:45 this morning, the sky over Manhattan was clear following a night of violent thunderstorms. In the city's financial district, the very heart of American commerce, thousands of workers were already at their desks. Moments later, in the upper reaches of the 110-story North Tower, sudden impact.
As Matt just mentioned, we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
1 second after the sound started, there was gray smoke and what looked to be like confetti flying all over the place.
Fire and death above, confusion below, as some 10,000 people streamed out of the building.
There was a lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Witnesses reported a horrifying scene, desperate people jumping from the burning skyscraper, bloody clothing and body parts scattered on the streets below. As emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan, the immediate thought, could it really be happening again? In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb, Islamic militants hoping to topple the one tower into the other. 6 people died in that attack, and 1,500 were injured. But within the first minutes today, it was clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Then, at 9:03, less than 20 minutes after the first strike, with police and rescue personnel still scrambling to respond,
Do you know
this.
if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower captured another huge explosion, this one on the South Tower. Only this time, the attack was documented. This indelible image to be replayed again and again, seared into the American memory.
And here it comes right there.
An American Airlines 767 with 92 people on board hijacked on its flight from Boston to Los Angeles, becoming the implement of mass murder. The impact was devastating, the airliner punching through the skin of the huge tower, another rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
It's like this unbelievable ball of fire. And the whole street, which is now awakened, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
It was now clear that this was no accident. The first tower had also been hit by a hijacked passenger jet, a United flight that had also taken off from Boston, bound for LA. The attacks left New York virtually paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down, subways closed, telephone lines jammed, cell phones overloaded as frantic callers tried to contact loved ones. At 9:30, President Bush in Florida to talk about education addressed a nation reeling and in need of reassurance.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
But even as the president pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible, another attack, this one even more audacious. The target, the Pentagon. Another American Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles had been hijacked, this one taking off from Washington's Dulles Airport. It was another direct hit. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklashevsky suddenly found himself on the front lines of a war that had come home.
I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
9:43 a.m. With concern that the White House could be a target, President Bush boarded Air Force One bound for a special secure command post at a military base. At 9:49, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down the nation's air traffic. In a world turned upside down, hundreds of passenger planes crisscrossing the country were now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport.
This morning, on a scale beyond belief, Americans experienced what it's like to feel truly vulnerable, to realize when someone is willing to die for a cause, we are all potential targets. The number one suspect, this man, Osama bin Laden, a radical Islamic terrorist linked to past attacks on American interests. A London-based Arab journalist said today that 3 weeks ago, followers of bin Laden warned of a huge and unprecedented attack on the U.S. Was this it?
Somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person, or one of the only people, that has built up such a network in the world today is Osama bin Laden.
There was no word from bin Laden, but the Taliban-ruled government of Afghanistan, where bin Laden is based, issued a statement this morning condemning the attacks and saying bin Laden did not have the capability to carry out such acts. And there were plenty of other suspects, ranging from radical Palestinian groups to rogue governments.
President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks.
While the nation's intelligence community ran down possible suspects and tried to assess whether more attacks were imminent, rescue workers in New York and Washington confronted a disaster of immense proportions. In New York, local hospitals began filling up, urgent calls going out to every available surgeon and nurse, long lines of people outside waiting to donate blood.
It was a war zone. It was just unbelievable.
And still, there was worse to come. At 9:59 a.m., the Trade Center's South Tower, the building that took the second hit, began to crumble.
Back! Everyone get back!
It was almost incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the skyscraper collapsed and was gone.
Suddenly, we hear, the security say, everyone get out now, everyone run for your lives.
NBC producer Shahar Baron was there with a home video camera.
A bunch of women just standing there, shocked. By then, the whole building sort of implodes. It just goes like this. And you see like a side of the building, and then it goes, and there's this ball, this of silver yellow ball sort of heading towards you, kind of in slow motion. You can't figure out what to do. People are starting to run like crazy.
If you take a look behind
Then at 10 a.m., news of another passenger plane in trouble. Someone on United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, called 911 and reported a hijacking. Then an explosion and silence. The plane crashed here, some 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board. So far, 3 passenger jets used kamikaze style, and a 4th that might have been. 266 people on board killed. The death toll on the ground still unclear. Then, at 10:30, another sickening sight. The tower still standing, following its twin, collapsing, vanishing in a cloud of smoke. By 11 o'clock, the sense of alarm had spread across the country. Troops standing guard as national landmarks were shut down. Fighter jets actually patrolling the skies as the last airborne passenger planes rushed to safety. 11:14, officials trying to manage the disaster, struggling to describe it all.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
And New Yorkers were struggling too.
And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
At 11:42, another plane from Boston declared an emergency. Fearing a bomb on board, it landed in Cleveland. Soon, all planes in Canada as well as the U.S. were grounded. The borders with Mexico and Canada were sealed, and Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of all games scheduled for today. At 1:12, President Bush, at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, again spoke to the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Moments after his speech, the president reboarded Air Force One for a then undisclosed location. Meanwhile, in New York, an army of rescue workers and volunteers from the city's building trades and other unions made their way to the wreckage of Lower Manhattan, seeking the injured and dead.
You guys going back?
Yes. It's our job.
You worried about that other tower?
Personally, I am. I got fellow officers that might be trapped. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
Those civilians who could made their way by foot across the Brooklyn Bridge, as New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani called for calm in a city that was more shell-shocked than terrified.
And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal.
The mayor's news conference gave the first hint of just how high the casualty count could be.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon.
Just before 3 p.m., President Bush landed at Offutt Air Force Base outside of Omaha. From an underground bunker at the Strategic Air Command Base, he convened a National Security Council briefing. As 4 o'clock approached, the president's spokesperson, Karen Hughes, briefed reporters back in Washington.
The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington.
5:21 p.m. Even as people around the country struggled with the enormity of today's events, a third building at the World Trade Center, damaged by this morning's attacks, collapsed.
They advised us to leave because we have...
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
Fortunately, the building with more than 40 floors had been evacuated. But once again, the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan were filled with the sounds of sirens and the sight of people fleeing for their lives.
That's Stone Phillips with a riveting account of all that happened today. And what you see behind me is the scene in Lower Manhattan tonight, live as the rescue efforts do continue. So does the fire and the smoke. 3 buildings now have been collapsed as a result of this terrorist attack today. Let's go to NBC's Pat Dawson, who's been on duty there all day long as we await the President of the United States. Pat, very quickly, bring us up to date on recovery efforts.
The recovery efforts at this point, Tom, still pretty much the bottom line is it's a rather chaotic situation here. New York City Fire Department Lieutenant was just giving us some information a few minutes ago and said that there are still fires burning down there, still some underground fires. He told us that there was a rather significant fire in that building that Stone was just describing, number 7 World Trade Center, that collapsed late in the afternoon. As he said, there are still fires burning there. They are trying at this point to get to those fires and to extinguish them, as well as the task, obviously, of looking for anyone who might possibly have survived, although at this point, that is a very, very difficult thing to do in the darkness and the smoke and rubble that this fire lieutenant said runs several stories high in there. Just making a point, or coming on about a point that you mentioned before, as the New York City Firefighters Union saying that fully half of the firefighters originally responding to the events early this morning were killed. That would fit with information that we had gotten from one of the chiefs who was in charge of that operation, saying that he knew he had lost at least 50 to 60 men and probably far fewer that he was not able to evacuate. Tom?
All right, thank you, Pat Dawson, bringing us up to date on the rescue efforts that continue underway as we look at the scenes that have been described all day long by so many people who were there either as a war zone or reminiscent of a nuclear winter. The President of the United States will address the nation, presumably from the Oval Office tonight, after certainly the most hectic day of his presidency, one of the most difficult days of any modern president. He began in Florida earlier, went to Shreveport, addressed the nation from there at Barksdale Air Force Base, then to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, to the very secure bunker with all the most sophisticated communications equipment in the world at his disposal for a meeting of the National Security Council. And then he felt strongly that he wanted to come back to the nation's capital, to Washington, D.C. It was symbolically and politically important for him to address the nation from there tonight, that symbol of freedom and power, the Oval Office of the President of the United States in the West Wing of the White House. We'll be sharing with you after we hear from the President also the appearance tonight on the steps of the Capitol of the House and Senate members who were still in town, Republican and Democrat alike, the leaders. There they are. And after their statement by their leaders, they broke into this spontaneous rendition of God Bless America. NBC's Tim Russert is standing by with me as well. Tim, this is going to be a great test, not just for the president, but for his entire staff and, of course, for the political leadership on both sides on Capitol Hill. Let's go now, Tim. I'm sorry, we'll get to that later. Here now is the President of the United States in the Oval Office. We expect to hear from him momentarily.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush, in his second address to the nation, and certainly the most grave speech that he has made in his very young presidency, as he talked tonight about the terrorists attempting to shatter steel in buildings but not being successful in shattering the steel of resolve in this country, saying the bright light of freedom will continue to burn. He was a sorrowful and sober president, but also one filled with resolve, as he said, we will find the people who are responsible for this and bring them to justice. This has been a long and difficult day for the president, and it's just the beginning because there are many complex decisions that remain ahead of him now. NBC's Tim Russert joins me now from the Washington Bureau, where he is our Washington Bureau chief and moderator of Meet the Press. Tim, the president tomorrow will obviously be sending out a lot of directives to his military, to his law enforcement officers, and also to the people who are responsible for this nation's security at airports and in other places.
Tom, the president cast this tonight as a battle between good and evil, using the word evil several times. Law enforcement officials and intelligence officials hope that with the cockpit recorders, airport records, and perhaps even some celebrations or proclamations by those who did this, they can quickly determine just who must be retaliated against. The president also said something very important, Tom. Whoever harbors these terrorists will be dealt with in the same way as those who committed the terrorism. That is a very important signal and message to people all across the world. Tom, there's a steely resolve in Washington, a passionate determination to bring these people to justice, but there's also a sober realization that our way of life will change forever.
All right, NBC's Tim Russert, who's our Washington bureau chief. Tim, we're going to ask you to stand by there tonight. I want to go to Richard Holbrooke now, who has been one of our most skilled negotiators and veteran diplomats. He was obviously deeply involved in the Dayton Peace Accords. He was the man who made that happen and trying to bring some sense of peace to the Balkans. Around the world, Mr. Holbrooke, there seems to be this dividing line between Islamic fundamentalists and the United States, not just in the Middle East, but of course in the central part of Europe and in the southeast part of Asia as well.
First of all, I think it's very important to make clear that when you say Islamic fundamentalists, you're not talking about all people who follow Islam as a religion, and I know you and I share that, Tom. But I agree with what Tim Russert just said. The most important sentence in the president's fine speech, which we've all just listened to and which I think the world should understand the president has spoken for the entire nation, regardless of party. The most important sentence in the president's speech was the phrase, "We make no distinction between those who committed the act and those who harbor the people who committed it." And it is absolutely critical now that the United States rally an international coalition so that we don't go it alone in seeking out these people. If, as you have been reporting, it comes from Osama bin Laden, and if the Taliban have left him in their country, they must suffer the consequences. And we're going to need the support of our European allies, of the Russians, the Chinese, and of the Arab moderate states like Egypt and Jordan, which all must join us in the effort to eradicate this scourge that is upon us. As Tim Russert said, it's going to be difficult, but it is something that we must do with other countries to isolate the people who did it.
Richard, no one knows better than you that that's a daunting diplomatic assignment. The last time that happened successfully, we had a highly conspicuous presence in Saddam Hussein, who had moved into Kuwait, and President George Herbert Walker Bush, this president's father, and his very skilled team did manage to put together an extraordinary alliance. Will it be more difficult this time?
It will be more difficult, Tom, for a reason that's quite clear. We know what the act of war was, and it is an act of war, but not only do we not know exactly who did it, although we have our suspicions, but finding them will be much more difficult than driving an overt, highly visible force out of Kuwait. And we must remember that it took George Bush Sr. 7 long months from August 1st, 1990 until the beginning of 1991 before he launched that military attack. The American public and the world is going to want some kind of action earlier than that, but we'll have to know who it must be directed against. Still, the president's critical statement just now that we'll make no distinction between those who did it and those who are harboring the men who did it is, I think, a big first step towards changing the rules of the game so that people like this can no longer hide behind the kind of horrible behavior that the Taliban have shown in this situation.
Richard Holbrooke, our former ambassador to the United Nations, former ambassador to Germany, a leading State Department authority, and the principal architect of the Dayton Peace Accords for Bosnia. Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Tom.
General Norman Schwarzkopf, of course, knows a good deal about putting together an alliance and striking back hard in the Persian Gulf War. He was the commander of the Allied forces there, but this is a far different situation that we face now, General Schwarzkopf.
No question about it. No question about it. But I, just like everyone else, was delighted to hear that statement about going after those people who harbor these terrorists, too. That applies not only to the people abroad, but people in our own country who do that.
General Schwarzkopf, we have the mightiest military in the world, but we are facing an entirely different kind of enemy now. That's very plain today in the pain and grief that this country is feeling. Are we going to have to realign our military forces?
I don't think we need to realign them, Tom. We have the capability to strike. The question we're going to have difficulty with is finding them. Number one, identifying them, and then number two, finding them and being able to attack them where we find them.
Have you been surprised that despite all the warnings about the vulnerability of this country to terrorism, that both among ordinary people and even in the highest echelons of Congress, people have refused in some sense to take it all very seriously?
Well, you know, we've always had those two great oceans on either side of us to protect us and sort of isolate us from the rest of the world, and they've always been a sort of a sanctuary for us. And with the world getting smaller and smaller due to international transportation and that sort of thing, those are no longer walls that protect us anymore. And we need to come to the realization, and you know, terrorism has been alive and well throughout the rest of the world for a very, very long time. And you can point to it in many different places. And it's come to our shores big time now. We need to understand that.
I know that you still have many contacts in the Arab world among the moderate Arab states. Do you think that they will be willing to stand beside the United States now in a conspicuous fashion against this kind of terrorism?
That's going to be very, very tough for them to do. Very, very tough, because, of course, in doing so, the terrorists have always justified their acts against any United States facility because of what the United States support of Israel. And quite frankly, for them to stand up now and support the United States 100% is going to put them in a very, very difficult position with vis-a-vis Israel, because most of those states are anti-Israel.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf, who's with us tonight as well. Ambassador Richard Holbrooke did make a very appropriate point, because the reaction in this country will be, in many quarters, to lash out at all people of Islamic faith, all practicing Muslims. And there are about 7 million in this country altogether, many of them in the Detroit area, but also throughout the eastern seaboard as well. That would be a grievous error on the part of the United States, because many of these Islamic countries have been the targets of the same kind of terrorism. Egypt particularly, and Saudi Arabia has not been happy with some of the attacks that have been made in that country as well. These are people who operate like loose bands of guerrillas, and they have their own kind of demented and perverted view of what the Islamic faith is all about, and they attempt to gain their revenge against what they describe as their satanic enemies like the United States through these kinds of acts of cowardly terrorism. The Islamic faith is the fastest growing faith in the world, and it's one that cannot be ignored by this country in so many different dimensions. Let's go to NBC's Jim Miklashevsky now, who's at the Pentagon. Jim, we know that American military forces are on worldwide alert of the highest order tonight. Anything else for us?
Well, officials here at the Pentagon also at the highest state of alert, Delta, which is essentially virtually at a war footing, Tom, where American military are supposed to be geared up, weapons locked and loaded, ready for absolutely everything. But it's been a full 11 hours since that American Airlines 757 slammed into the Pentagon, and firefighters are having a very difficult time with the stubborn blaze. As you can see behind me now, what were just a couple of flickers on the roof are actually now full-blown infernos, apparently. Flames bursting through the roof, even more so just in the last few minutes as we've been standing here watching, and much further away now than the original fires that we had watched several hours ago. So it appears that the fires here in the Pentagon are not only stubborn, but spreading. At the same time, television crews were permitted in the area just a short time ago, and they recorded a very grisly scene, Tom. What they first saw were some of the dead that had been removed from the rubble, covered in sheets. There's a temporary morgue actually set up in the center courtyard of the Pentagon here. The exact casualty toll still not known, but scores are believed to be dead and still buried underneath the rubble. And there was also some shots of the damage, exterior damage around the building itself. as you can see from the pictures, it's eerily reminiscent, Tom, of the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. The wide gash in the building and the slanted floors that had just collapsed under their own pressure, and it appears that these rescue workers are a long way from not only containing the blaze, but recovering the victims, Tom.
I find that stunning, Jim Miklashevsky, that they've had all day to work on that blaze, and tells you about the very grievous nature of this attack on that building, that they still have flames at this hour burning through the military headquarters of the United States.
Well, actually, Tom, you know, some consider the location where this plane went in rather fortunate, because exactly where the plane went in was an area that had recently been redeveloped and redesigned with very heavy blast walls and firewalls in that new area there. Of course, can't withstand the kind of impact of a 757. So as you look at the building, the fire did not spread very much to the right, the new portion of the building. And the old portion where the fire continues to spread, much of that had already been vacated, those offices vacated in preparations of the remodeling effort that was to be undertaken in that section of the building. Even though the death toll here is likely to still rise significantly, the number of dead is probably considerably less than it would have been if this part of the Pentagon had been up to full staff. Tom?
And Jim, a lot of people are going to be looking at all that destruction and wonder whether our military capability is in any way compromised by the damage to the building here.
Well, fortunately, too, this is exactly the opposite side of all the critical command centers in the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense's office, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs office, the National Military Command, the tank, you've been there, Tom, where some of the most critical military decisions are made. Fortunately, they were all on the other side of the building, and Secretary Rumsfeld never left the building today. After surveying some of the damage, actually helping some of the injured out on stretchers, he returned, not to his office, but the National Military Command Center to coordinate any kind of military assessments and operations that may be underway. Tom, one indication that some plans are already being considered. 2 aircraft carriers were recently in the Persian Gulf, the Enterprise, the Carl Vinson. The Enterprise had left the Persian Gulf, was scheduled to leave the area, head home, and the Navy has told, the Pentagon has told the Enterprise, stay right where you are.
Jim, we do know that the Air Force One had a fighter plane escort when it returned today from the Omaha to Washington leg. Do you think that that might be routine for the foreseeable future?
I would guess that probably will be routine. I mean, we saw the extraordinary scene over here earlier today of American fighter jets, F-16, flying low-level cover over the Capitol and the Pentagon. And I think there will be extraordinary security measures, not only implemented around this building, and they have been stiffened just recently, Tom. All the outside windows have been equipped with Kevlar coating to guard against blast. This portion of the building that have been remodeled, heavy blast walls put in. So they were in the process of trying to make this building terror-proof. It was proven today that that may never be possible.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon tonight. Now let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who covers the diplomatic front and national security matters for us as well. Colin Powell, is he back in the nation's capital tonight, Andrea?
Yes, he is back. He had cut short his trip to South America, flew directly from Lima, Peru, back to Washington, and is now at the State Department. He went to meetings with his top team. They were waiting there on the 7th floor of the State Department for him. So he came back without going to Bogota, Colombia. But intelligence officials and others are all, as you know, mobilizing to try to find the culprits. U.S. officials have briefed some members of Congress. What we're learning now from Senator Orrin Hatch, who is a key member of the Judiciary Committee, is that they did have intelligence intercepts. So after the attack, they did pick up some intercepts, and you know the sophistication of the National Security Agency and their ability to intercept communications worldwide, and they zero in, they target bin Laden's operation routinely. They picked up intercepts with some members of his organization apparently referring to these targets having been hit. They've been successful in the past building cases against bin Laden by picking up this kind of information, these kinds of communications. They also believe that at least one person on one of the 4 doomed flights may have been a member of his organization. So as disastrous as this is, they will have leads from people checking into airports, checking on those flights. They know some of the pseudonyms, the aliases, the fake identifications that are used by some of these people. They've probably got a pretty good head start tonight. George Tenet and his officials are all gathered at the CIA in secure areas and are having meetings as we speak.
Andrea Mitchell, are you picking up anything about sending emissaries around the world in an effort to build what has been described as an extraordinary coalition of people to try to build an alliance against the idea of terrorism? Because it's not just the Western democracies that are being threatened by all of this, but as you well know, many of the moderate Arab states have been targets as well.
And as Dick Holbrooke and General Schwarzkopf were talking to you earlier, it's very clear that we are at a very weak moment diplomatically in the Arab world and in the Gulf region. Our best allies, including Saudi Arabia, top leaders have been blunt in telling President Bush and communicating privately with his father, who is, of course, very popular in that area, and talking to other U.S. officials about how displeased they are about the situation with the U.S., Israel, and the Palestinians. So there is very little support. Bin Laden is a hero, is in many ways an idol to many people on the street in the Palestinian areas. So while we have to be very careful to make those distinctions with Islamic fundamentalists who have nothing at all to do with Osama bin Laden, to radicals in the region, he is a hero. And he will, of course, be made more of a hero if and when the U.S. retaliates. And as both of your other guests were saying earlier, there is no question in anyone's mind the U.S. is going to retaliate not only against bin Laden, because they don't even know exactly where he is, but most assuredly against the Taliban if they can nail down the evidence that he was responsible, because there's no question that the Taliban have been warned. The U.S. is going to retaliate against Afghanistan itself.
NBC's Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now, who covers the aviation beat for us. And of course, today we did have the fully unexpected and shocking development of these terrorists hijacking 4 airliners simultaneously, 2 American Airlines, 2 United Airlines jetliners bound for California from Boston, Newark, and Washington Dulles. 2 of them going into the World Trade Center, 1 going into the Pentagon, and another crash landing and killing everyone on board outside of Pittsburgh. This was a well-planned, very cold-blooded, extremely well-executed terrorist attack, Robert, and we have been talking tonight about whether we'll have a resumption of air flight in this country anytime tomorrow. This is one more of the exceptional developments. No airplanes were flying after about noon today.
They were talking about resuming flights at noon tomorrow. They say at least that they'll reassess it at that point. And meantime, there's also some new information now that maybe the weapon of choice here seems to have been knives. We know now that there were knives involved on at least 3 of the 4 aircraft that were hijacked and brought down. And there's been no mention yet of anything about guns being used. But first, let's look at the facts of these crashes today. The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. Supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767, with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It too, taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center.
And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane had made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only two ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this. And tonight we're getting reports of cell phone calls from at least 3 of those 4 flights, 1 from a flight attendant and 2 from passengers that were on board the flights. And they all talk about knives. There's, again, no mention of guns. In the first case, it was that flight that came out of Boston, and that was an American Airlines flight, and it was a flight attendant who apparently got a cell phone call off. I've heard variously it was to American Airlines operations or maybe somewhere else, but she reported that her fellow attendants had been stabbed in the back of the plane, and that the cabin had been taken over, and up front that the crew of the plane had been taken over, and that the plane was going down in New York, was the quote that we heard. Then, on the second flight that came out of Boston, that was the second flight of the day, that was 17 minutes behind that first flight, and also went into one of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, there was a businessman who got off 2 cell phone calls to his father. In the first call, he told his father that a flight attendant had been stabbed and the plane had been hijacked. Then the phone went dead. Then he got another call off to his father and said the plane was going down. So that, again, is a plane that went into the second Twin Tower of the World Trade Center. On the third flight of the day to be hijacked, the one that left from Dulles Airport, was supposed to go to San Francisco, instead was taken over, looped around, brought back to the Pentagon. It was Barbara Olson, the CNN commentator and Washington lawyer and the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who called her husband Theodore twice from the plane before it went down. I'm sorry, I think she called once, but she talked about knife-like instruments being used by the hijackers in the back of the plane, and said that passengers had been forced to the back of the plane. Anyhow, all this talk about knives might suggest that something managed to get through X-rays, and maybe it was thought by the terrorists that it would be easier to get knives through the X-ray machines and not be caught at it than to get guns through. At any rate, we may hear differently later, but so far there's been no mention of guns. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Robert Hager tonight with that complete wrap-up of the aviation component of all of this. No one could have anticipated that hijacked planes would be used, in effect, as guided missiles, although Tom Clancy, in one of his very popular books, did have a hijacked plane crashed into the U.S. Capitol There have been other attempts in the past by other terrorists. You'll remember that there was an attempt to take some planes out of the Philippines and blow them up over the Pacific after the capture of the terrorists who were responsible for the original bombing of the World Trade Center. And there have been other planes as well. An Air India flight was blown up in midair, to say nothing of Pan Am 103, which was blown up over Lockerbie, Scotland, by terrorists widely believed that they were from Libya. And they have gone on trial, obviously, and that killed a great many Americans on that flight as well. So it's not the first time that this has happened, but it's never been used in quite this fashion before. And if you have been impatient with airline and airplane security in the past, wait until there's a resumption of flights. There's going to be a great change in this country. If you fly in the Middle East or through many parts of Europe, you're often several times questioned before you can get on the flight, as well as all the electronic security that you have to go through. You have to get to the airport well in advance of the scheduled departure time of the plane. And those will be some of the new procedures that are bound to be put into effect in this country. El Al, in fact, has undercover people on board, armed, trained sharpshooters who fly on all their international flights. It could come to that in America. One former State Department official was saying today we may even have to have some form of air cover in America, hard as that is to believe. But as you look at these scenes, you know the consequences of not having very tight security at our airports. Let's go to Pat Dawson now, who has been keeping track for us of the rescue efforts downtown and of the fires that continue to burn in Lower Manhattan. Pat?
Tom, we are getting to the point of, I guess, what is best described as an unofficial shift change. We have seen for about the past half hour a number of New York City firefighters principally leaving here, leaving the scene, moving out along with their vehicles. In many cases, those vehicles in total disarray, seriously damaged. We were able to grab one of them to speak to us. This is firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli. Am I getting that right, from Engine 204?
Yes.
Can you tell us, first of all, when you got here?
Approximately 12 o'clock. And like you said, there's no words to describe what happened. There's numerous companies that are still in there. And, you know.
Now, have you heard the reports? We have heard a report from the New York City Firefighters Union that perhaps as many as half of the original firefighters who responded, perhaps as many as 10 or 11 companies, perhaps 200 men have been lost.
I mean, we operate inside the building, you know, so it's a possibility. Nobody wants a hope. I'm hoping everybody pulls through, you know. Hopefully God's with us, so.
Is that word making its way through amongst the rescue workers through the afternoon?
No, nobody's going to say anything until they have a definite answer. Like I said, everybody hopes that everyone pulls through. Nobody wants to come up with a number yet. We're still hopeful.
Tell me what is going on in there over the last 2 or 3 hours. Are you still fighting fires in there?
Yes, there's numerous high-rises that are still on fire that we're trying to battle, and we can't get close to it because of rubble piled up as much as 100 feet. So it's just a tremendous effort with all the agencies of the city.
How many firefighters would you say and other rescue workers are in there working on these fires?
Like I said, it's hard to say. This is probably 3/4 of the city here. Mm-hmm. You know, they were pulling people off vacation, whoever wasn't working. So
the fire's still burning in there. Have you heard of any buildings that may still be in danger?
No, none at this time. The last one, I believe, was 7 World Trade over here, and nothing at this time, though.
Yeah. You said the rubble. If you give me some idea of the rubble, how big it is, how much there is. I mean, the thought of 100
blocks. It's a 40-story building, and both World Trade Centers and all the little buildings that were surrounding. It's just blocks of rubble. There's no way to describe it unless you're actually up there looking at it. They're sending everybody back to get rest because, like I said, the city's hurting for members, and they're going to need everyone fresh for the rest of the city. God forbid something happens anywhere else. So they're returning companies to get rest and wash up at the firehouse, but we have to stay at the firehouse, in case anything happens. So.
Firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli, thank you so much. We know it's been a very difficult day for you. Thank you. Firefighter Anthony Pasquarelli, the New York Fire Department, Engine 204, who, as he said, has been here, Tom, since about noon this afternoon. He relays the information that is not terribly optimistic in the fact that they are still fighting fires in there, and they are having a very, very difficult time getting to them because of the enormous amount of debris. As he described, a 40-story skyscraper and two 110-story towers coming down. The debris, obviously, extraordinarily difficult to work your way through. Tom?
All right, thank you very much. Pat Dawson, still on the scene in Midtown Manhattan. We want to share with you just some of the president's speech that he made to the nation tonight at 8:31 from the Oval Office after a day in which he flew from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, then on to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, where in a secure bunker he conducted a national security meeting and then flew back to Washington because he felt that it was important to address this nation on this night from the Oval Office, the symbol of power and presidential authority. Here is some of what the president had to say tonight.
This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world.
And the president also said that we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I've asked former UN Ambassador Richard Holbrooke to join us once again. He was the principal architect, of course, of the Dayton Peace Accords. And I think, Richard, for a lot of Americans, there must be a great deal of confusion tonight about the Islamic radicals around the world and then Islamic fundamentalists and other people who have, this is the fastest growing faith in the world after all, and who do feel, if not strongly allied with America, they feel strongly that this act of terrorism that has been visited upon this country today is intolerable and unacceptable.
Well, that's right, Tom. And as you said earlier in this program, the overwhelming majority of people of Islamic faith, including the 7 million Islamic Americans, do not share this philosophy or advocate these acts, and it is vitally important to recognize that to be a member of that faith is not to be associated with this horrible deed. To your point, there has been a growing fundamentalism in the world for many years, which you have covered in many areas of the world. Now we face its consequences at home at a level that is without precedent in American history. I have no doubt that the United States government will, when it decides how to respond. And I think it's very important, as you just pointed out, that President Bush tonight said that they would make no distinction between the people who committed the act and those who harbor it. And I think for your viewers, it's important to underscore that if, in fact, it's Osama bin Laden, as you have reported, seems likely, then the Taliban and other governments in Afghanistan and the region who have harbored these people are going to face the same consequences. I think the rules of the game are going to shift because of this. One last point on this, Tom, and that is the international side of it. We cannot do this alone. We need the support of our allies. We need the support of Russia, which has often played both sides, of China, which has stayed much too much to the sidelines. And finally, we need to work with the moderate Arab states who must be as upset as we are in some ways at what happened, but don't like to show any break in the solidarity at times with the fundamentalists. And this is going to be very tricky, particularly for countries like Jordan and Egypt.
And Richard, the president has a fairly full agenda this fall. He is, after all, scheduled to go to China. Would you expect that they'll keep that agenda in place?
I have no doubt he'll continue his trip to China. That is a summit of all Pacific nations. Presidential leadership requires rallying other countries. He's got a very important first appearance at the United Nations coming up in 15 days. I assume he will go ahead with that, although having spoken to Secretary General Kofi Annan a few hours ago, I can tell you that he is already concerned about both the security and political aspects of the big meetings coming up in New York. But I assume he'll go ahead to China, and it's a good place to continue to rally international opinion, in order to take concerted action so that this kind of thing is not permitted to succeed.
All right, Richard Holbrooke, our former ambassador to the United Nations, former ambassador to Germany, high-ranking official in the State Department, in the Jimmy Carter administration as well, and as I said earlier, the principal architect of the Dayton Peace Accords, in which the United States took, in that case, the side of Muslims who were under assault in Bosnia. Let's go now to General Norman Schwarzkopf, who is going to join me now in a kind of video tour that is going to be painful for him and for all Americans. We're going to look at the military headquarters of the United States that was attacked today. General, we're going to take you inside via video camera to show you the extent of the damage that was done there. Fires continue to burn in the Pentagon tonight. These are the outer rings of the Pentagon on the heliport side across that very large and substantial building from where Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has his office, and the Joint Chiefs, Hugh Shelton and others, have their offices. When you look at that, General Schwarzkopf, as a career military man, what goes through your mind?
Well, you know, Tom, I spent 3 tours in the Pentagon, and I know exactly where that spot is. The interesting part about that is right across the highway, and the other side is Arlington National Cemetery, where an awful lot of great Americans who have served their country are laid to rest. Hearing about the rings, the fact that it went in, you know, there are 5 rings there, and the fact that it hit on the outside. First of all, it's amazing that the pilot could have come in to the level he did and hit it without hitting something ahead of time. It was obviously a very experienced pilot, but then the fact that the fire has continued to go in through 5 different layers. You have 5 layers of offices that have just been taken out on both sides and down the middle. It just blows your mind.
General, the military around the world is in highest possible alert. How long can we sustain that kind of an alert?
Oh, we can sustain it for a good deal of time. They're used to being in a high state of alert. It just means that they take a lot more security precautions. A lot of the aircraft, for instance, are loaded up with weapons so that they can respond immediately. But it's not something that wears you out right away. I mean, you can stay at that state of alert for quite some time.
You know, the president tonight promised that we would seek out and attack not just the terrorists, but any nation that harbored them as well. That is, and I'm not belittling what he had to say here, but that is easier said than done. There has still been not brought to justice the terrorists who were responsible for the attack on the USS Cole, and there was a pretty big fingerprint on that one.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. As I said earlier, finding them is part of the problem. You can identify the organization clearly, but it's an awful big world out there and an awful lot of places to hide. And you got to know exactly where they are before you're going to be able to hit them. So that's a really, really tough intelligence problem. You know, no terrorist operation can survive without a support base. There's no doubt in my mind that there's some place within our country right now, there's some people who supported those terrorists prior to the time they went and got in those airplanes. And those are the people, too, that you have to find.
Was there anything when you were commander of Southern Command and based in Florida that made you more anxious than the possibility of a terrorist attack on this country, even though you were responsible for American military forces in another part of the world?
Well, I think I was more concerned for the military forces in the other parts of the world. At that time, you know, again, we all had the mentality that nobody was going to come over here and hit one of our major headquarters in this country. There were a lot of targets. Khobar Towers is a typical example of a type of target that was over there that could have been hit by terrorists, was hit by terrorists, and you really concerned yourself more with those forces over there than I never worried about my own headquarters. You know, it was just something that wasn't going to happen.
General, we have trained generations of military leaders to adapt to the changing times. We now have the military leaders who are coming out of our service academies who are so familiar with modern warfare that is conducted by computer and technology and laser-guided missiles and that kind of thing. Are we going to have to develop new courses and new disciplines at the service academies for fighting terrorism?
Tom, we've got some outstanding military units out there that are fully prepared to take on the terrorists on the ground in any kind of fighting they want to fight the battle. Yeah, there's an awful lot of technology involved in the business of war fighting, but there's an awful lot of the warrior spirit that's involved too. And we've got special operations forces, we've got ranger forces, we've got special operations forces in all of our services, that are very, very capable of taking on the terrorists, you know, by their rules or ours. So once we find them, you know, we'll be ready to deal with them. There's absolutely no question in my mind about that.
If you were back in the Pentagon and someone said we're going to have to put a military component into a commercial airline security in this country, either in the skies or on the ground, would you be for or against that?
Well, you know, it's sort of it rubs me the wrong way. A lot of people said that about the drug war. You know, we ought to have a soldier with a bayonet standing on every street corner in the United States of America, and I'm very uncomfortable with that from a constitutional standpoint. On the other hand, we do have some people, very, very highly trained people that could perform that role very, very well if indeed we decided to put somebody like that in each of our aircraft.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. Yes.
Can I give you one more observation, which I think is very pertinent?
Absolutely.
You know, in the Gulf War, some of the people today criticize what we did in Iraq. We went to extraordinary ends in the Gulf War, even endangering our own forces more so to avoid attacking innocent civilians. And yet what these bastards have done is deliberately attacked innocent civilians, and that's the difference between them and us.
Well put, General Schwarzkopf, as usual. And of course, a lot of people have been talking today about the comparison between Pearl Harbor and this attack. It is the most serious attack since Pearl Harbor, but that was a military attack on a military installation, and we knew exactly who was responsible for it at that time. So this is a whole different order of magnitude, and I'm afraid that this is going to be a very dark day in America for a long, long time, and the consequences are yet to be resolved for all of us. We want to share with you now just what kind of a surrealistic day this was over lower Manhattan. There is the plane that comes in for the second attack on the South Tower. It appears to have gone all the way through. We don't know whether it was just the fireball that did that. It was fully loaded with fuel for a transcontinental flight, and that plane, which also had its origins, as I remember now, in Boston, flew right into the South Tower of the World Trade Center about 20 minutes after the first plane flew into the tower that you see just before you. And then, of course, which was unexpected to many of us in terms of how swiftly it happened, they came down. There are some haunting and poignant stories of people on cell phones calling to friends or loved ones in the World Trade Center when all that was going on. One woman, a nurse that Robert Bazell talked to at St. Vincent's Hospital, was online with her husband, who was in the first building on the top floor when it was hit, and they had an exchange, and then the line went dead. There were other indications of people saying, "I love you," and the line going dead. And perhaps, for me at least, the most unsettling thought of the day of all was one man who described going down through the darkened and very wet stairwell because of the sprinklers that had gone off and seeing people who were trapped in their wheelchairs, the large mobilized wheelchairs that couldn't fit into the stairwell, and certainly the elevators were not working. He got out, and shortly after that, that building came down. It was that kind of a day, and there are going to be so many more of those stories, an untold number at this hour, hundreds, perhaps thousands. Dateline's Jane Pauley takes us through some of the horror of this day and what happened at the World Trade Center.
The mighty World Trade Center tumbling down.
No! Oh my God!
Everyday New Yorkers had to run for their lives. How fragile the city seemed today. We deployed a team of Dateline staffers to bring us images of a city under siege on handheld digital cameras.
What I saw today on the streets of Manhattan really were the extremes of New York. It's the best and the worst of people.
I got 20 blocks away when the smell and the taste really hit me. Way in the distance, the huge cloud on the horizon, but I could taste and smell something that was like the worst electrical fire ever imaginable.
They brought us a startling glimpse of what it was like to be at ground zero of a major terrorist attack.
What's it like down there?
Save 6 people. I tried my best to try to save everybody.
First, get away, then get home. Businesses were closed and buildings evacuated. Thousands upon thousands were left to negotiate a maze of closed streets and suspended services.
There's a real sense of panic on the streets among the tens of thousands of pedestrians, and it was easy to see why. Look to the horizon on the south, and you see an enormous gray-black cloud from the explosion.
As they moved toward safety uptown, people tried to keep up with the flurry of events any way they could. Even the wounded walked. This woman was on the 19th floor of the World Trade Center when the first explosion hit. Hurt, but lucky to get out before the building collapsed. We found her 30 blocks north, heading to Bellevue Medical Center.
A huge cloud of gray, huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. And I don't know what knocked me over. I don't know if it was the person or just the force of the wind. But I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building wouldn't fall on me, and I really thought I was going to die.
Doctors and medical students lined up like extras on the set of a disaster movie. Almost immediately after the attack, along with all 3 major airports, the city's subways, bridges, tunnels, and major highways were all closed. The FDR Drive, normally a winding snarl of congested traffic, empty. Thousands of commuters from New York's outer boroughs were left stranded in Manhattan. By mid-afternoon, a police officer on the scene estimated that more than 20,000 people had crossed the 59th Street Bridge on foot. Meanwhile, Grand Central Station was jammed, but the trains were running until noon.
I remember standing in Grand Central and watching a man and a woman just scream and embrace each other and feel relief. I felt their relief to see each other again. After people had been managing to get out for about 15 minutes, all of a sudden they announced that they were evacuating the building, and people were ordered to get out immediately, and workers in their orange vests were running for the exits, and we didn't know what was going on. We just ran with them.
Confused passengers poured out of the building after a bomb threat.
It hit me that this building really could blow up, and I was scared. I was afraid that the building literally could blow up underneath my feet.
All around the city, it was a mass migration of hundreds of thousands of people, but uncannily quiet. Perhaps it was the unspeakable horrors many had seen.
It was orderly, but it was chaotic. People were shocked. Everyone was dazed. People didn't really want to look each other in the eye, I think, for fear of breaking down. The question on everybody's lips seemed to be, what is going on, and is there more of it that's going to come?
This was supposed to be Election Day in New York. As if anyone took note, it was officially called off. Everything was. What was open was tightly locked down.
What's that? Can't be doing no pictures.
Okay, it's NBC News.
Don't you understand?
It's NBC News.
I don't care who it is.
Security at all buildings that might be targets was extremely tight. Our own building, the famous tourist destination at Rockefeller Plaza, was evacuated, but for NBC's news operations to bring you this story. And all over Manhattan, there was this strange sort of gridlock.
The uptown avenues in Manhattan have been turned into virtual parking lots as everyone tries to flee northward. Meanwhile, the downtown avenues have all been sealed off, but for emergency vehicles.
Cell phone service came and went. Anxious people called their loved ones the old-fashioned way. Sometimes that didn't work either.
People were forced to use payphones, which is kind of a joke in Manhattan because it's hard to find a payphone that works.
The only thing that was easy today was getting lost in the scramble.
She doesn't have a cell phone. They don't work anyway. She is not mobile because she's got emphysema and she can't walk very fast.
David Douglas's 64-year-old mother lives in an apartment building just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center. Soon after the attack, she had chest pains. So he flagged a passing car and the driver headed for the nearest hospital.
But I said, look, lady, please, my mom can't walk. Please, please just take her north as much as she can because she can't breathe well.
He tried to follow on his rollerblades, but lost track of the car and spent the rest of the day searching hospitals.
So I just want to know, is there any system of finding people with...
Well, they're doing the best. We're doing the best we can. It's pretty chaotic.
He searched family reunion centers.
Lucille Abato.
Spelled?
A-B-A-T-O.
And even public schools desperate to find his mother.
Are there any people being kept here?
Finally, after 4 hours of futile searching, he called home. There was a message on his answering machine.
It's my mom.
She was safe, staying with a friend in his very own apartment building.
She's in my building.
For 2 New Yorkers, a small moment of comfort in a day when so many others will find none.
Not just me and you, but all these...
We could all use a little good news, and that is so typical of New York. It's the tough guy city in terms of a reputation, but of course it's got a tender heart. Chris Colvin, one of my colleagues, told me tonight that there are reports as well of very long lines outside all the blood banks in the city because the line has gone out that they do need blood, and in fact they've turned them away in some instances. And I had here a moment ago, let me find it, there's been a call that has gone out for medical personnel, particularly for physicians. Doctors in and near New York City, contact 518-431-7600 if you can offer assistance. Medical personnel are needed. The number is, see if we can get this on the screen later, 1-800-628-0193. As you might expect with all the medical facilities in New York City, the doctors and the medical personnel are overtaxed, to say the very least. So they're looking for physicians in the city. Many of them who are not emergency room physicians, have their own private practices, are asked to respond to the hospitals of their choice as well. MSNBC's Edie Magnus is in Pennsylvania now, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, where one of those planes went into the ground today. It did not hit a target of any kind, and she has the latest for us now. Edie?
Tom, I'm on a country road that goes between the towns of Lambertsville and Shanksville in Pennsylvania. And beyond all of these lights you see, the glare of the media satellite trucks, it is a very dark night here in the country, but it is very busy. About a half a mile to a mile or so beyond, just over my shoulder, sort of where you see all those trucks headed down in an open field of an old strip mine, is where lies the wreckage of United Flight 93, which, of course, as you all have been reporting, took off from Newark, destined for San Francisco, never got there. 38 passengers, 7 crew, no survivors. The debris here is spread over a 3 to 4 mile radius, which has now been completely sealed off and is being treated, according to the FBI, as a crime scene. Governor Tom Ridge made some remarks earlier at a press conference. He had flown over the site. He said the emergency response here was immediate. He also said, and I don't know whether or not you all are able to see pictures of this, but this is one of those cases where the pictures really do tell the story, that sort of the most horrifying aspect of this particular crash scene is how little debris is visible. There is a large crater in the ground, and I'm hoping that you all are seeing it as I'm talking about it. But that's really all you see, is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris. There has been at least one report that the investigators out there, and there are hundreds of them, as I said tonight, have found nothing larger than a phone book. You spoke a little bit ago, Tom, about the haunting cell phone conversations, the most tantalizing story to emerge from this particular crash is coming not from here, but from elsewhere, and it is a story of a cell phone conversation. A passenger on United Flight 93 apparently locked himself in a bathroom and called 911 and got an emergency dispatch operator and told them the plane had been hijacked. The FBI here is not talking about it at all. They were merely say they are aware of that conversation and they are trying to gather evidence about it, which presumably means that there may well be a tape and somebody hopefully is listening to it. What else is happening here tonight? Forensic archaeologists, according to the FBI, are gridding out the scene. Their main thrust, of course, is just to protect it, and they're trying to secure buildings in the area here where tomorrow they can begin to remove evidence and look at it and, of course, remove the bodies. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. Dateline's Edie Magnus, who is in Pennsylvania tonight, outside the site of the crash of that plane that went into the ground. United had simply lost track of it for a time. It was a flight that left Newark. It was bound for San Francisco. As Edie reported to us, at one point, one of the passengers on board, locked in the bathroom, said, "We're being hijacked, we're being hijacked. This is not a joke." And the plane disappeared shortly after that. Financial markets have opened in Asia, and they're taking a hammering, as you might expect. We are already in a very difficult global economy. Japan has not been doing well. Now, America's financial markets have been closed and will remain closed tomorrow. And the Nikkei index is getting, as I say, hammered in the opening hours. CNBC's Ron Insana, who had a perilous day today, just barely escaping from the collapse of that building in lower Manhattan, is with us now, and he's wearing his financial reporter's hat. Can we expect this around the world for the next several days, Ron?
Well, certainly for the next several hours, Tom. After a half-hour delay in Tokyo, the Nikkei there has fallen in excess of 600 points. At one juncture tonight, Tom, the Nikkei was below the Dow. That is the first time that has happened since 1957, a roughly 6% decline right now. Markets from Australia to Tokyo to Shanghai, all down roughly 6%. Monetary officials and other economic officials throughout the region saying they will do what is necessary to restore stability to the markets. That usually means pumping cash into the economy to make sure this decline doesn't get fully out of control.
And what about tomorrow? The markets will be closed here as well, but what about other financial institutions like banks and communities across America? Most of them were open today. Would we expect they'll be open tomorrow as well?
I suspect so, Tom. With respect to the financial markets, there is this one-day closure, something we have not seen actually since the end of World War II. But it would appear that Federal Reserve officials would like to see the banks fully functioning. It is not the type of event where you would want necessarily to take a bank holiday and create a sense of panic among consumers who are already clearly uncertain about the economic outlook in the wake of today's tragedy. So the banks, we understand, will likely be open, but the financial markets, as you say, will be closed. Now, how the financial markets do in Europe will also be a key test for what happens here when they do reopen on Wall Street 1, 2, or 3 days from now.
One of your colleagues at the other end of the day is David Faber of CNBC. He's on Squawk Box, of course, which plays before the markets open most mornings. Big problem in this country, as you know better than I do, with consumer confidence. There are a lot of CEOs tonight and their principal officers and a lot of boards of directors, I would think, are having emergency meetings about how they're going to deal with this dislocation in the American economy, David.
There's no doubt about that, Tom. In fact, there's a lot of concern overall about corporate confidence and consumer confidence, something we've all been focused on in terms of where this economy stands right now. As we pointed out many times, the consumer has sort of kept us out of recession potentially. The question is, what will be the reaction to this tragedy today on the consumer front? And of course, the confidence of CEOs and corporations is also going to be sorely tested. I've spoken to a number of the senior executives at a few of the big investment banks, the big commercial banks, and they're certainly worried. They aren't concerned about the financial system suffering over the long term, but they do admit that there are going to be some fairly significant short-term disruptions in the financial systems from things such as just check processing and the fact that a lot of that went on down in lower Manhattan. People who want their money in other parts of the country may have to wait. Securities processing and things of that nature, the settlement of trades, all of these things, the guts of our financial system in a way, were involved in this area. Many of them, unfortunately, in the very buildings that collapsed and others around them as well.
And we don't know yet, do we, for sure, how much damage may have been done to some of the circuitry of the market?
We don't, Tom, and that's a good point. We simply won't know, as we've heard from so many of the reports from people on site. They can't get that close to many of the structures that are still burning. There is a concern about the telecommunications network in the area and whether that, in fact, could be impacted to a large extent. Many institutions, both foreign and domestic, rely on the ability to transfer funds in and out of that area as well. Hard to say at this point where that stands. And as well, the back office, the keeping track of all of the processing that goes on, that a lot of firms had in the World Trade Center, other firms that were even headquartered there also, questions about all of those kind of things. Certainly they pale in comparison to the human tragedy here, but they will be things that have to be dealt with in the days and weeks ahead.
Thank you, David Faber of CNBC, and Ron Insana, our colleague, as well. And that was very well put at the end. The economy at some point will come back. Money can be replaced. The human loss today, however, and we still do not know the full proportions of that human loss. That's a tragedy that will be with us for some time. The New York City Firefighters Union still saying that at least 200 members of that union, 200 of New York's finest who were down there on emergency and rescue details right after the initial planes went into the World Trade Center, they are missing and presumed to be dead tonight. We do not know how many people are still trapped in the rubble of those two 110-story buildings that came down, nor do we know the exact death toll, for that matter, in the Pentagon, where the fires continue to burn. I just want to repeat, in New York City, for those of you who are listening to us here or in New Jersey, please contact 518-431-7600 if you can offer assistance. This is the Healthcare Association of New York State, a trade group which has volunteered to forward this information to emergency officials. The number rings and rings, but it will go through. The information that they collect is given to the city's Department of Health. That 1-800 number at 628-0193, you'll probably get a busy signal, so the number to call is 518-431-7600 if you can be of some assistance, either as a physician or as a trained medical technician or trained in the area of medical assistance of some kind. Let's go to Tel Aviv now to Donna Friesen. That is an area, of course, that has gotten a lot of attention today. Palestinian youngsters were in the streets on the West Bank celebrating this attack on America, while Yasser Arafat was condemning it. Tell us, it's now late there, obviously, what the evening was like in the Middle East, Donna.
Well, Tom, people here in Israel and in the Palestinian territories were glued to their television sets through the course of this day, stunned by events, TV stations with wall-to-wall coverage. This is, sadly, a place that is accustomed to almost daily terror attacks, but nothing, of course, on the scale, the magnitude of what we saw today in the United States. Leaders from throughout the region, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak, Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi have condemned the attacks. Among the first to voice his horror was Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. However, as you said, there is a great deal of anti-American sentiment in this part of the world, and some of that was expressed here within hours of the attack.
They are helping the Jews to kill the Palestinian people. First, how do you comment on the bombings in the United States?
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
Somewhere else.
Osama bin Laden's homeland. Bin Laden, now prime suspect in the attacks, has called on his followers to fight until all Americans are driven out of Islamic countries. There's long been fear the conflict in Israel could drag neighboring Arab countries into a wider war. Now this attack may further embolden enemies of Israel.
The ambitions of terrorist groups that fight against Israel will rise.
The The leader of Hamas, the Islamic extremist group responsible for many suicide bombings inside Israel, says he doesn't support attacks against innocent people, but says the U.S. must reassess its position. It's the cause of injustice in many parts of the world, he says. Tonight, Israel's prime minister calling for an international war on terrorism.
I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil.
At the American embassy in Tel Aviv, flowers of sympathy.
I think very few Americans now don't understand how Israelis feel.
And Israeli airspace closed tonight, as are the borders with Lebanon, with Egypt, and with Jordan. All the checkpoints in and out of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are closed, as well as a precaution in case a terrorist tries to take advantage of the situation. Several U.S. embassies in the Middle East have been closed indefinitely in Yemen, in Kuwait, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates. Israel has also declared tomorrow a day of mourning in solidarity with the United States. And just one more note, Tom, Israel has sent rescue teams, experts in extricating people from rubble of buildings, to New York to assist in the search and recovery efforts. Tom?
Thank you very much. Donna Friesen, who is in Tel Aviv tonight with a wrap-up on what's going on in that troubled and volatile part of the world. It goes without saying that the terrorists were not just a ragtag group of people who acted in some kind of spontaneous or ad hoc fashion. It was a very carefully planned and very efficient operation from their point of view. They must be thinking tonight, wherever they are, that they have succeeded in this first stage of this terrorist war against the United States, but it is far, far from over. The price has been very heavy for the United States in so many ways, and we still do not know the full cost of this terrorist attack today. But the President of the United States tonight pledged to the American people that, in fact, that there would be justice visited upon the terrorists and any nation that may harbor them. And he then also praised the American people as they came together to help heal the wounds of this long and difficult day. Let's go back to NBC's Robert Hager now, who is at the FAA, and talk about where we go from here with the National Transportation Safety Board and the investigations that are already underway. I would guess that one of the first orders of business would be to recover the black boxes, the cockpit voice recording devices, to find out what in fact happened in those cockpits, Robert.
Absolutely. Now, normally the National Transportation Safety Board doesn't get involved in incidents that are obvious acts of terrorism like this, because they investigate the things that more often cause crashes, pilot error and mechanical errors, things like that. So usually they just turn it over to the FBI. But in this case, those black boxes could be crucial, particularly the cockpit voice recorder, because that picks up all the sounds in the cockpit. So we're told that NTSB experts are already on scene now, working very much in cooperation with the FBI in search of those black boxes, particularly the cockpit voice recorders. Now, you know, those boxes are designed to withstand tremendous forces. These were indeed tremendous forces, the way these planes went in. Nothing, sometimes a plane goes in prior to hitting an airport runway and goes in at kind of an angle, and the forces aren't nearly what these are, but smacking right into that Trade Center building like that, or in the case of Pittsburgh, nosing it at a steep angle into the ground, that's a lot to expect of that box, but it may very well be that the cockpit voice recorders have survived that. So now we've been told that NTSB investigators are on site in Pennsylvania and in New York City around the World Trade Center, and right here in their backyard in Washington around the Pentagon, to see if they can find that cockpit voice recorder.
And Robert, I think you were the one who told us earlier today that an air traffic controller in New Hampshire did pick up a fragment of a radio transmission from the first flight, the American Airlines Flight 11 that left Boston.
It's an unconfirmed report, but that report says that the pilot had his microphone keyed, it's called. In other words, he left his thumb down on the microphone so that it was on, and that it picked up the voice of a terrorist in English saying, do this and you won't get hurt, don't expect any trouble, or something like that. And then the microphone went dead. And then the transponders, I think the transponders in all these planes were turned off. So obviously these people knew a lot about what they were doing. And the
transponder sends a signal to the radar in the far-off air traffic control centers and tells them what plane a particular blip represents and what altitudes it's at. So without that transponder, the primary transponder, the controllers would have been able to see a blip, but they no longer would have known what altitude the planes were at. So they're watching this blip, they're seeing the plane off course, they have an idea that it's been hijacked, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. Well, security officials at Logan Airport in Boston will be getting a thorough shakedown tomorrow because 2 of the planes originated from there. Those are the planes that went into the World Trade Center, and apparently the terrorists were able to board those planes with whatever weapons they had. There's one report that some of them may have been armed with knives, but 2 of the flights did originate in Boston. They were able to divert those California-bound flights, turning left shortly after takeoff and coming directly down to the World Trade Center. One left from Newark. That went into the ground outside of Pittsburgh, and of course the other one left from Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. It was headed for Los Angeles as well. It was turned around. It flew low over the capital city, and then it went like a bullet into the side of the Pentagon about 40 minutes after the original attack on the World Trade Center. We've asked Dateline's Lee Thompson to take us through the current state of airline and airport security and where it may go from here.
For years now, one of the primary focuses of aviation security has been to prevent terrorists from smuggling bombs onto our planes. But what was never fully anticipated was that the planes themselves would become the bombs, guided missiles in the hands of the terrorists.
It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes.
The agency charged with spearheading airport security and safeguarding the skies, the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, after the most devastating terrorist attack in U.S. history, the FAA, often criticized for lax enforcement and bureaucratic bungling, is itself under siege.
The FAA has blood on its hands because it's not doing its job and hasn't been.
Michael Boyd is an independent aviation consultant with commercial airlines among his clients.
We have a major security problem, obviously, and the FAA is at the middle of it. We've known this for years. I've said it for years that to a trained terrorist, our airports look like a laundromat. You can get in and get out.
Along with each commercial airline disaster have come new revelations of serious failures by the FAA. Perhaps none more frightening than the multitude of security lapses.
Asking grandma whether she's packed her own bag isn't security when whole perimeters of airports look like sieves.
1988, Lockerbie, Scotland. A terrorist bomb blows Pan Am Flight 103 out of the sky. The aftermath brought both recriminations and recommendations. Our government assured us airport security would be beefed up. Additional security personnel were hired, metal detectors, X-ray machines, and most recently, bomb detection technology. All were deployed to combat the threat of terrorism. But time and time again, in the 12 years since Lockerbie, gaping holes in security have been exposed. Holes the FAA pledged to fix. Holes that government reports warned still remained. Holes that were likely exploited by these terrorists today. There appears to have been a total breakdown at least 3 airports in this country. Give us the scenario of what might have happened.
Well, there are 2 plausible scenarios. Either someone was able to get through the security side at those airports, or maybe even more likely, people working on the ground crews had been compromised.
How easy is it, and tell us the plain truth, to get a gun or a bomb on an airplane?
There are always some airports that fail when we try to get a gun or a knife on an aircraft.
How easy is it to get a job as a security screener?
It is as easy as falling off the proverbial turnip truck to get a job as a security screener. We have people that would be flipping hamburgers if they weren't working in the security function. They're not very well skilled, there's very high turnover, and I'm not sure that they're up to the job.
But inadequate screening of passengers and baggage is not the only threat to security.
We don't screen the people who work at airports properly. At tests that have been done at airports around the United States, we found a large percentage of, or certainly a large number of illegal immigrants, people whose background that we really couldn't check out.
In fact, as Dateline reported in 1996, our producers applied for and were given jobs at two of the biggest airports in the country. At Newark Airport in New Jersey, where one of the hijacked planes departed this morning, our undercover producer was hired on the spot, no questions asked, and no job references checked to drive this electric car. But within 2 days, he was working security, checking carry-on bags. He was given no training. And watch how our undercover producer wanders along tarmacs and throughout airplanes without the ID to be there. And he passes some 10 other airport employees without being stopped. At Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, our producer was hired as a baggage handler without the required background check. Again, he was free to roam on airliners like this one. After Dateline's broadcast, the FAA did change policy to try to prevent these types of security breaches, but recent government reports indicate problems persist. This year, the General Accounting Office warned security screeners at U.S. airports continue to miss as many as 20% of weapons smuggled in carry-on luggage during FAA-sponsored tests, and that FAA plans to improve hiring, training, and supervision of security screeners, including the companies that provide them, are woefully behind, in some cases up to 2 years. It's too early to say whether the terrorists gained access to the planes today because of poor security checks or someone working on the inside. But this much is clear. The hijackings were well planned and the terrorists highly trained. Once on board, they knew exactly what to do. Experts say once airborne, there was little the crew could have done to fend off the attackers.
Once on board the aircraft, it would not at all be difficult to gain access to the cockpit. Cockpit door is not like the vault door in a bank, for example. They're rather fragile. You can kick them in if you had to.
Barry Schiff is a retired commercial pilot for a major airline who flew both Boeing 757s and Boeing 767s, the same kinds of jets involved in today's attack.
Pilots go in and out of the cockpit as they need to go to the restrooms. Coffee is brought to them, so the door is opening every once in a while anyway. And even if the cockpit door were locked and nobody were going in or out, it would not be difficult to threaten a flight attendant such that she would get the pilots to open the door because of fear for her life.
Though pilots are trained to handle hijackings, Schiff says historically they don't usually result in fatalities, much less the downing of an airliner.
In most cases, a hijacking is not a dangerous situation. Most hijackings are easily resolved. There's very little a pilot can do if an armed hijacker comes into the cockpit. In most cases, he'll believe that a hijacking is going to end peacefully. In most cases, they normally do. He would have no idea that his aircraft were going to be used as a missile.
Commercial pilots do have the ability to push a button to communicate to air traffic controllers that their plane has been hijacked. But apparently, none of the pilots this morning even had a chance to send the signal.
If one had to speculate, I would say the terrorists were flying the aircraft, not the airline pilots who should have been flying the airplane. Mainly because I don't believe any airline pilot would intentionally fly into the World Trade Center, even with a gun at his head.
We may never know exactly what happened in the cockpits, but both the FAA and the airlines had to have known that something was terribly amiss, as each of the planes veered inexplicably off their flight paths. What you are looking at is the actual radar tracking of the two flights that left Boston's Logan Airport this morning. American flight number 11, shown here is the blue plane, takes off first. United Flight 175 takes off next. Both proceed west towards Los Angeles. They are fully fueled for a transcontinental trip. Then, somewhere near New York State, the planes abruptly change direction, now flying southeast to Ground Zero, the tip of Manhattan. American Flight 11 finds its target first, Tower number 1. 21 minutes later, American Flight 175, in red, flies south of Manhattan, then makes a sharp turn to the north, where its final chilling moments aloft were captured on videotape.
Meanwhile, United Airlines Flight 93 leaves Newark Airport in New Jersey for San Francisco. The radar shows that somewhere near Cleveland, the plane makes a sudden U-turn, then disappears. It crashed in this field near Pittsburgh. Its final destination unknown, but experts suspect that it was likely headed to a target in Washington, D.C.
Since the airplane crashed in a rural area, that there might have been a struggle on board that aircraft between the crew and the hijackers, and that the crew somehow managed to thwart the hijackers' intent of crashing that airplane into something else.
If that's true, the crew probably saved hundreds, maybe thousands of lives on the ground. Unfortunately, even their heroics will not be enough to save the aviation system upon which America relies so heavily.
A linchpin of our economy is our air transportation system. We can't do without it. It's not an accessory. As of today, that linchpin has been shut down. In the coming months, what we're going to find is an air transportation system that's totally different than we've known. It's going to be one where airports are going to be basically armed camps.
Providing safe and secure passage for the 640 million passengers passing through 1,000 screening checkpoints, traveling with more than 2.5 billion pieces of carry-on and checked luggage, flying on 97 air carriers is a monumental task that will likely take years to manage.
That's Dateline's Lee Thompson tonight on the state of airport security in this country and airline security. Some very sharp critics in there. It will get much tougher in the days immediately following this terrorist attack and for months and probably for years to come as well. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, has appeared to give us an update on the toll of casualties in the World Trade Center attack and the collapse of those 110-story skyscrapers and also 7 World Trade Center, the 40-story building that came down later. Here is some of what he had to say this evening.
At the scene, it's a horrific sight, but there are thousands and thousands of emergency workers down there. We've gotten a tremendous amount of help and assistance. In fact, we actually probably have more equipment than we need at this point. We're very grateful for it, and it'll be stored in areas, and probably over the next 2 or 3 days we will need it. And we'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it. Is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow, the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that.
Mayor Rudy Giuliani, ironically, this was to be the day in which there was going to be a mayoral primary to try to determine the candidates who would be replacing him. His term limits are up. He's been at once an extraordinarily popular and effective and controversial mayor in New York City. And obviously he is on top of the job here tonight. And he is saying an exceptional statement: stay home tomorrow, stay out of New York City, the busiest city in the world. But it's a day that the city is going to need to be directing all of its efforts on rescue efforts that are downtown in the World Trade Center area, and a lot of the services simply will not be available. All schools are closed here tomorrow. The financial markets are closed as well. NBC's Dan Abrams is down near where that search and rescue effort is underway, and he's with a New York City police official. Dan?
Well, that's right, Tom. Where I'm standing is sort of the gateway to the rescue effort. Literally lines of police cars, fire trucks, ambulances going down the road here to the Trade Center, which is about half a mile away. I'm joined by Detective Ron Brandt, who's been back there for the last 11 hours. Detective, what have you been doing there and what have you seen?
Just when we first got here, originally we mobilized here and just trying to help out and get people off the streets and just helping wherever we can.
For the last 5 hours, 6 hours, what has the rescue effort been, how's that been going?
Just trying to get to see if there's people around and just trying to call out going into the subways and just trying to see if there's anybody, that we can help out.
How would you characterize the scene back there now?
It's words I guess can't describe it. Never seen anything in my 14 years. I've never seen anything like it, quite like it. Hopefully I'll never see anything like it again.
Detective, thank you. Tom, I want to bring in Captain Kenner from the Fire Department of New York, who is one of the people who's been back there. Captain, thank you for taking the time. Tell us what you have been doing there. You seem to be covered in soot.
I've never seen such carnage. Right now, you have some heavy cranes, payloaders, lifting heavy steel beams and all, and doing search and rescue operations. Quite a bit of devastation over there.
When you say search and rescue operations, what exactly is that involving?
Well, we're looking if there are any survivors. I try and ID what we can, and basically lift some of the heavy building off. As you know, 2 buildings came down and another 60-story building collapsed. It's nothing like you could ever imagine. So we have some big payloaders and cranes, and we're going into that operation. Commissioner's over there. We just walked out now after about 10 hours, and we'll be going back in a little while. So everybody's working very hard and doing the best we can.
Have you found survivors? I mean, a lot of the firefighters are coming out are saying to me, look, this is a recovery effort. Have you been finding them?
No survivors so far. So sad to say, quite a few victims, but no survivors so far. So.
And again, when you say quite a few, can you give us a little bit more specifics about what you've been seeing back there?
You'd have to ask the command post. They have an overall view. We were in small pockets in certain areas doing our searches, so I could knowing what we found, and I'd really rather not say what type of numbers, but I know the command post would have the overall figures.
Finally, what is the state of the building right now? How would you characterize it?
Non-existent, gone. So both towers and a 60-story building next to it. So totally collapsed into each other.
Okay. Thank you very much, Captain Kenner. We appreciate it. Tom, back to you.
They don't call them New York's finest for nothing. Those are really heroic efforts that are underway tonight in the lower end of Manhattan, and they will go on all through the night as they have all day long. The New York City Firefighters Union saying they believe that they lost at least 200 firemen when those buildings came down, and the toll, as we have been saying repeatedly, I know you may be tired of hearing it, we simply don't know how high it may go. At one point today, the president used the phrase, thousands dead. It could very well go into the thousands. 2,400 people were killed when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor 60 years ago this year. This attack on America, this terrorist war on America, could be more consequential in terms of lives lost, and it could be as well consequential in other ways in terms of getting this country involved around the world. Pearl Harbor, of course, triggered World War II, one of the epic events in the history of mankind. This is not expected to do just that, but it will change this country in so many ways. Let's go to Robert Bazell now, who has been at St. Vincent's Hospital for much of the day. It's one of the hospitals that are very near the World Trade Center, first-rate medical facility, and they have been taxed beyond their belief, I would guess. Robert?
Yes, Tom, in the last hour or two, the number of ambulances coming in here has gone down to a trickle. And we understand from hospital officials that's because rescue workers have hit some kind of a hot spot, possibly a gas line or something like that, that's made them have to stop the search and rescue operations. But to get the latest numbers from the hospital, I'm going to bring in Mark Ackerman, who is a deputy administrator of St. Vincent's Hospital. He's been here all day. Mr. Ackerman, you had an emergency plan here in place. You were the lead hospital for the 1993 World Trade explosion. How well were your people prepared today?
Bob, I think we're very well prepared. Unfortunately, St. Vincent's has been in the epicenter of a number of these types of incidents, and we have preparedness drills throughout the year, so we were quite ready.
What are the latest numbers of casualties that you have here now?
St. Vincent's here in Manhattan has received 327 patients thus far. 62 of them are in critical condition.
How are we doing with that?
55 of those individuals are firefighters or police officers, and 3 of our patients have passed away.
Now, that's a lot of casualties, but it's nothing compared to what we thought we would see when we got here this morning.
It's really very upsetting to our entire staff. We really, in the beginning, had been told to expect up to 1,000 patients, and I think the realization is coming to all of our physicians and nurses that we were the hospital that received the most patients, and that really only means that there are still many, many people down under that rubble.
Now, you have some personal tragedies here as well as the people that are coming in. You had a nurse who was communicating with her husband. Tell me that story.
Yeah, one of our nurses in our comprehensive cancer center, husband was up on a very upper floor. She heard about the airplane. She emailed her husband. They were talking back and forth, and then the email stopped, and she found out that the building had collapsed and realized that her husband had gone down with it. So it's a real tragedy from that perspective. A number of our nurses are married to firefighters and police officers, and they've been working hard all day, knowing in the back of their minds that their loved ones may be among the casualties.
There's some terrible stories here, Tom, and I think that we're going to find out that this is going to continue on in the next few days, although certainly not at the rate that we saw it today. And I think from talking to the Dan Abrams talking to the firefighter officials, we were talking about the magnitude of the rescue efforts, huge steel beams. It is the bodies and the victims, the injured, will continue to come in, but at a much lower rate. Tom?
Ask Mr. Ackerman for us quickly, if you could, Robert, whether they have enough medical personnel, doctors and trained nurses and so on.
Mr. Ackerman, are there enough doctors? Do you have the staff you need to deal with whatever contingencies come up?
We do. We had over 500 physicians and nurses on duty, or people that came in from their days off. There was a convention of physicians in town here. As a matter of fact, we had people from Europe come and offer their assistance. And in fact, ultimately, we ended up turning people away because so many wonderful New Yorkers and people from around the world volunteered their services.
And there was also an amazing sight here today. At one point, the hospital had asked for blood, and the number of donors who were spilling onto the street here was so great, within just minutes of the first announcement, that you had to turn them away.
We did. Actually, we had over 800 people in line at one point. The mayor happened to come at that moment and said, "What do you need?" And we said, "We have people we have to ship to other blood centers." And we had 10 city buses here in a matter of moments. Those 800 people were brought around the city to donate blood in other places.
And you have enough beds to handle all the people that have come in and all the people that will be coming in the next hours?
We do. We have 2,600 beds in the St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center system, 800 beds here in Manhattan. We were able to send many of our patients to our other hospitals, and they will be ready now with beds here in Manhattan in the event we get many more patients overnight.
Thank you very much, and great job here by many, many doctors and nurses, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, Bob Bazell. St. Vincent's, one of New York's premier hospitals in Lower Manhattan, not too far from the World Trade Center, or what used to be the World Trade Center. You can only imagine what it was like in the nation's capital today. First, the news that the World Trade Center had been hit by a plane. Then a second plane had hit the other tower. That, of course, conjured up immediate visions of that this was some kind of a terrorist attack. Then the Pentagon was hit by a hijacked airliner. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, was in his office at the time. It penetrated 2 of the rings of that fortress-like building. The fires continue to burn there tonight. There was a code red on Capitol Hill. That meant that House Speaker Dennis Hastert, who was 3rd in line of succession, had to be taken to a secure location. Condoleezza Rice, the national security advisor to the president, was on the phone to him. He was at a literacy event in Florida, and she told his staff that they then suspected terrorism as a result of the second attack. She went to the operations room in the White House with Vice President Dick Cheney. Colin Powell turned around on a trip to Lima and started back for the United States. What kind of a day was it for the rest of the day in the nation's capital? Here's NBC's Nora O'Donnell with a report on this day that will be remembered for so long, for so many terrible reasons.
Everybody that way. Help me get all these people across the street, please.
Moments after the attack on New York, the chaos spread to the nation's capital.
So what looked to be maybe a 20-passenger corporate jet, no markings on the side, coming in at a shallow angle like it was landing right into the side of the Pentagon. And then a huge fireball, perhaps 5 times the height of the Pentagon.
The terrorist target was the nerve center of the United States military. An explosion ripped through the building that since World War II has symbolized America's power.
And we heard this boom, the building shook, the ceiling tiles fell out of the ceiling, and we ran out. We kind of dazed, grabbed our hard hats, ran out, and there was just smoke. People were screaming, "Run, what is it, what is it?"
Let's roll! Get on the other side!
As firefighters rushed to put out the flames, America learned that the Pentagon had indeed taken a direct hit, not from a corporate jet, but from another hijacked plane, American Airlines Flight 77, en route from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles. 58 passengers and 6 crew members were aboard. There may have been as many as 100 more people killed or injured inside the building. Dozens were rushed to area hospitals, yet to be accounted for, others that may still be left in the smoldering rubble.
Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta.
Washington, D.C., now in the crosshairs of terrorism. The military was ordered to its highest state of alert. And at the White House, the Secret Service received a credible threat of a terrorist act.
We've got to be off the grounds and inside the building.
A 4th hijacked plane that crashed 80 miles outside Pittsburgh is believed to have been headed for an attack on Camp David, the presidential retreat in the mountains of Maryland. The president wasn't in town, but Vice President Cheney was. He and key aides were whisked out of the West Wing and into a secure location, while other White House staffers were evacuated under the watch of Secret Service agents armed with machine guns.
We've had some reports about intrusions of airspace, which caused us to be concerned enough to recess the House of Representatives subject to the call of the chair.
At the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue at the U.S. Capitol and Supreme Court, lawmakers and justices were forced from the seat of American democracy.
I think, in a sense, it is unfortunately a unique experience in American history.
And I characterize it as a man who lived through World War II, as a young sailor at the end of the war. It's another Pearl Harbor for this country.
By 10 a.m., all federal offices were closed, sending the government's entire workforce into the clogged streets to try to make their way home. For tourists, museums and monuments were shut down as well. Washington was in a frenzy. Hospitals in emergency mode, roads shut down, bridges closed, fighter jets patrolling the skies. The mayor declared a state of emergency.
That all of our emergency agencies are fully deployed to meet any emergencies that might arise.
The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow.
Later, Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, stepped up to the Pentagon podium to state the horrible truth everyone already knew.
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America.
What kind of world do we live in? This is terrible. It's just awful.
Tonight, Washington is a ghost town. This is the Memorial Bridge, normally crowded with traffic. Yet the attack has succeeded in shutting down the capital of the United States and left Americans wondering How could it have happened in this of all cities?
The White House, the Capitol, and the Pentagon are symbols of America.
Counterterrorism forecaster Marvin Citron authored a report in 1994 for the Department of Defense, warning of Washington's vulnerability to terrorist attack.
We predicted a plane could have crashed into the Pentagon. That's about as specific as you can be. If you made a right turn at the Washington Monument, you could hit the Pentagon. A left turn, you could hit the White House.
He advised back in 1994 that air traffic be controlled over and around all federal buildings, but he says this recommendation was not implemented. People are wondering today how the Pentagon, which is the symbol of America's military power, could be hit by a plane. How could that happen?
Because we're a free society. The balance you've got in the United States is access and freedom to complete security.
Despite heightened security after the Oklahoma City bombing and barriers at the White House, Citron says Washington became complacent about protecting itself.
We've let down. We strengthened ourselves during Oklahoma because the crisis was there. We were in a crisis mode. Once we get rid of that mode, we go back to laissez-faire.
But is it even possible to protect Washington, a symbol of democracy, but also the nucleus of the country's power?
You cannot defend against this kind of an attack. The Pentagon is just one more Washington office building. That's all it is. It's not a fortress.
Noel Cook is a former Pentagon counterterrorism chief. Just this June, he authored a report warning that an attack of this kind was imminent. Now he says the nation has to face the reality of terrorism in our own backyard.
What's emotionally gripping is the feeling that this thing has come home to roost in a major way. We are vulnerable in ways that we never were prepared to admit to ourselves, and we're going to have to cope with that.
Marvin Citron concurs. He predicts a city under siege.
I think people are going to be more looking around. It'll look more like Israel, where the people there are accustomed to attacks from terrorists, and they're prepared, and they look for things. We'll do more of the same thing.
The first step for now, a show of determination by President Bush, who returned to the White House at the end of a tragic day, hoping to allay the fears of a stunned and terrified nation.
That's Nora O'Donnell, who covers Congress for NBC News and Washington in general. The D.C. Police Chief Charles Ramsey said tonight, nothing in Washington, D.C., your nation's capital, is likely to be the same again. That's the police chief of that city. But as far as security is concerned, there is no longer any such thing, he said, as business as usual. Already Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House had been closed down. There had been some talk about reopening that. That talk will disappear in a heartbeat as a result of this attack on the Pentagon today and the terrorist attack up here in New York City. What goes on in a cockpit when there's the kind of chaos that we witnessed here today? Well, someone who knows a lot about cockpit chaos in a flight that is in a distressed mode is Al Haynes. He was the man who was at the controls of that United Airlines flight in July 1989 and made that heroic, controlled crash landing in Sioux City, Iowa, and saved so many lives with his heroic action. Let's talk to you, Mr. Haynes. You were not being hijacked at the time, obviously, but what it must have been like in that cockpit. You had to be thinking about that today as you watched all these images.
Yeah, Tom, I can't imagine what that crew went through. I have to believe, like everybody else has been saying all day, that the crew only had control of the airplane from the very beginning, and after that it had to be someone else. No crew would do what those people did.
Yeah.
What they went through had to be terrible.
And they were obviously very sophisticated, the hijackers, because they knew enough to turn off the transponders so no one could track their flight.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. They did turn the transponder off.
Yes. And
well, that would be.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. They can track them by the blip, but they would have just a blip to follow, and it'd be very difficult for the controllers, I would think, to follow. Yeah.
What are the procedures in a cockpit if you are being hijacked? How are you trained as a pilot?
Well, you have several different things you can do. One is you do send out a transponder code, but obviously they knew better than that. And that's about it. There's not much else you can do. You send the transponder code, and if they won't let you transmit on the radio, then you're just there, and that's all there is to it.
Is there any other way to send a secret signal to air traffic controllers that you're being hijacked?
Not unless you use a transponder. Other than that, there's really no way to contact them other than by radio. And if they know enough to turn the transponder off, I'm sure they won't let you talk.
Once you get airborne in a 757 or whatever these planes were today, how difficult would it be for someone to remove the pilot from the chair and take the controls and fly it as precisely as they did into the Pentagon and into the World Trade Center?
Well, I would just guess here, speculation, that once they're in the cockpit, they probably know enough to put it on autopilot. They put it on autopilot, then they pull the crew out of the seats by either executing them or making them unconscious, and then they can get back in and fly. But first it would go on autopilot, so the airplane would be under control while they were doing this. And they probably know enough to do that, evidently, if they know enough to turn off the transponder. That'd be a guess anyway.
Yeah, but they made a hard left turn when they left Boston, according to the blip that we were able to follow on the tracking tape, and then they were able to make a couple of banking turns at low altitude here over Manhattan, and I think that there was at least one report that they did the same thing over Washington, D.C., perhaps over Lafayette Park. So it does appear that the people who were at the controls were skilled pilots, and if they were the terrorists, they were obviously highly trained.
Well, it's also possible that they hijacked the airplane before it took off. I'm just, again, a wild guess, so that they were actually in the cockpit at the takeoff. And if you know that the one down in the Caribbean that crashed, the hijacker was in the right seat while the captain was in the left seat. It's possible if he thinks they're just going to hijack the airplane, you'll do whatever they say. And if he says, I'm going to sit in this right seat, you take off, that's what you do, because you assume he's just going to go somewhere and land and refuel and that type of thing.
How difficult has this day been for you watching these planes being flown into buildings and the Pentagon?
It was difficult at first, especially when I found out there were crews involved, and when I found it was United, it was even more so. But the whole thing has been very difficult. I have been busy most of the day and haven't seen an awful lot of it. But what I have seen is just, as the word everybody uses, horrific, and it's a very emotional thing for anyone.
Al Haynes, thank you very much for being with us. It still was a marvel of piloting that you did when you landed that plane in Sioux City, Iowa. That United Airlines plane that had lost most of its controls, and he was able to bring it in a controlled crash landing. They did lose some of the passengers, obviously, but any number of them were saved as a result of his great skills in the cockpit. We want to show you some remarkable scenes now from inside Air Force One. This is the fighter jet escort that Air Force One had as it flew back to Washington today from the Strategic Air Command headquarters at Offutt Air Force Base. That may become a routine procedure for the president as he flies domestically in this country as well as internationally. It's not always a conspicuous presence. You generally have planes when you're flying with the president over disputed areas that are in the vicinity, but you don't see him flying that closely off the wing of Air Force One. They're on their approach now to Andrews Air Force Base. That's an F-16, I think. I can only see one tail sticking up, so I think it's an F-16 that helped escort them back to Andrews Air Force Base. Let's go to Dateline's Keith Morrison, as he has been taking the pulse of this country. America, in all of its complexity and all of its parts, becomes a family on a day like today. Here's Dateline's Keith Morrison.
In a moment, everyone knew things can't be the same anymore. And all across the country, as shock gave way to fear or anger or some other emotion, officials in charge of places and events shut them down. Suddenly, this is a country in which security means everything. Airports almost everywhere closed.
No airplanes will be leaving any of the airports in the United States until the ground stop is lifted.
Hundreds of people at airports all around the country crowded around TV sets, stunned.
It's unbelievable to me that people can crash planes in the World Trade Center and collapse on thousands of people. All the rescue workers outside there. It's absolutely devastating.
I don't think anybody in this nation is going to be able to sit down at dinner this evening or any evening from now on and consider ourselves to be completely safe. This is crazy.
The order to close for the first time the entire national air traffic system came early from the Federal Aviation Administration. Many of those airports were evacuated. For how long? Who knows? At least until tomorrow afternoon, perhaps longer. No one's ever done such a thing before, ever.
I think our security is going to be so tight tomorrow that you're not going to believe it. It's going to take a long time to get everybody cleared. I mean, they're going to be doing hand searches. They're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. It's going to be the top level of security that we have tomorrow.
Markets, of course, just stopped. How could they operate here? Already, the financial loss has been in the billions. And, said UCLA finance professor Bradford Cornell, it will hurt for some time.
Investors are likely to get frightened. That will lead to a dramatic drop in stock prices.
And now, says Cornell, now that many institutions and companies will try to be more careful about security, we'll keep paying.
That throws sand into the gears on which our economy runs. It's going to make the cost of doing business greater, corporate profits lower, and that will depress stock prices and economic activity, even in the long run.
But that's for some other day. Today, nationwide, flags were lowered to half staff. Many states closed their public buildings, courthouses shuttered, trials postponed, popular landmarks locked up. Seattle's Space Needle, the Disney parks on both coasts, even the U.S. Mint shut down. The national pastime went the way of the national mood. Baseball commissioners announced that the schedule is off indefinitely. And for the Emmys, postponed indefinitely. Who felt like celebrating?
This weekend is not the weekend to put on this telecast.
In Texas, thousands of people flocked to a prayer vigil at Southern Methodist University.
Help us to make sense of senseless acts.
Psychiatrist Dr. Stephen Kingsbury said he expects a lot of people will want to be overcautious for a while.
Our sense that we live in a safe society where we have good protections against external threats has been taken from us.
And a terrorism expert, Peter Chalk, who spoke to us over the phone because security kept him out of downtown Washington, told us overreacting towards safety might be a good idea for a while.
That symbolic message that's been transmitted across the world will have profoundly affected the image of the United States abroad, of invulnerability, and that the U.S. can be brought in to the very front line of this sort of attack.
And what wasn't shut down today, we are much more careful about guarding. The border with Mexico and with Canada closed for a while. Security around military installations like this one is at extraordinary levels, of course, also at atomic plants and the other sensitive places in the American infrastructure, which in the past had seemed impervious. No longer. The terrorism expert worries that in their fear and anger, Americans may decide it's time to end this country's famous openness. That would be a mistake, he says.
Without a doubt, I mean, one of the prices you pay for being in a democratic society is that you have to live with a certain risk threshold. The only way you could realistically counter a lot of these dangers is to have a closed society, but that's not what we're about.
America may be a little different after today, a little more conscious of external threat. As the psychiatrist said, we may have some new routines now.
Does that mean that there'll never be another hijacking or terrorist attack? Probably not. Does it mean the vast majority of us will feel safer? Definitely, eventually.
But not today. Today we interviewed the doctor in a park because security at his university office kept our cameras outside.
That's Dateline's Keith Morrison on the mood of this country on this stunning day that so brought together America in grief and shock, frustration and anger and determination to go forward as well. We do have some additional information for you. A top New York City police official said at the end of the news conference by Mayor Giuliani that, in fact, there are people still alive trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center. He wouldn't say how many, but they're bringing in heavy construction equipment to move a lot of the big blocks of concrete that have come down and the steel beams as well. And he says that they have recovered some victims who were still alive when they found them this evening. So that's the most heartening news that we've had from the site of this carnage in Lower Manhattan so far tonight. The work will go on through the night, and for several more days. John Hanson, the assistant fire chief in Oklahoma City, reminded us earlier that in Oklahoma City, the rescue efforts were going on for 7 days before they were called to a halt, and they had a full accounting of all the people who were missing. And as horrendous as Oklahoma City was, it will pale in comparison probably in terms of the number of people who were in the World Trade Center when those two buildings came down, say nothing of that 40-story building that came down later, although that area had been evacuated by that time. NBC's Maria Shriver is in our Burbank bureau tonight, and she has been looking at the people who were on those flights that were destined, most of them for Los Angeles, although one flight was headed for San Francisco. Maria, what can you tell us?
Well, Tom, as you have been reporting, as you just mentioned, all 4 of the hijacked planes were headed here to California, 1 to San Francisco, 3 here to Los Angeles. And the news that came here to California when people heard that those flights were coming here brought this city almost 3,000 miles away from the New York World Trade Center to almost a complete standstill. Los Angeles was one of the first airports in the country to get the early morning call to close down.
Los Angeles International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on.
That unprecedented move spread fear throughout the city that terrorism might be heading west. The city went into high alert. Federal buildings, City Hall, and the courts were all evacuated, and that was just the beginning. The chief of police attended an emergency council meeting and went on television to try and calm people's fears.
We certainly want to, again, reassure the public that all is safe in the city of L.A. We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible.
And while there were no terrorist incidents, nonetheless, businesses came to a standstill. Disneyland closed its doors not just in California, but throughout the world. Virtually all studios closed down, including Jay Leno, who suspended production for the rest of the week. Tonight's Latin Grammys were also canceled, so was Madonna's concert and sporting events for the near future. Even the Emmys canceled Sunday's awards ceremony.
A celebration and a comedy show would just not be something that would be appropriate for this country this weekend.
By mid-afternoon, the state's governor felt it necessary to go on television and reassure all Californians that their state was indeed secure.
First of all emergency services operations are up and running throughout California. Secondly, all law enforcement and firefighting personnel at the state level are fully deployed.
But despite the pronouncements from elected officials, this was a state in fear and shock.
It's like a movie. I can't believe that it could happen in this country.
And while thousands of Los Angelinos were stranded and frightened, the real concern here was for New Yorkers and for the families here in Los Angeles who had loved ones on those planes. American and United Airlines asked the Salvation Army and the Red Cross to be available today to offer pastoral and ministerial services to the families of victims.
It's just to be there and to say to them, we are here and we'll do whatever we can do to help you through this trauma and this pain.
Tom, it's important to note that neither American Airlines or United Airlines have officially released the names of the passengers on those 4 flights. But however, some family members have released some names, most notably David Angel and his wife Lynn were on the flight from Boston here to Los Angeles. Angel is well known as the producer, one of the producers of the hit television show Frasier. His colleagues released a statement this afternoon calling him an incredibly talented, kind, and gentle man, a man of incredible personal faith as well. He perished on that flight. Also, as we've been reporting, I know you have also Barbara Olson. She was the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She was on the flight from Washington to Los Angeles. She was one of the few passengers on several of these flights who managed to make a cell phone call to her husband where she told him that they were being hijacked. Moments later, her plane crashed into the Pentagon. Several other names have trickled out, but we don't know whether their kin have been notified, so we don't want to go out and actually tell you who they are. American Airlines and United have both asked us to publicize 800 numbers that they have put together. This is for family and friends who have questions, who want information about whether loved ones actually did get on those flights. The United hotline is 1-800-932-6555, and the American Airlines hotline is 1-800-245-1745. 0999. And they're quick to point out that people who are just who have no real personal connection should not tie up these lines. These are phone numbers for families, for concerned members of families who might have loved ones on those flights. But people here, if you flew over this city today, you wouldn't even recognize it because these normally clogged freeways were virtually empty. Many people kept their children at home from school, although the school system did go on as usual, and people have been asking the city to return to normal. But very much, this was a city very much in shock this morning. Throughout the day, people thought this terrorism might be headed this way. So we'll continue to keep you up to date on the California situation. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Maria Shriver. I suspect that was the case across the country as well, even for cities and small towns that were not the destination of these airplanes, that things did come to a stop today because it was one of those events in which America coalesces around its sense of national identity and shares the television set as well, trying to keep abreast of what has been going on. We're joined now by New York Governor Pataki, who has been down at the scene of this carnage all day long. Governor, tonight we heard a top New York City police official say that there are still people alive, that they do expect to recover some people from that wreckage throughout the night tonight. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, we certainly hope so. The rescue efforts are ongoing, and they have the highest priority. We have the city of New York has the finest police and fire rescue teams in the world. They've been augmented by our state, National Guard, and federal help, and everything that can be done is being done, and we're just praying that we can recover some people who might be in the rubble right now.
The New York City Firemen's Union reported earlier that it had lost 200 of its members when the buildings came down. Is there any confirmation of that you have independently?
We don't have any confirmation of particular numbers, but we know this is one of the darkest days in American history, and our prayers are with those who have lost their lives, with the brave families of the firefighters and the police who risked their lives to save others and were victimized by this terrorist attack. And our prayers are with those who are afraid their parents might not come home tonight. But we're going to continue to have hope. We're going to continue to work to get through this and to make sure that everything is done to try to recover anyone who might still be alive downtown.
That is the highest priority, obviously, and to treat those who have been injured and to recover those who have been killed. Do you have any sense at all as to when that financial district can return to some semblance of normality?
Tom, as you know, we've closed New York City south of 14th Street for tomorrow. The point right now is to make sure the entire focus is on the rescue and the search efforts, and that the emergency crews can get in and out as easily and as readily as possible. And we'll make a determination tomorrow, probably at the end of the day, what additional parts of the city may be open tomorrow afternoon. But right now, the entire focus has to be on the rescue and search efforts.
You used to have an office in the World Trade Center, didn't you?
I had my office in the World Trade Center, and the state today has had many, many offices and many employees in the World Trade Center, and I had friends there this morning.
And do you know what happened?
We don't know. We don't know. We're praying, and we're doing everything we can to try to rescue them.
Is there anything that the citizens of New York or surrounding areas should know in terms of what this city or what this state needs that they can do?
Tom, the citizens have been great. I was down at Cabrini Hospital a couple of hours ago, and we had lines around the blocks of people in line to donate blood. They're not letting terrorists drive them from the streets, and in fact, they're coming together. We are going to, as this process moves forward, need EMTs, nurses, additional support as the frontline forces downtown now go through this and need relief. And we set up state hotlines for nurses, doctors, EMTs, and others. And we're also organizing additional fire and police support so that we can rotate services in and out. But the spirit has been enormous. This is a very dark day, but out of this death and destruction, you can see hope. And we're not going to let these terrorist barbarians take away our freedom and take away our hope.
Finally, tough question, Governor Pataki, but what are your officials telling you about the population in those buildings when they came down?
We just don't know. We know that a number of people did get out and were evacuated before the buildings came down. At this point, we just don't know how many were not able to get out.
There is an unconfirmed report tonight from a New York radio station governor that 2 men with a truckload of explosives were arrested at or near the George Washington Bridge. Do you know anything about that?
We've had all sorts of reports and rumors, and we've been in constant touch with federal officials, with the FBI and the national security officials, and we have no confirmed report of any such activity at this point. I also spoke with the president and the vice president earlier today, and they have no information that additional terrorist threats have been targeted at New York or anywhere else at this point. Obviously, no one knew or anticipated the attacks this morning, so we can never be 100% sure. But at this point, I'm unaware of any direct security threats that the federal government is aware of.
Governor George Pataki, the governor of the state of New York, it's been a long and difficult day for you. It will not end at midnight tonight, obviously. We wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Tom.
All right, Governor Pataki of New York. Barbara Olson, we have a picture of her, I think. She was the well-known CNN conservative commentator. Her husband is Theodore Olson, who is the Solicitor General of the United States, successfully argued on behalf of President George W. Bush before the U.S. Supreme Court in that contested presidential election growing out of Florida. This is a personal loss for the administration as well, because Barbara and Ted Olson were 2 of the most popular figures, especially in Republican social circles in Washington. They loved to entertain. They loved the opera. They were 2 people who were well known for their keen wit and their very keen intelligence. And she did get off a phone call to her husband on the cell phone before her plane crashed into the Pentagon today. So there is a personal loss at the White House tonight as well with the death of Barbara Olson. We're going to go now to Ashley Banfield, who is in downtown New York, not too far from the World Trade Center, where she has been throughout the day and had a very perilous experience herself. At one point, Ashley had to break some windows to get in the building to get away from the dust and smoke cloud.
Tom, when the second tower came down, unfortunately, my producer and I found ourselves in a far too close a situation, and we were finding ourselves running from the cloud that consumed us, and we had to break into a nearby building just to breathe, and we were followed by a New York police officer and also a security guard from the World Trade Center. We couldn't recognize either of them because we were all covered in so much white dust at the time. It was barely recognizable except for his badge. I just want to get you up to speed on what's happening now. We've been watching a number of different emergency vehicles filing into this area, but we're also watching as a number of semi-trucks roll in as well. We've been told that about 24 semi-trucks as well as 60 different dump trucks have been lined up and ready to go in to move away some of the large debris. As you're about to hear in a moment, there's a reason why they're having to remove that large debris before they can actually continue this search, because most of the searching on the surface of these 2 stumps of what were the World Trade Center towers didn't really provide much to anybody. There wasn't much to be found at all, certainly no one alive. And what's strange is very few cadavers as well. I'm joined by one of the firefighters who was one of the first on the scene. Lieutenant Pat Clancy has just come out from 12 hours in sort of the ground zero area, and I just want you to describe for me what happened when you first arrived, Pat, on the scene and you ended up going up onto the rubble heaps.
Myself and the firefighters from my company were ordered to go to, we were at a command post, we were ordered to go to where one of the towers was, tower, I believe it was the Tower 1. There was nothing really there, but 10, maybe 5 or 6 stories of debris, and we slowly climbed over as much as we could and started searching for people that might have been on surface, and trying to crawl into some of the crevices and crawling out, hitting tools, looking for possible firefighters or civilians.
You knew at the time there would be firefighter casualties. Did you have any idea that the number as it stands is about 200 of your colleagues?
We were assuming it would be a large amount, but firefighters, civilians, police officers, emergency workers, they're even a block away. There are fire trucks and police cruisers that are ambulances that are flipped over, burned out a block away.
Just quickly, you were able to call your wife via our cell phones when you got out of your 12-hour shift. She had no idea you were alive. What was her response to you?
She was hysterical, but I would imagine hundreds of firefighters are the same way, their wives.
Lieutenant Pat Clancy, thank you for talking to us, and good luck. Stay safe. I know you're going back in tomorrow, so be careful. Thank you. Tom, that's been the story from a number of the firefighters and emergency workers who've emerged from this, many of them covered in the white dust that you've seen probably throughout all of the pictures today. It's been just a tragic story all around, many of them knowing full well that they've lost a lot of friends, colleagues, and loved ones in that rubble as well.
Ashley, because you have been isolated down there in a way you may not have heard, a top New York City official is now saying tonight that, in fact, there are some people who are alive in the rubble, and they do hope to get them out before the end of the night. He also said that they had recovered some people who were still alive when they got them out of the rubble. So there is some faint hope, at least, for people who have been trapped in there. We don't know the number by any means or how severely they are trapped at this time, but thank you very much. It's been a long and difficult and dangerous day for you, and we do appreciate your reporting. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now, who has some additional information for us on that United Airlines flight that left Newark bound for San Francisco and then was headed back toward the East Coast when it went down outside of Pittsburgh. Robert?
A couple of pieces of key information. It comes from a briefing that Attorney General John Ashcroft has just completed for members of Congress at the Capitol Police Headquarters down near the Capitol. First, before that Pennsylvania plane, he did tell the members of Congress that knives were the weapons used in these attacks. We'd had some inklings of that before from cell phone calls made from the planes, but as far as federal authorities know, knives were the weapons used. There are no reports yet of guns having been used in any of these 4 planes that were hijacked. Now, the point about that the fourth of the crashes, it was a United airliner that had taken off from Newark, and on the etching you can see it got out near Cleveland, and suddenly it diverts back east. There had been some speculation that it might have been headed for Camp David, but Attorney General Ashcroft in his briefing for members of Congress said it was turning back for Washington, D.C. He did not say any particular target. In fact, I guess there'd be no way for him to know what target they had in mind, but he did believe that they had Washington in mind as a destination, and there's some indication they might have actually filed some kind of flight plan from the air saying that. He also said one other thing, that plane was not shot down. Now, there'd been no evidence that it was, but there were rumors around earlier in the day. Many people wondered, gee, could they have heard that it was going for the White House or something? Could anyone have actually dared to have ordered it to be shot down, even with all those people on it, because of national security? But Attorney General Ashcroft put an end to that. He said the plane was not shot down from the air, not shot down by any missile. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. Any additional word, by the way, Bob, on when flights may be resumed?
No, they're still saying noon tomorrow Eastern time is when they're going to consider it, but it's not certain that that's when it will come. At any rate, it's clear that there'll be a lot more security checks, that there's going to be, for openers, no more curbside baggage, and there are going to be scattered checks for identification and personal checks of handbags, that kind of thing. It's going to be time-consuming.
All right, thank you very much. We've just heard a stunning number from the Pentagon. We've been trying all night long to get some fix on the number of casualties there. NBC's Jim Miklashevsky stands by now. Jim?
Tom, the latest figures from Arlington firefighters, who are really in charge of the firefighting and rescue efforts here, an estimated 800 killed inside the Pentagon, many of them still buried in the rubble that you see behind us. They brought in heavy earth movers, cadaver dogs, in an effort to find those who are still buried in the rubble. Very little hope, really, of finding anyone still alive, given the intensity of the fire inside and the severity of the damage to the building, the total collapse of all 5 floors down onto the ground floor. So, again, the latest estimate, 800 dead in the Pentagon. Tom?
We should assume that the majority of those are military personnel, or would it be a mix as well of civilian employees and military personnel?
Given the portion of the building, Tom, it's probably primarily military, Navy, Marines, some Army, and, of course, some civilians mixed in.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Jim Miklashevsky. The very disquieting news that at least 800 people were killed at the Pentagon, more than 266 were killed on those airplanes, an untold number still unaccounted for in lower Manhattan. This has been, as we have been saying all day long, a day quite unlike any other in American history. There's never been an attack of this severity or this magnitude within the continental United States. People are comparing it to Pearl Harbor, but at that time we did know who the enemy was. It did get the United States involved in World War II. This, of course, a shadowy terrorist attack using civilians against civilians, hijacked airliners as guided missiles. We want to share with you now just some of the first-person accounts of the people who have gone through this long, unending, and difficult day.
On any given day, New York is a city with its own sounds, with its own rhythm. Today, you could feel a collective shudder as it all came crashing down, and the voices of those at Ground Zero are still shaking. Fathers.
All of a sudden, we felt the second one go.
Mothers.
We all heard this just really loud explosion.
Daughters.
A huge explosion and a shudder.
And our own colleagues at NBC.
I never thought that it would happen here.
Tom Lochtefeld, at work at a trading firm on the 80th floor of World Trade Tower 2 when the first plane hit.
All you could see were papers and smoke just flying through and around the plaza. And we looked up about maybe 10 or 15 floors up, and the whole wall was blown out, and it was filled with flames. And everybody was just like in awe. We had no idea what it could be. And suddenly our two managers in the office, they came screaming in with an urgency that I've never, ever heard before in anybody's voice, saying, "Get out, get out, get out, get out." We had gotten down to about the 50th floor from the 80th floor, and there was a PA announcement, and they kept saying, there's a fire in World Trade number 1. The firemen are attending to it. World Trade Center is secure. You may return to your offices. Repeatedly, repeatedly. And everybody just stood in sort of disbelief.
Tom didn't go back. It was far from secure. Just minutes later, the second crash right into his office.
If I went back up, I would have been dead. And if I didn't leave the minute that I left, I would be dead. And God bless the people who were on the 110th floor, because if I was down at the 50th, they were down at the 80th.
It took 15 minutes to get out, but once there,
people had left their shoes to get away. I mean, there were piles of blood in the street of people who had gotten hit by shrapnel from the buildings.
Your wife, you know, she said to me that she thought she was a widow.
I bet.
Kim White was stuck on the 74th floor of Tower 1.
The doors were locked.
Why?
I have no clue. We sat around for about 5, almost 10 minutes trying to find a door or get somebody with a key to come open the doors so we can get downstairs. If we had those precious 5 to 10 minutes, would have made that much of a difference.
A difference because she barely managed to escape as the building was collapsing.
Glass just flying all over the place, and we're not knowing which way to go because we didn't know which way the building fell. Once it hit ground, all you saw was blackness. I'm sitting here saying to myself, breathe properly, Kim, breathe properly, because you don't want to take in too much because you're going to collapse and no one's going to be able to find you because there's nothing but blackness.
And breathing wasn't easy, not just because of the debris. To make things worse, Kim suffers from asthma and suffered an attack.
Was there a time today when you thought you were going to die? Oh, definitely. On at least 3 or 4 occasions. The initial explosion, going out to the reception area, seeing that ceiling collapsed, being stuck in a stairwell and not being able to get in. We couldn't go back up, we couldn't go down. My life didn't flash before my eyes. It was just trying to get down far enough where, you know, I would be safe.
And to the safest place and person.
I just want to see my mother, that's all. I'm probably 32 years old, sleep with my mom tonight.
Someone else's mother, Maggie Cusack, was also battling her way down from the 82nd floor of Tower 1.
The building just shook, and you could see the stuff kind of flying down. You know, it was big. I mean, you could tell it was a large event. I believe all of my coworkers got at least out into the stairwells. I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys, and I'm just really grateful that I got out before the buildings collapsed.
A few moments ago,
NBC's Dawn Fratangelo with some of the people who went through the most terrifying day of their lives, their relief that they survived, their gratitude for the people who tried to save them, and their grief as well for their loss. Let's go to NBC's Rahema Ellis now. There is some, I'm told, exceptional videotape at Ground Zero. Rahema?
Tom, indeed, I have just come back from Ground Zero. It's like going inside a disaster. We have some pictures we want you to take a look at. There's an eerie light that's cast over the entire area. Fire crews are hosing down the smoldering remains. There are firefighters everywhere. They are literally sifting through the rubble, trying to see what there is, who they might be able to find. I asked one firefighter, it is hard to imagine that anyone could survive this kind of devastation. But one firefighter said to me, we never give up. We will continue to search through this area until the very last word is given that we shouldn't search anymore. They are hoping against all hope that they can find someone out of this rubble. Tom, it is almost unbelievable. It takes your breath away to stand in what was the center of America's financial area, and now it doesn't exist anymore. There is still dust, choking dust. The air is so thick, it's very hard to breathe. It's very difficult to see. The firefighters, however, as I say, they refuse to give up. We went 1 block away from Ground Zero. It is the staging area where all the firefighters are. We talked with one of the chiefs who told us that he felt that they were able to bring someone out alive. He couldn't tell me what the condition of the person was at this moment, but he said that's what his firefighters are there to do, to see if anybody has been able to survive this tragedy. Tom?
Rahema, did you see any evidence of people who were alive or hear from the firefighters who were on the ground about recovering some people who were alive?
No, Tom, I did not. Every firefighter I talked to only shook his head, lowered his head in disbelief and sadness, but again, with the determination that they were going to continue to search until all hope was lost of finding anybody alive. They are continuing that search.
Thank you very much. NBC's Rahema Ellis, the New York City police official who said earlier that he believed that people were still alive there. The hope may have been the father of the wish in that case. This day, you'll remember forever, whatever your age, wherever you live in this country. There are those days that, for the people who are alive in America, are etched forever in their minds. December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor. 1945, the end of World War II, victory over Germany and Japan, the death of FDR. November 22nd, 1963, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The age of innocence came to an end in America. 1968, the assassination of his brother and Martin Luther King. 1974, the resignation of Richard Nixon. 1989, the death of communism, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the liberation of Poland and Czechoslovakia. 1990, the release of Nelson Mandela. And of course, 1989 as well, Tiananmen Square and all that that meant to this country. 1968 also saw the landing of the man on the moon. And then the millennium, a new century, a new beginning of 1,000 years, new hope for this world and for America. 1 year in, on the 11th of September, the 9th month, 9/11/01, an act of terrorism that is tantamount to war. The most serious attack on this country since Pearl Harbor, the most devastating attack within the continental United States ever by a foreign force of some kind in more than 100 years. We'll all be tested by all of this, and we'll have continuing coverage. Many of your local stations will go to their local news now, but we'll have continuing coverage on this NBC station. Brian Williams will be here for a while, and I'll see you again at 11:30.
This is a Channel 4 News special report.
We will make
Attack on America.
no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
Strong words from President Bush on one of the darkest days in American history. Hijacked airliners crashing into New York's World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
God bless America, my home.
And on the steps of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, a show of support, a show of solidarity from lawmakers against the terrorism, which, make no mistake about it, has changed this country forever. Hello once again. This is a special edition of the Channel 4 News. I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
Thousands of people are feared dead tonight after the World Trade Center was toppled and the Pentagon came under attack. We do know, confirmed 800 people alone dead at the Pentagon. All day long, we have seen, and you probably have too, unimaginable scenes of terror. And tonight, President Bush is vowing to find the terrorists behind the worst attack ever on American soil, and certainly the worst since the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor in 1941. Our team coverage begins with Channel 4's Doug Kriegel, who somehow, earlier today, he was back east, got into New York City, and he is still there tonight. Doug, what can you tell us that's new?
What a day, Paul. At this moment, in New York City, more than 1,000 people are still in hospital emergency rooms. A large number of people are still missing. Relatives and families are frantic. At this point, there is still no estimate as to how many people are trapped in the 100-foot-high rubble at the World Trade Center. Here's where the horror started. The first attack plane, a hijacked flight out of Boston, slamming into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at about 8:42 a.m., beginning of the workday. The explosion and fireballs rocked and terrified people in Manhattan when suddenly they looked up and, horrifically, spotted a second attack plane taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's South Tower, 15 minutes after the first crash. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the two 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report seeing victims falling, and in some cases, people actually on fire were jumping from the skyscrapers. There is still no reliable estimate as to how many people were killed in the initial stages of this catastrophe. Then at 9:59 a.m., the unthinkable happened. The South Tower of the Trade Center collapsed. Many people were still trapped inside, including firefighters and other rescue workers who were in there trying to save lives. Now their lives were in jeopardy. Hundreds of people down in the streets of Lower Manhattan were injured by falling debris, flying metal and concrete blocks. There was pandemonium in the area. Half an hour later, at 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed, spreading more rubble everywhere. Every member of the New York City Police and Fire Department was called back to work immediately.
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
And then late this afternoon, a third damaged building, the 40-story World Trade Center building number 7, crashed to the ground. This will be remembered as the day New York City was brought to her knees. Still tonight, the city with a reputation for never quitting is rising from the ashes. In fact, it's just been reported that a truck carrying explosives was trying to cross the George Washington Bridge into the north end of Manhattan earlier today. The occupants of that truck have been arrested. There is enormous anger here. People want payback, they want revenge, but they're not sure against whom. The search for victims, living or dead, in the rubble at the World Trade Center will begin at first light. Live in New York City, Doug Kriegel, Channel 4 News.
All right, Doug, the third of 4 planes hijacked on this day of terror nosedived into the Pentagon. American Flight 77 from Dulles to LAX. Just a few minutes ago, we began hearing reports as many as 800 people were killed inside the Pentagon. Tonight, the fires there continue to burn as President Bush and Congress try to calm a shaken nation. Channel 4's Gordon Tokamatsu is here now with more on that. Gordon?
Well, calling the crash and explosion of the Pentagon set into motion a dramatic series of events. After being shuttled from location to location to ensure his safety, President Bush finally arrived back at the White House. He spoke live from there just a couple of hours ago.
At 5:30 California time, President Bush addressed a wounded nation. First priority, not backing down in the face of what he called an attack on our very way of life.
I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
It was an address that came after a long, confusing day in the nation's capital, after the very foundations of the U.S. military were shaken to their core. A hijacked jetliner dropping out of the sky in the morning hours, dipping, then blasting through a portion of the Pentagon. The gaping hole pouring smoke into the air for hours. Terrorism had intruded on Washington, and hundreds lost their lives in an instant. By early evening, a symbolic demonstration on the Capitol Hill steps. Lawmakers from both parties putting aside the bickering of Washington business as usual, uniting in a spontaneous rendition of God Bless America.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
Democrats and Republicans tonight making it clear that Congress is behind President Bush. The commander-in-chief not mincing words when it comes to those behind the attacks.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
Late today, Washington denied speculation it was behind reported explosions in the Afghanistan capital of Kabul. Initial reports are the attacks came from national infighting within the capital, a nation that has been accused of harboring terrorists.
President Bush said the images broadcast around the world this morning have, quote, filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. Tonight, the world waits to see how that anger will be translated into action. Colleen, Paul.
Only minutes after thousands of survivors ran from the explosion in the first World Trade Center tower, they were stunned to look up and see a huge jet crashing into the second Twin Tower. Tonight, I spoke with Alicia Gerard, a 20-year-old student who was on a field trip with her class from Columbia University.
I actually saw a person jump from the tower where the second plane, or where the first plane had hit to make the hole. And that was definitely the worst thing for me, because I can't imagine what that would have been like to have to make that choice. But from what we saw where the plane hit, it penetrated all four sides of the building, meaning that any way of getting down was completely blocked off: elevators, stairwells, and I guess that would have been your choice, to either burn to death or to jump.
Alicia escaped. She was not hurt, but she says she will never forget the horrific scene she witnessed today, or the stunned feeling from seeing so many people lose their lives.
Yeah, Colleen, a prelude to many such stories to come, I think, in the days to come. Southern California is indeed pouring out its heart, donating blood, donating search and rescue teams going back east, and also a lot of religious services tonight. People very concerned. A church in Van Nuys tonight, holding a service tonight to mourn the victims of today's attack, and they are many. Channel 4's Beverly White is live in Van Nuys tonight with more on the service. Beverly?
Well, Paul, we're at Church of the Valley in Van Nuys, one of numerous local houses of worship to open its doors for stunned citizens to marvel at and mourn today's deadly acts of terrorism. Now, the parishioners came by this location based on word of mouth and just instinct for services that started around 7 p.m., services officiated by Dr. Larry Keene. Now, they came to mourn all of those who perished, including this gentleman, who is an executive with a local business. He's 41-year-old Edmund Blazer, this chief financial officer of MRV Communications in Chatsworth, not too far from my location. That's MRV in the video there. We spoke to his colleagues about the telecommunications company that he joined only 8 years ago. They confirmed for us that Mr. Blazer was traveling on business from a Boston subsidiary when he boarded that doomed aircraft.
His wife was trying to, she was very strong. She told me still didn't break down, and his son doesn't know yet. They're waiting a day or two because his son is 4 years old, and so for him, Daddy's on a business trip right now, and he just doesn't know, and it'll probably be a day or two, and they'll figure out how to break the news to him.
Edmund Blazer leaves behind his wife and son, his parents and siblings, and 2,000 employees in China, India, Japan, and the United States. The people who came to this worship service, and many others just like it, came to mourn and miss those who perished in those plane crashes. By the way, Mr. Blazer's plane was the first to collide with one of the World Trade Center towers. Reporting live in Van Nuys, I'm Beverly White, Channel 4 News.
All right, Beverly, 3 of the planes used in today's suicide attacks were headed to Southern California, LAX. This animation shows 2 of them, one American Airlines flight and a United Airlines flight, both leaving Boston for LAX. You can see both of the aircraft going off course soon after takeoff. One crashed into the World Trade Center, the other into the Pentagon. Channel 4's Patrick Healy is live at LAX right now, where all flights have been canceled. Patrick?
Colleen, Paul, we talked to the FBI about that earlier, the coincidence there that 3 of the 4 flights were headed to LAX. They do not yet feel they can comment on the reason for that, though certainly there is speculation that the transcontinental flight would mean that all of the jetliners were full of fuel and therefore the explosion would be larger. What we are learning tonight is more information about the restarting of the nation's air traffic system. Airport officials in consultation with the FAA and airlines, we've learned it will involve 2 stages. The first, beefed up security in ways that will be noticeable to air travelers. And second, the logistical huge task of getting the airliners back to the airports where they are needed. Now, there will be no commercial flights before 9 a.m. at the earliest. However, some flights may be flown empty to get them positioned where they are needed. Now, this is a startling scene.
As we figure out what happened, we may need to do a few things in addition to what we've been doing in the past, and some of those things may be a little more restrictive.
We have been meeting with the airlines all day. There is a recovery plan. I'm very confident that we'll be ready to go.
Is it too early to say if there's any significance to the fact that 3 of these aircraft were headed for Los Angeles?
Yes, it is too early to say. The investigation is new. It's going to take a long time to sift through all the evidence and to make a determination on what actually took place, and also to determine who in fact are the suspects.
And late this afternoon, there actually was one flight that was allowed to land here at LAX. It was from American Airlines. It was their special care team, which works with the bereaved relatives of those who had family members on the flights that went down earlier in the day. So again, this airport is waiting for further directive from the FAA on when it will be able to resume operations, but no earlier than 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Reporting live from LAX, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
Now, we should tell you there are several emergency phone hotlines set up for information. You can call 888-356-4661 if you have any questions at all or concerns about the city of Los Angeles and what's happening here. There are also 2 hotlines set up for relatives of the passengers who want information about those flights. The American Airlines number is 800-245-0999. The United Airlines number is 800-932-8555.
Might be kind of busy if you try it, but keep trying and you probably get through. We've also set up a phone bank here at the station at KNBC Channel 4 in Burbank. We have a number of counselors standing by. This has been a very, very obviously emotionally gut-wrenching, difficult day. And perhaps you're experiencing anger, sadness, whatever the emotion, don't be bashful. If you'd like to talk to somebody, we've got them here. If you'd like to talk about what's going on, please give us a call. You can call from any area code, and the number is 520-6283. 520-6283. A lot of good people standing by waiting to talk to you. Los Angeles County remains on high alert tonight. We heard Sheriff Baca earlier tonight tell us that. But city leaders are repeating their message that the Southland does not appear to be a target for attack. No credible threats have been received so far. Channel 4's Fernell Chapman is live at the Emergency Ops Center in Los Angeles at City Hall, and he's got the latest. Chat?
Well, Paul, as you can see here, a number of streets in downtown Los Angeles remain cordoned off tonight. Even so, city officials say they hope to get Los Angeles back to normal by tomorrow morning. In fact, all city employees, county employees as well, are being urged to return to their jobs in the morning after getting most of today off very unexpectedly. The same is true of a number of non-governmental employees as well. Actually, thousands of people who work in the downtown Los Angeles area, especially those skyscrapers downtown, were evacuated earlier today. All courthouses, the federal buildings, and City Hall were shut down. Some streets were barricaded, as I mentioned earlier, and there was a lot of security, very heavy security. Flags were lowered to have staff. The city's Emergency Operations Center was activated, but there were no significant problems reported at all. City officials say all of this was simply done as a precaution.
I would not recommend that we be paralyzed or imprison ourselves in our home communities.
There are no confirmed and no credible threats targeting the city of Los Angeles at this time.
We cannot allow the acts of someone who has caused terrorism in this country to cause us to divide and begin to have hate crimes and other issues towards people who live in our communities. We must be very understanding of what occurred, but also understanding that our neighbors did not participate in those acts of terrorism.
Now, officials say there were more than 20 bomb threats in the Los Angeles downtown area today, but they were simply threats and turned out to be nothing more than bomb scares. There were no problems whatever reported in the downtown Los Angeles area. In fact, part of downtown was actually involved in a municipal election today. That's right, it was election day for some Angelenos. It was a primary election to pick a successor to the late council president, John Ferraro. It'll be interesting to see what impact, if any, today's events might have on that primary election. Reporting live from downtown Los Angeles, I'm Pernell Chutman, Channel 4 News.
Federal buildings across Southern California also under very tight security tonight. The FBI is using extra manpower to secure the federal building in Westwood. Channel 4's Ted Chen is there now with the latest on all of this. Ted?
Colleen, the largest symbol of the federal government in Los Angeles, a semi-fortress today. The federal building surrounded by federal agents who are on every corner of this structure. The FBI went on high alert this morning immediately after the attacks in Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles. At least 24 FBI agents armed with M4 machine guns guarding the entrances, checking vehicles. The limited personnel allowed in today, but this afternoon a father and his 2 teenage sons from Culver City protested in front of the federal building, demanding that the U.S. bomb the Taliban in Afghanistan and assassinate terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, the man many assume is responsible for today's attacks. In Westwood Village, just a block from the federal building, several businesses closed, one citing its proximity to the federal building as the reason. Those businesses indicating they will reopen tomorrow. However, federal officials say all federal buildings and courthouses will be closed to the public tomorrow. Only some employees will be let in, but a positive sign that the country does indeed move on. The Postal Service here at the federal building today, although it was closed to visitors, it continued to deliver mail. Reporting live from Westwood, Ted Chen, Channel 4 News. Paul and Colleen, back to you.
All right, Ted, thank you much. You alluded to it right there. It was certainly not business as usual here in the Southland today. A lot of private schools were closed. A lot of attractions were closed. Malls were closed. Local attractions were closed like Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, Universal, Six Flags. And more importantly, people, as I mentioned before, are having a very, very tough time dealing with all of this in their lives. Channel 4's Michelle Ruiz is live now at the phone bank we were talking about, set up here at Channel 4 to really help people to try to get through all of this. Michelle.
That's right, Paul. Since you gave out that number just a few minutes ago, our lines have been ringing off the hook. We've got about 8 or 9 counselors and therapists here set up to take viewers' calls. This is a service that we are providing because we know that watching today's coverage of all of the events and possibly knowing someone who's been affected can bring up a lot of difficult feelings to deal with. So we've talked with several counselors who are here. Joining me right here is Pat Healy. You're a marriage and family therapist.
Yes.
Tell me about the types of feelings and fears and things that people will be dealing with today and over the next couple of days at least.
Well, I think a lot of anxiety, a lot of vulnerability, sense of loss, helplessness, don't know what to do with them, with their own feelings, and just fear. It's a very frightening event.
And so when viewers call, what kinds of things are you telling them?
Well, I want to find out first what kind of support systems they have and how they're managing their feelings. Are they talking to people about how they're feeling? What are they saying? Are they feeling comfortable enough to talk to people? And encouraging that a lot, talking.
Thank you, Pat, very much for talking with us. Another marriage and family therapist here joining us is Carol Hansen. Tell me about the kinds of things that you want viewers to know as they deal with the feelings that are going to come up for them today.
Well, this is truly it's been traumatic for all of us, and just whatever anyone is feeling or wants to express, just the need to feel connected right now, I think is so important. Please give us a call.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Carol. Like I said, we've got 8 or 9 counselors here to deal with viewer calls. Now, let me also tell you about the closures that Paul started to mention when we first talked to him. Let's just reiterate that there is no sign that Southern California is in any particular danger. However, there have been a lot of precautions taken. Today, a lot of places were closed. Disneyland, which will open tomorrow, Knott's Berry Farm, Long Beach Aquarium of the Pacific, the LA County Fair, Magic Mountain, also Raging Waters, SeaWorld, Universal Studios and all 13 Pacific movie theater complexes. Now, also major local events have been canceled, including the Latin Grammy Awards, which are scheduled for tonight at the Great Western Forum. Also canceled the Primetime Emmy Awards, scheduled for this Sunday. Madonna's concert tonight at Staples, canceled. And the Black Crowes concert tonight at the Greek Theater, also canceled. All Major League and Minor League Baseball games were canceled today, as well as tomorrow's 4 soccer games, including the Los Angeles Galaxy game. UCLA and USC have postponed all athletic events through the weekend. Also, museums closed today. The Getty Center will stay closed tomorrow. All events scheduled there have been canceled or postponed through the end of the week. The Museum of Tolerance closed today, will be closed tomorrow as well, and both the Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan libraries will be closed. Now, again, let me just give you that number, that hotline number, one more time for people who'd like to call here. It is any area code 520-6283. We're standing by to take your calls and help you out in any way that we can. Paul, Colleen, back to you.
All right, Michelle, we might point out as well, if you have any question about the numbers, you can log on to our website at nbc4.tv, and all the numbers you need are there. Now, both Democrats and Republicans showed support and solidarity against the horror that shocked the nation this morning. But as that shock really begins to settle in tonight, congressional reaction is heating up. Channel 4's Conan Nolan live in the newsroom right now with more on that part of the story. Conan?
Well, that's right, Colleen. It's too early for most on Capitol Hill to point the finger of blame, but some Congress members are asking, where was the FBI, the CIA? And one House member from Southern California blames the State Department for allowing this to happen. Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, Republican of Huntington Beach, is a member of the House International Relations Committee. Rohrabacher and others on Capitol Hill put some of the blame for today on our own government. For the past 5 years, he has advocated U.S. support for rebels in Afghanistan trying to overthrow the Taliban government, which shelters terrorist Osama bin Laden. But the State Department has resisted, and that has Rohrabacher outraged. He spoke to us by phone just a little while ago from Capitol Hill.
Afghanistan was a terrorist haven. We knew it was. We knew bin Laden was there. And the State Department undermined every effort that was designed to overthrow the Taliban government. Our State Department, what we need to do now is, yes, retaliate against those people who committed these terrible acts of terrorism, but we need to sweep out of the State Department, the CIA, the FBI, and the rest of them, these executives who've been around forever, for 10 and 20 years now, were in cushy jobs and have utterly failed in protecting our country from this type of attack.
Strong words from Dana Rohrabacher. NBC News is reporting tonight that national security agents with the government are, quote, 90% sure that Osama bin Laden is somehow involved in the terrorist attack today. We'll have more on who this man is and why he's the prime suspect in this assault on the Channel 4 News at 11. I'm Conan Nolan in the newsroom. Back to you.
Yeah, Conan, very quickly, we showed pictures of Kabul being, we thought, attacked, but apparently the United States had no part in that, correct?
Apparently not, that this was part of the internal civil war that Congressman Rohrabacher was alluding to, and that's been going on for some time. Some members of Congress wish we had entered that civil war on the side of the rebels against the terrorist government that now may be the focus of this investigation.
Conan, thank you. We've been telling you tonight that Doug Kriegel, one of our reporters, happened to be back east. He got into New York City. He is still there. He's going to show you some new tape that's very painful to watch. I know that, but it's a new angle and it bears airing. Doug Kriegel in New York. Doug?
Well, Paul, as you look at this tape, it really gives you a sense of agony of what really happened. I can tell you that several hundred firefighters who were inside the building trying to rescue people, trying to put out the fire, they were inside the World Trade Center when that building collapsed. Naturally, their colleagues, their relatives, their families, people related to these firefighters are frantic at this moment because these several hundred firefighters, paramedics, even some police officers, they are missing. They have not returned to their base and to the staging area. So presumably some of those firefighters are trapped in the rubble, 100-foot-high rubble at the World Trade Center. Underneath there tonight. They are not searching tonight because it's a tremendously delicate job to pull people out of that rubble. You just never know when the entire structure is going to collapse on the people who are doing the searching. So The search, according to Mayor Giuliani, will begin at first light when they can do it in a more organized fashion and they can carefully get back into that building. In fact, the search for victims living and dead in that rubble will begin at first light, and there may be several thousand people in that rubble, and it's no easy job. Again, we'll keep you posted as things develop. They did find a truck with explosives trying to get into Manhattan earlier today. The people in that truck have been arrested. Live in New York, Doug Kriegel, Channel 4 News.
That certainly was an angle of that airplane going into tower number 2 that we have not seen before. Of the 400 New York City firefighters who first responded to the towers, we are told as many as 200, half, might be missing. Tonight, the Arab world is reacting. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat condemning the terror. But at the same time, many of his followers are dancing in the streets. Here in Los Angeles, Islamic followers have been making efforts at unity tonight, a prayer service at an Islamic temple in Koreatown. Channel 4's Laurel Erickson is live there for us. Laurel?
Well, indeed, and one of the things we have to remember is that all Muslims
groups that view the United States as an enemy would like nothing better than to bring this country to its knees and to turn it into an armed camp.
There is a consensus feeling that no American pilot could be forced to fly into the buildings, even at gunpoint. That leads to speculation the terrorists had their own pilots.
It's important to note that with the planning that these people had, with the money that they had backing, it seems to me that maybe there's a country involved. This is bigger than one person.
Whatever it is, the experts agree it may be impossible to stop terrorism. One fanatic with a bomb can cause tremendous destruction. And as we've seen, they're willing to die for their cause. There is an inescapable comparison to Pearl Harbor, the belief that things will never be the same after today. Live from the newsroom, I'm John North. Back to you, Mark.
John North, thank you. Across the country and around the world, U.S. military bases are still on high alert tonight. A prime example, March Air Reserve Base in Moreno Valley near Riverside. That's where Inland Empire Bureau Chief Bob Banfield joins us with this live update. Bob.
Mark's security here is very, very tight. And of course, we want to report on the FEMA-sponsored search and rescue teams. Jay said that Orange County was standing by. There have been 3 teams that have been committed to the recovery operation back east, and 2 of those teams are set to leave here from the Air Reserve Base in Moreno Valley within the next 30 minutes. One of those search and rescue teams, Team 6, is from the city of Riverside, augmented by specially trained firefighters from the county of Riverside and many city departments. They're taking tons of equipment. Each group from Los Angeles and Sacramento fire departments are self-contained.
It's very difficult, both physically and emotionally. They're going to be getting into situations that I'm sure that are going to tax them far more than they have anticipated.
Chief Tom Tisdale of Riverside CDF was on hand to see his contingent off.
The psychological portion of it's going to be really tough. It's tough every time they've gone out. There is no training available to completely prepare for some of the sites they're going to see and some of the action they're going to find out there.
How long are they committed for?
They're committed until the job's done.
Both the Riverside and LA teams are presently completing boarding on 2 C-141 Starlifter aircraft for the trip to McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. Most of the men and women have experience in this work, but nothing like the task ahead.
Difficult job for you personally?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
When you
we lost a lot of firefighters, it sounds like, and so it's going to be tough.
And as you heard the CDF chief say, they'll be back there as long as it takes to get the job done. That may be quite some time. I'm Bob Banfield, reporting live from March Air Force Reserve Base in Moreno Valley.
Thank you, Bob. The large number of injured in the New York attacks has put a huge strain on blood supplies. Here in the Southland, blood banks are expanding their hours in an effort to help. Eyewitness health specialist Denise Dodor has more on this story.
Thousands of people are answering the call to donate blood. The hallways at the American Red Cross Center on Vermont Street are filled with donors, and lines spill into the parking lot.
I'm just here trying to help out. I mean, it's not a big help, but every little bit of help counts, you know?
The American Red Cross is prepared to ship 50,000 units of blood to New York City and Washington, D.C. Today's terrorist attack will no doubt put a burden on national supplies, and Los Angeles blood supplies are already critically low.
Every available unit is going to be airlifted to the East Coast for those thousands of victims.
Today's donations will take 48 hours to process. When there's an urgent need for blood, the American Red Cross usually ships via Federal Express. But today, with commercial flights grounded, they're going to have to find another way to ship this precious cargo.
Our national office is working with the U.S. military to distribute blood to the East Coast.
Meantime, waits at blood donation centers tonight are up to 3 to 4 hours.
We're willing to wait. We have some time.
Miles away at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, the staff has turned a 500-seat auditorium into a makeshift donation facility. While officials appreciate this unprecedented outpouring, many donors are being asked to come back another day.
All the units that are drawn today are going to expire on the same day. The need's not going to go away. We really appreciate everyone's wanting to help, and this is the best way to help. Blood that would normally come into Southern California will not be coming, so we really want them to pace the donations out.
Blood donations to local hospitals will help replenish Southern California supplies. Donations to the Red Cross will be delivered to those who need it the most. In Los Angeles, Denise Tudor, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Providence St. Joseph's Blood Donation Center will open again tomorrow at 8:30. Local American Red Cross centers will be open well into the night. To find a donation center nearest you, call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, and you can call again if the lines are busy there. And if you'd like to give assistance to the Red Cross, you can call this number, 1-213-739-4543.
It's an unprecedented terrorist attack that rocked America and sent shockwaves around the world. And a stunned Southern California community continues to watch the drama unfold. Eyewitness News reporter Kelly Aquino has more reaction to America under attack.
I'm out here because the people, the innocent people that died, they died for what America stands for.
Stephen Piscatelli proudly waves the American flag over the 134 freeway in Glendale to honor those who died. And Southern Californians honk their horns in support.
It means that this country's together. We'll always be together.
At Star 98 FM, the slogan is today's best music, but today it's talk radio.
It's one of the most therapeutic things one can do. It's just to talk about it and have a conversation.
With the music racked, the phone lines are busy as callers express their emotions.
I feel like I'm in a fog, actually.
Yeah,
I can't concentrate.
Days. There's a woman that called in not too long ago whose father was on one of the planes that crashed, and they got into a fight last night. And she just said if I could have a day back, to resolve what we were arguing over, what I wouldn't give for that.
And the radio is on at the polling place in Hollywood, where voters say it's a great way to show patriotism despite the attacks on America.
Because of what has happened today, I feel that it's an extra duty to come here and show my American spirit.
Kelly Aquino, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Americans across the country will forever remember this day, the horror that has forever changed our lives. Here in Southern California, many places of worship have opened their doors, calling believers to prayer. Our colleague Michelle Tuzzi joins us live from the newsroom with more on that part of the story. Michelle?
Laura, the president, many local, state, and federal leaders have called upon Americans to pray, and many local places of worship are doing just that, holding special services throughout the Southland.
A day like today is not a day that you have a lot of chance to prepare for.
It's all traditions drawn together over a senseless act of terrorism.
You understand that process is to keep more officers on the street. We're also will be assessing our...
To date is this little silver toilet set. And there you can see it very clearly. A nice little...
New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani will be talking to us. We'll be talking with General Norman Schwarzkopf and with the Republican and Democratic leadership of the House of Representatives. We'll begin tonight, however, with NBC's Pete Williams and the very latest on this investigation. Pete?
Tom, we're not probably going to see now the Justice Department is telling us pictures of the 18 hijackers. They had said earlier this afternoon that they would release the names of the hijackers and photographs of those that they could clearly document. Now they're pulling back on that, apparently concerned about the accuracy of some of the photographs. And that did seem somewhat over-optimistic earlier today on the Justice Department's part that they could get that information to us, given all how careful they usually are about these things. So that's part of the investigation, identifying those 18 hijackers. They now say 5 hijackers each on the 2 aircraft that left Boston and flew into the World Trade Center. 4 each on the other 2 planes, the one that went from Washington Dulles into the Pentagon, the other that went from Newark and crash landed in Pennsylvania. The other part of this investigation trying to identify the associates who may still be at large and could pose a potential danger. Now, here is an interesting statistic. At this point, the FBI agents have opened this many cases. 4,000 active investigative leads. Now, that's not telephone tips. That's not internet phone call or internet tips from people with just reporting suspicious activity in the neighborhood. This is actual leads for FBI agents to follow up. Easy to understand how you get there. You take 18 hijackers, you multiply that by the number of phone calls they made, internet times they used email, transactions, credit card purchases. It sends out a very large number of people, and that's what the FBI is trying to figure out. Nonetheless, investigators say tonight, they have identified some of these people, some who are intimates. Apparently, they're very concerned about a person who was arrested tonight or earlier today in Germany after a tip they gave to German officials. But here's the key question. Could there have been other terror attacks planned by these people who were involved in this large conspiracy? What a senior administration official tells me tonight is that there is no indication that there was such an attack. They have no evidence to indicate there were other attacks planned on Tuesday that were somehow foiled or that were planned for subsequent days. But this official says, quote, would be foolish to assume that that was it. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pete Williams tonight. The very latest on the investigation. Israel, of course, has long lived with the daily threat of terrorism. One of Israel's toughest hawks is former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I spoke with him earlier today, and he issued this very blunt warning.
And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell. It is telling us you have the power now to act, summon the will, because the terrorists have the will to destroy America, to destroy freedom, to destroy all of America's allies and all the democracies, Israel being simply on the front line. They have the will, but they don't have the power.
That's former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And joining me now from Washington is the House Democratic leader, Richard Gephardt of Missouri. Congressman, let me say, first of all, I've never seen such bipartisan unanimity in Washington in many, many years.
Well, Tom, there's no air and there's no light between the president and the Congress and between the Republican and Democratic parties. We stand shoulder to shoulder. We're going to take up a resolution tonight for an appropriation of probably $40 billion to give the resources the president needs and that we all need to solve this problem.
And Congressman, there has been a movement in the Senate, at least, to get some kind of sense of Congress down on paper, if not an official declaration of war. Do you think that that's going to be appropriate?
Well, I think in the next 2 days we'll be taking up in the House and Senate a resolution to give the president the legal authority to go after the folks who perpetrated this violence and to try to prevent further acts of violence from happening to the United States.
There is an economic reality to all of this as well. Just 3 days ago, there was great concern about what is happening to the surplus. Some talk about rolling back parts of the tax cut. Do you think that that will become necessary given the cost of this operation and the hit that the American economy understandably will take?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. We'll get to those economic questions after we get done what we need to do right now, which is address this problem. But let me say something to you. After Pearl Harbor, this country went through a 5-year war. We won that war. We spent lots of resources doing it, and we involved all of our population. I hope this isn't that kind of war and doesn't last that long, but we've got to anticipate that it might, and I do not think it'll hurt our economy. I think ultimately we'll prevail, and our economy will be back, and our freedom will be back as well.
During World War II, as you know very well, there were some major sacrifices made by the American people on the home front, and they were more than happy to do that. Also, some suspension of civil liberties. Will that be necessary as well?
Well, I hope we don't do it in exactly the way we did it in World War II. We imprisoned Japanese Americans wrongly. That took away people's civil liberties in a wrong way. We need to find a new balance, clearly, between freedom and security. And we're going to all work together. I said to the president the other day, we've all got to lead, all of us, to a conclusion for balancing those conflicting goals in a better way. We live in a new world. It's never going to be the same as it was. We have to, though, fight terrorism and have the will to fight this so that we succeed.
Thank you very much, Richard Gephardt, who's the Democratic leader of the House of Representatives, a longtime congressman from the state of Missouri. During the course of our coverage tonight, we'll also be speaking, we trust, with the House Speaker Dennis Hastert of Illinois, the leading Republican in the House. And joining me now from very near the World Trade Center is NBC's David Bloom with the latest on the recovery and rescue efforts that are going on down there. David?
Well, Tom, we just heard a pretty frightening sound here in Lower Manhattan. That's the sound of the evacuation horns sounding. That happened just a few minutes ago. The workers, the rescue workers, running quickly, literally stampeding down the road toward us, away from that. This has become a fairly constant sound here in Lower Manhattan throughout today. Essentially what's happening, of course, is that they're working amidst this fallen rubble. The great news today is that 3 firefighters were recovered. Now, I hasten to add, to the best of our knowledge and everything that we've learned, these were not people trapped inside after Tuesday's attack. Rather, they're firefighters trapped in the shifting debris, in the falling rubble, in the sometimes partially collapsing buildings that they're still coping with here in Lower Manhattan. Again, these 3 firefighters trapped and then rescued, all in the span of today. Again, Tom, it's a very perilous situation here because they're so worried about the structural integrity of the buildings surrounding the World Trade Center. The other significant development that several police officers leaving the scene told us about today, Tom, is that on the south side of the South Twin Tower, they were hearing tapping sounds late this afternoon. Tapping sounds that they told us, they understand, come from a woman tapping inside, perhaps someone still alive, from the wreckage from Tuesday. Those rescue workers are staying there, Tom, atop that shifting rubble, despite the concerns about what might happen if that rubble shifts any more than it already has. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. Very likely we could be coming back to you before the end of this evening. That's a quick update on what has been going on tonight after about 5:30 Eastern Time. It was a very busy day with fast-breaking developments. We want to put it all in context for you now and take you through it moment by moment. Here's Dateline's Stone Phillips.
Morning, 48 hours after the world exploded. 48 hours that seem like forever. New York City struggles to get back on its feet. For many, today is the first day back on the job, the first attempt at returning to life as it was. But how is that even possible?
Nothing could be quite normal, but this seems much more normal than it was yesterday.
There's no energy. People are just kind of like sleepwalking.
For tens of thousands of workers here, there is simply no office to go to. Their buildings reduced to rubble or crumbling masonry. The Twin Towers, gone. The 47-story tower at 7 World Trade Center, toppled. The 54-story tower at 1 Liberty Plaza, 3 blocks from the Trade Center, disintegrating. And numerous other buildings uninhabitable. 9 a.m. After a difficult morning commute, another transportation snarl as the investigation reaches across New York Harbor to Staten Island.
Staten Island has essentially been shut down. The bridges have been closed going in and out of that borough of New York. Why? It is believed that the car that was used by one of the hijackers named Mohammed Atta may be there on Staten Island. They're trying to locate it. In the meantime, they're not letting anybody go in or out of Staten Island.
In the tangled, still smoldering wreckage of the Trade Center towers, emergency teams continue their around-the-clock work. At about 10 a.m., the reason they are driving themselves to exhaustion.
I believe that there's a good possibility that there's people in that building that are alive, and that's why we are treating this as a rescue effort still. This is not a recovery. We are trying to get in every possible void, every possible area that we can to try to see if there are people that we can save.
But this morning's statistics threaten to overwhelm the flickering hopes of finding many alive amidst the tons of debris. New York Mayor Giuliani.
We now have a count of 94 bodies that have been recovered, 46 of which have been identified. We have the gruesome and horrible situation that in many cases we recover only parts of bodies, and we have 70 in that category.
Another number speaks graphically to the carnage. To hold all those pieces of the human wreckage, the mayor tells reporters that the city has waiting 30,000 body bags. And then there is the list of the missing.
We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list. That's a list that's as inclusive as we can make it. It includes the plane itself, the manifest. It includes people that have been identified to us by family members.
And all over the city, pictures handed out by desperate families. This is Tim Stout, a father of 3 who was working on the 103rd floor of the North Tower, one of 680 missing from his company alone. Michael Lepore's office was on the 97th floor. Missing from his firm, another 700. Their families are hoping to find them, even if it's in a hospital bed. That's where Arthur Del Bianco's family found him, his leg broken, his respect unbounded for the courage of the rescuers.
The firemen were phenomenal. They're true heroes. They were there, they went back in over and over again. Even after the first building started coming down, those guys went back inside. They went back inside.
Do you have the sense that there are still people underground?
I want to believe that there's still people alive.
At the Pentagon this morning, the talk is no longer of people missing.
We're in what we call a recovery mode, which means that we're now trying to recover the remains of the body, make the situation as safe as we possibly can.
The death toll now estimated at 126 on the ground, 64 on the plane, diverted by hijackers into the west wall of the Pentagon, causing a gaping hole as floors and ceilings collapsed. From the field in western Pennsylvania where United Airlines Flight 93 went down, short of the hijackers' intended target, news of just how tough the recovery effort will be.
It's very difficult to tell the actual depth of the crater because of that, the amount of dust there, and also what evidence is in the crater. So to the naked eye, there's not a whole lot there now. That's why we have archaeologists who are here on scene and will be working on that site so that we can properly recover that information.
So far, no word that the black box flight recorder has been found, but there are other hints of the harrowing final moments from air traffic controllers in contact with the jet.
They do have recordings inside of the cockpit where they hear not only voices of the pilots, but once those voices diminish, they hear somebody else. They say they hear foreign voices, other voices, and more screaming aboard that plane.
No word either on the black boxes from the other doomed flights that struck New York's Twin Towers. American Flight 11, which flew south, low over Manhattan, crashing into the first tower. United Flight 175, which 18 minutes later swooped in from the southwest, devastating the second building.
Oh my God!
Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, 10:30 this morning, the first official word that planes will soon be flying again.
Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, our national airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation.
But Secretary Mineta says there will be new precautions.
From this day forward, we are operating with tightened security.
More extensive passenger screening, an end to curbside check-in, more parking restrictions, armed marshals on flights. Less convenience, Mineta says, but more safety.
Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel.
11 a.m. President Bush calls New York, commending officials there and telling them he will visit the stricken city tomorrow.
I weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions.
After the call, the president turns to reporters with a message for America, its allies, and its enemies.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the commander-in-chief, determination and emotion.
Give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that.
I don't think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
A short time later, the president visits survivors at a Washington hospital.
A lot of really brave men and women.
Midday, back in New York, the strain is showing. A rescue worker physically and emotionally spent.
He lost his father as a firefighter. This is the first news that his mother's getting that he's all right. He's also telling his mom that he helped rescue someone, that he pulled someone from the rubble. He just told me a few moments ago, Lester, that he held the hand of someone who is down beneath the rubble. We're also hearing reports that there could be as many as 5 firefighters who have just in the last hour and a half or so have been pulled alive.
I had reached down and I felt a guy's hand. My heart goes out. My heart goes out.
Early reports that 5 or 6 rescue workers buried since Tuesday were pulled from a car this morning drew cheers on the streets of Lower Manhattan.
5 firefighters found alive. 2 walked away.
Sadly, it proves not to be true. But there is some good news at Ground Zero.
Do you have any indication at all at this time how many people have been found alive today? You have personally seen and heard of 4 stories.
Yes, 4. That's all they told us, 4. I've seen 2, but we heard 4.
2 civilians, 2 firefighters.
A lucky escape. 2 rescuers buried just this morning by an avalanche of debris pulled free hours later. The unstable remains of the towers are still a deadly peril. By early afternoon, new details on the massive investigation into the attacks, with word from the Attorney General that the public is pitching in.
The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips.
With leads pouring in, investigators say they are now able to reconstruct the terrorist operation with names and numbers.
The total number of hijackers on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
The FBI says this flight training school in Florida is where 2 suspects on the first plane to hit the World Trade Center studied. Rudy Deckers runs the school.
They indicated to us that they wanted to fly big airplanes back home.
Deckers tells the Today Show the pair kept to themselves, but never caused any trouble.
Have you asked yourself 100 times in the last day or so, did you miss a sign of some kind?
They behaved normal. They were average people, and that's it. They left in November, December. We don't keep a track of all the students who come over here, and they left out of our eyesight. Till yesterday, of course.
And there's new information from Boston, where investigators say the hijackers boarded their planes with help from a local terrorist cell. NBC's Chris Hansen.
That a ramp pass was found in a rental car here at Logan Airport that has been linked to 2 of the hijacked suspects. Now, a ramp pass, as its name suggests, is a pass that gives someone access to restricted areas of the airport. Now, this indicates 2 things. 1, that the suspects were casing out the airport in the days before the hijacking, and 2, that perhaps the hijacked suspects had inside help here at the airport.
By mid-afternoon, disturbing news. U.S. officials tell NBC's Andrea Mitchell that other potential hijackers tied in with Tuesday's terrorist operation are still out there.
So we know that there were 18 who went down with those 4 planes, but what I'm now being told is that there were more trained pilots.
In fact, a report today about a strange incident at New York's Kennedy Airport raises questions about how many attacks may have been planned but not carried out.
United Flight 23, scheduled to depart for Los Angeles, was boarding. There was some kind of an altercation involving 3 men described by a Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police source as Middle Eastern in appearance. Somehow, the source will not reveal the exact details. They attracted the suspicions of the gate staff boarding that flight. The staff had some kind of a verbal exchange and demanded that these 3 men leave the aircraft.
Was this a 5th suicide team? Before the day is out, government sources tell NBC News they have concluded that Osama bin Laden is directly responsible for the attacks. Also late today, a major development. Recovered and on its way to Washington, the black box from the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. As evening approaches, the impact of the terrorist attacks is clear. It's been a day of bomb scares and evacuations at New York's Grand Central Station, at Penn Station, LaGuardia Airport, and Rockefeller Center. In Washington, the U.S. Capitol is evacuated, even as congressmen are being briefed on the terrorist attacks. And word that as a precautionary measure, Vice President Cheney is being moved out of Washington to Camp David.
All of that on just the 3rd day of this war on terrorism. From Dateline's Stone Phillips, and joining us now from the Pentagon, where he has been contributing to the work of NBC News Terrorism Task Force, is Jim Miklaszewski, who's been on duty almost nonstop since Tuesday morning. What's the latest there, Jim?
Well, Tom, U.S. government officials do tell NBC News tonight that the Bush administration, based on overwhelming evidence, has concluded that Osama bin Laden, among others, is directly responsible for those terrorist attacks earlier this week. Now, according to the officials, there could be other groups involved, believed to be longtime associates or associate groups with Osama bin Laden, that long ago the State Department has sort of lumped together, particularly the Egyptian Jihad, the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, which the U.S. government now considers one and the same with Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda group. Now, the question, of course, is what does the U.S. do about that? I think it's quite clear if you listen to President Bush, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz today, all 3 were preparing the American people for a long, drawn-out war on terrorism and warning not only terrorist groups, but those who harbor them, that the U.S. will draw on all America's military might to rid the nation, the world actually, of this terrorist threat, not only for this specific attack on New York, but any potential threat to the United States of America. All of these are considered prime targets now. According to the officials, all military options are on the table. No decisions have been made, we stress that, but all military options are on the table. Anything from airstrikes with cruise missiles, sustained airstrike campaigns with planes off aircraft carriers, and from NATO air bases throughout Europe and far West Asia. Even some Persian Gulf nations have weighed in, Kuwait to be expected, but Oman and Qatar have informed the United States that the United States military has free and open access to their military airstrips to launch whatever possible military airstrikes may be carried out. And in regard to the options now being considered, Tom, they go all the way up to a full-scale ground invasion with airborne troops.
All right, thanks very much, NBC Jim Miklaszewski. Some late developments tonight from the State Department. During a briefing earlier today, Secretary of State Colin Powell was telling reporters about his contact with Pakistan, which does have a relationship with Afghanistan right next door, and he said that they were pursuing those contacts with Pakistan because they believe that people and organizations that could be responsible for this reside in Afghanistan. He was asked then a moment later whether he was referring to Osama bin Laden, and he said yes. Then a number of news organizations began to report that Colin Powell had identified Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect. Tonight, his State Department spokesman is saying, no, he did not use that phrase, prime suspect. In fact, he did not, but he used everything but that phrase. And joining us now from Washington is NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea?
Well, exactly. Colin Powell did not say that Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect, as you just pointed out, as his spokesman, Assistant Secretary of State Richard Boucher, has pointed out to the networks and is making multiple calls to the networks. He said that, but he confirmed to a question that bin Laden was a candidate, the candidate that he was referring to living in that region. But it has been very clear from everything that not only Powell, but that other officials have said, that Osama bin Laden is the person that they are looking towards. Unofficially, people have said that they believe that it is bin Laden, but also in a briefing today at the White House, a senior official said that they believe that there are other groups associated with bin Laden who have contributed to this or who may be related to this. And what we're talking about here is not something as tightly structured as an American corporation. What we're talking about is a loose confederation of terror networks that bin Laden has been leading in many ways. Some of his key deputies are former top leaders of terror groups in Egypt. So it is a loose confederation, not anything that has a chief executive officer, but clearly bin Laden is the chief suspect, if you will, of American suspicion, at least tonight, Tom.
And Andrea, do we have any sense about how Secretary Powell's conversation went with the Pakistani Prime Minister today?
We do. We're told that it went very well, that they got at least some assurances from General Musharraf, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, that they would be cooperative. Now we'll see whether they really deliver.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. And I'm joined now by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Congressman Dennis Hastert of Illinois. We heard just a few moments ago from your Democratic colleague, Richard Gephardt of Missouri, and he was talking about the bipartisan unity in the House of Representatives. Wouldn't it be a good idea to have, if not a formal declaration of war, something that represents the official body, both in the House and the Senate, a reflection of the Senate of the Congress of the United States?
We're going to work on a resolution tomorrow that basically gives the President the ability to use force to go after the terrorists wherever they may be, and a direction to go ahead and do that. And also, this evening we plan to pass an appropriations bill to allow them the funds to do that, as well as to work with FEMA and the transportation to make sure we get our airlines back in line, that we can bring people's lives as much as possible back to normalcy in New York and Virginia.
Mr. Secretary, the American people have gotten very used to what you can only describe as very efficient military operations. Desert Storm had a long buildup, but then it was over in a matter of days with a limited amount of American loss. Kosovo, a war conducted from the air. But when the President says that this war will be the focus of his administration, aren't the American people going to have to be prepared for a long military operation?
Well, I'm sure that this operation, the horrific thing that happened to us this week, took a good deal of planning. We're going to ferret out the perpetrators. It may take time to do it. I think it's the steely will of this nation that we'll move forward and get those things done. And it may take, more than overnight, or it may take more than 2 weeks. But I think it's the American will, and certainly the will of this Congress, and I know the will of the President, to finish this job.
The immediate focus, understandably and obviously, is on recovering as many people as we possibly can, dealing with this great loss, also finding these terrorists and punishing them. But there are economic consequences here as well. At some point in the not too distant future, are you going to have to re-examine the tax cut and a lot of the domestic programs, put them on hold?
Tom, one of the things we need to do right away is to look at the ability of our airlines to be able to fly. They've lost a great deal of revenue. They really kind of run on a cash basis, and we need to make sure that that part of our economy is in place and that we don't lose that. We also have to look at the markets and give the stimulus to our markets and do the things that it's important to be able to make sure that our markets and people who are very vitally involved in our economic system have the wherewithal and have the incentive to invest in this country and make this economy grow.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Dennis Hastert of Illinois, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City tonight is a city of empty streets, empty restaurants, and empty beds, the beds of those people who never came home from work on Tuesday. But this town, despite everything, is not empty of hope. And it is hope that is sustaining the loved ones of those missing victims in their desperate search for some answers in the streets of New York. More on that story now from Dateline's Edie Magnus.
The city is beginning to dig itself out, and a terrible truth is emerging too. The chances that loved ones missing since the attacks will be found are getting slimmer. It is one of many cruel twists to this tragedy that the chaos of those first 24 hours offered more hope that relatives, neighbors, or co-workers might be found. But now, it is day 3. What to do? Where to go? Jennifer Marvison finally left her home today. She's been too shocked and depressed until now, she tells us, to look for her fiancé, Keith Broomfeld.
This is the first I was able to face the world. I haven't been out. So this is the day that I'm going to find out, do or die, whatever it is I have to find out.
Jennifer's come to Bellevue Hospital to post a homemade flyer with Keith's picture on it here on what's called a wall of prayers. It has sprung up and, like a plant watered with tears, is growing steadily, covered with the pictures of missing people. Against a backdrop of spectacular blue skies and balmy weather, scores of people, emotional refugees, are wandering the city, looking, hoping, wondering what to do next about the ones they love but cannot find. Sean Fagan, 34, a trader on the 93rd floor of Tower 1, somewhere above where the first plane hit. His sister, Anne Marie, says there's been no word of him since that blast. She hit the streets this morning armed with 400 flyers and has been asking questions everywhere.
So you've been to the Armory, the morgue?
No.
You have not gone to the morgue yet?
No.
Why not?
I'm hoping that my brother's not there.
What keeps you going?
Like, the alternative isn't, it's not an option. My brother's not okay, and until someone tells me he's not, then he is.
Countless others are feeling the same way, unable to let go of the possibility that their loved ones may be out there somewhere. So they're out too, posting pictures on phone booths, mailboxes, at the entrance of buildings. And after all, more survivors were rescued from the bloody rubble of the Twin Towers today. Maybe the answers are on this list. It's been pulled from the internet. Its accuracy is unknown. But it claims to contain information on the condition of many victims of the plane attacks.
Please don't give up hope.
This woman says she actually did find out her missing brother is alive by seeing his name on this list.
He's injured, but we found him.
Lorraine Browse has also been given a grain of hope. She's learned from the company on the 95th floor where her stepmother worked that someone had sighted her. Lorraine doesn't know exactly what that means. Could her stepmother still be alive, unconscious in a hospital? Or is it false information?
No, they don't have any specific information. All they had was her name on a list. It was very vague. It didn't really tell us much, but at least we know if she was alive, if she had survived, she has to be in the hospital someplace.
Lorraine was told to go to a downtown university to check a list of hospitalized victims.
I know it's going to take a miracle if she's alive. She was so high up in the building. We know she went in early that morning because she had gone to vote beforehand.
As she waits, she takes her place on a line among many others. The crowd, a sobering reminder of how widespread the suffering is. Finally, she gets a look.
Nothing.
No information?
They have partial hospital lists. She wasn't on any of the lists. Something else we can do now.
Except wait and worry and pray that soon they will get an answer. Until then, they will have to keep looking here in this city of lost and found.
Do you still have hope that you'll find him? Yeah, I hope that I find him. I have to find my brother either way. But we will find my brother one way or the other.
You are watching NBC News coverage of Attack on America. And now, Tom Brokaw.
The investigation has led to Florida, and that's where NBC's Kerry Sanders tonight is in Coral Gables, Florida. He has been tracking at least 2 of these hijacking suspects as they move from pilot training site to pilot training site. Kerry?
Well, Tom, I've been able to obtain the visa for one of these suicide flight pilots, Muhammad Atta. Now, he came into the United States on a tourist visa, and he should not even have been allowed into the United States on that tourist visa under immigration regulations because he was suspected in a terrorist bombing in Israel in 1986.
23-year-old Marwan al-Shahi, one of the suspected suicide pilots, hiding in plain view on Florida's Gulf Coast for more than 7 months, living with 33-year-old Muhammad Atta, another suspected suicide pilot. After both earned their commercial flight ratings on this twin-engine plane, NBC News has learned they came to Miami, paying $1,500 in cash to sit at the controls of a Boeing 727 flight simulator, similar to this one. Henry George, the instructor, telling the FBI the duo spent about 6 hours at the controls.
I feel violated, raped, whatever. Here I have a skill that I'm very proud of, that I think we're good at, passing on to other pilots wanting to become competent pilots. And here we provided that kind of expertise to the lowest of mankind.
FBI agents also looking at a Microsoft Flight Simulator program. You can buy it for $70 at any computer store. For $30 more, you can add the simulated cockpit of an American Airlines 757, similar to the jet that hit Tower 1. Today's Show travel editor Peter Greenberg says the programs are popular.
A lot of pilots and non-pilots buy these simulators to either train or to actually just have fun, to see what they can do with it, like fly under the Golden Gate Bridge or even fly around or sometimes into like the John Hancock Building in Chicago as a game. Nothing they would ever contemplate doing in real life.
But the instruction manual gives you plenty of information you would need if you wanted to fly into any landmark around the world. Just look up the World Trade Center, for instance, and find its coordinates. We asked a licensed pilot in our office to take the controls and fly down the west side of Manhattan. He had little difficulty taking it right on into Tower 1. Only a simulation, but chilling.
You might actually be able to do a practice run just like we did.
Veteran commercial airline pilot Alex Garmendia using the program for the first time today. He says after hours on this software, a novice pilot without experience in a jet would still lack the skills to do much of the controls.
But it surely shows you the cockpit layout.
In FBI custody tonight, Anand Bukhari, a material witness reportedly cooperating with investigators. His Vero Beach home raided by agents. His brother dying in a mid-air collision in Florida while learning to fly here. That accident 1 year ago to the day of the hijackings. The FBI's leads in Florida growing exponentially. FBI agents visiting a strip club in Daytona Beach. Just hours before the hijackings, 3 Middle Eastern men there hinted at the violence to come.
One of the gentlemen actually making the statement, well, America's going to see blood and wait till tomorrow.
Now, the FBI has dispatched FBI agents to Hamburg, Germany tonight. German authorities raided a apartment complex there, an apartment complex where Atta and al-Shahi once lived. And according to German authorities, that's a location that is a known safe house for members and agents of Osama bin Laden. Tom?
Thank you very much. NBC's Kerry Sanders continuing his first-rate detective work for us tonight in the state of Florida. And joining us now is Robert Hager, who is part of NBC's Terrorism Task Force. Bob has been keeping track of the aviation component of all of this. Bob?
The airports in the New York area are still closed, both to departing flights and incoming flights, after one person was arrested and 5 or 6 others have now been detained at JFK Airport and at other New York area airports. The man that was arrested for going, by the way, before I go on with that, let's look at that. That's the computer system that tracks flights in the air in this country right now. And you can see it looks pretty crowded, but if you saw what that looks like on a normal day, it's almost solid green. So this really represents just a fraction of what normal traffic is, but it does show that there are planes back in the air at this point. Going back to those arrests and detainments in New York, one man was arrested for trying to go through security with a forged pilot's license and other forged documents. Then 5 or 6 others detained at JFK and other New York area airports, some of those Arab nationals for other reasons, but detained seriously enough to be questioned by FBI agents and the terrorism task force. So those airports are still closed. Meanwhile, it's been a rocky start at other places in the country to this resumption of flying. LaGuardia Terminal, exclusive of these arrests and tonight's development, had been closed very briefly earlier in the day for what turned out to be a false report of a bomb threat. And then the terminal at Orlando, Florida was closed briefly for the same reason, an untrue claim of a bomb threat there in Orlando. The airlines, United, Continental, not flying at all tonight. Delta, American, TWA have limited service, but that's it. So it's starting up slowly. And the security at airports everywhere has been heavy. Uniform patrols beefed up. We have agents from the Marshal Service and Customs and Border Patrol all in uniform at airports. And there's still no mail being allowed on passenger planes. And I'm wondering if that's a general aviation plane, maybe filed, but I think not. I think that was a commuter flight. But general aviation is still barred from flights. We're expecting to hear something about that later on tonight. Tom?
Thank you very much, Robert. For the uninitiated, general aviation means private airplanes, the charters and others that fly, and that's an increasingly large part, obviously, of American air traffic. And joining us now is the veteran journalist Mark Clayton of the Christian Science Monitor with new information from air traffic controllers who say that they have intimate knowledge about what happened during the hijacking. You're one of the very few people who has spoken with any of these air traffic controllers. What did they tell you about what they heard from these planes that were involved?
Well, Tom, they told us several things. One thing is they told us the first indications that the flight was in trouble. They told us some of the technical issues that apparently the hijackers were adept at manipulating in the plane. And they also told us a third item, that is that the pilot apparently was flying the plane at least 10 minutes past the point at which it turned toward New York.
And what flight was that? Was that American Flight 11?
Yes, this is American Flight 11, departed Boston about 8 o'clock in the morning. And over western Massachusetts at about 29,000 feet, controllers told me that they gave a signal, they radioed the cockpit and said to rise to 31,000 feet to avoid other air traffic, but nothing happened. That was the first indication something was wrong. They tried to, this is not that unusual, sometimes radio contact is lost, so they tried the frequency several times. American, are you there? Do you copy? But there was no answer. They tried the emergency frequency also. Finally, they realized that right at that point, the transponder on the aircraft quit sending a radar signal back and also quit sending an altitude signal back. But the significance of that, in retrospect to these controllers, was that the hijackers knew that the transponder also was able to send a 4-digit code that would alert authorities to the fact the flight had been hijacked. So they believe now that the hijackers were technically adept enough to know to turn that off.
And did they see the flight make this sharp left-hand turn and head toward New York? And did they alert anyone in the New York area?
What happened was they did not know it was a hijacking. They still thought it was a technical, perhaps an electrical problem with the transponder, until suddenly in their earphones they hear a heavily accented voice saying, don't do anything foolish, no one will get hurt. At that instant, the controllers told me they knew immediately they had a hijack situation. Also at that instant, the plane began its turn south toward New York.
And who did they alert in the New York area that there was a hijacking underway? Anyone?
One of the controllers I talked to, who was not fully aware of what steps were taken in response, other than that supervisors and others were responding, says that he believed that 2 F-15 jets from Otis Air Force Base were scrambled, but he was not sure if those jets got off the ground in time. I called Otis Air Force Base today following up on this detail, and they were unwilling to give any information about their operations out. They're under the command of NORAD. I have not yet contacted NORAD, but I'm told that they wouldn't do anything unless NORAD contacted them. But they are responsible for, the FAA controller said that it's standard procedure in a hijack situation to alert authorities and to scramble jets.
What about the state of the mind of these air traffic controllers who were monitoring all of this now 3 days after the incident?
Well, it was a pretty rough time for them, but especially for the individual who was doing the controlling, doing the handling of the aircraft. I have to tell you, I did not speak with that individual. The individuals I spoke with, however, were intimately familiar with all that transpired in that room, and they know that that controller lived, as I was told, he lived the situation. He was hearing the whole thing through his headphones. One of the most significant things he heard, and one of the reasons we know that the pilot probably was the one flying the plane, is that the pilot repeatedly pushed a push-to-talk button, a special feature that allows every sound in the cockpit to be heard. And he did this repeatedly throughout at least 10 minutes of the flight south.
So there is a record of that at some point, we hope.
Well, that's exactly right. One of the things the controllers pointed out to me is that if the terrorists were adept enough technically to switch off the transponder, it is possible that they might have disabled the the cockpit voice recorder by pulling the fuse box out, or pulling the fuse out of the fuse box. Apparently that can be done, they believed, and so they think that this taped record may be the only record if the box is even found.
All right, thanks very much, Mark Clayton of the Christian Science Monitor, who has been interviewing air traffic controllers who had intimate knowledge of what was going on American Airlines Flight 11 out of Boston. That was the first one to go into Tower 1 at the World Trade Center. A chilling scenario that played out in the skies over the Atlantic seaboard, and it was only the beginning. Joining us now is New York's Governor George Pataki, who has been at the side of New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani for virtually every hour here during the 3 days of this crisis in New York's largest city, the most vibrant city in the world for that matter. Governor Pataki, let me talk to you first of all about the death toll. Earlier today, the mayor told us that it would be that they now have some 4,700 people listed as missing. Is it possible that that number could go higher?
Well, we're hopeful, Tom, that that number might go lower. People that are missing will turn up. We'll find that they've been double counted. And we're still making the priority the search and rescue operation in the hopes that perhaps someone can still be found alive down at the site. So we don't want to talk about numbers. We just want to talk about people and do everything we can to try to help them as much as possible.
Governor, give me a location of where you are right now, just so we can orient our viewers to where you are.
I'm in front of the State Armory that's been utilized as a family assistance center where families, relatives, friends of those who are missing can come and get the best possible information. And Tom, you know, there's incredible grief, but there's also people out there who have volunteered since the beginning. There's a tremendous outpouring of support, and I think the families understand that the people of New York and the people of America are standing shoulder to shoulder with them.
Governor, these people also deserve some honest answers. There are hundreds of thousands of tons of rubble down there. Much of it is dangerous and unstable. The other part of it is deeply compacted. It's going to take a long time, isn't it, to get through all of that?
It certainly is, Tom, and I don't, no one can minimize the magnitude of this disaster and catastrophe. We right now have brave firefighters, Port Authority police who lost many of their colleagues and the leadership of the port down there trying to go through that wreckage as carefully as possible, and the hope, however slim it might be, that perhaps a miracle can occur. And we will not lose hope. We will stand with the families, we will stand with the people of America, and we'll get through this.
And Governor, let me just ask you how you arrived at that estimate of those who are missing. Did you reconcile the numbers the various companies had and the state agencies had in the building with the people who have turned up?
Yeah, Tom, it's very hard to be sure of the numbers or the names because we have had to put together lists of people who were working there, compare them with the lists of those who, whether the employer or we have found are out alive or perhaps in a hospital. So we're continuing to try to compile the best possible information and certainly to get it to the families, to those who are waiting that word.
As you know, New Yorkers take great pride in the freedom that they have in the city. Are some of those freedoms going to be suppressed now as there is greater security?
Tom, we're not going to let the freedom of New York or the freedom of America be subjected to this terrorist attack. I was out yesterday on the streets seeing thousands of people lined up to give blood. They're not frightened out of the streets. They're not frightened out of their homes. The people of New York, the people of America, don't scare easy. This has been a horrible black day, but we will get through this. We will preserve our freedoms, and New York and America will be stronger as we go forward.
All right, thank you very much, New York Governor George Pataki, who had an extended conversation earlier today, as we saw, with President George W. Bush, who is expected to come to New York tomorrow after a national memorial service, a day of remembrance at noon Eastern time, and of course we'll have coverage of that as well. Let's go back now to NBC's David Bloom in Lower Manhattan and check in on the rescue and recovery efforts that are underway. David?
Well, Tom, as you and Governor Pataki alluded to, those rescue operations continuing tonight, now some 60 hours after the first explosion. Show you a live picture right now of the rescue workers, the firefighters, the police officers, the other emergency personnel still laboring, some running bucket brigades to try to get the debris out, others using blow torches to try to, that's mostly steel workers, to try to get at the debris, to get underneath the debris. But it's worth mentioning that, to the best of our knowledge, the only people pulled out of the wreckage today, 3 New York City firefighters, were actually individuals who became trapped today when debris shifted, when buildings partially collapsed. That the last person that we know of who was rescued actually having been involved in Tuesday's attacks was found yesterday. And as you alluded to again, Tom, it's easy to see why hope might begin to fade. You recall that in the Oklahoma City bombing, it was only in the first 24 hours where victims were found alive. After that, any individual found was dead. And again, in this situation, we had 5 victims, 2 coming out the first day, 3 the second day, none tonight. And yet, Tom, it's amazing the effort that these rescue workers are engaged in. As I said the last time we were on the air, it's now been a little over an hour ago when the horns blasted here and these rescue workers literally took off, running literally for their lives because they don't know when the next collapse might come. And I might tell you, Tom, that some of these emergency workers are now writing on their arms and on their legs their names, their social security numbers, so that if something awful should happen and they should become trapped, people might know who they were. Tom?
That is a haunting thought. Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom, who has been on duty almost from the beginning in Lower Manhattan, not too far from the World Trade Center. Well, put yourself in this picture. A mass of people fleeing from what must seem, for a moment, like the end of the world, and your job is to go the other way, to rush toward the site of all that destruction. Hundreds of New York's firefighters and police officers did just that on Tuesday. They did it bravely and well, and many of them lost their lives. Here's Dateline's Dawn Fratangelo.
They are not blood relatives, but without a doubt, they are family. Firefighters in New York grappling with what has become of their band of brothers and sisters. There's Engine 54 on 48th Street in Manhattan, the pride of Midtown, it's known as. 14 members were on duty Tuesday. 14 have not yet returned.
We haven't lost anybody yet. We're missing 14 members from this house. 14 brothers went, 6 from each company and 2 from the battalion. We have not found or heard from them. We're still hoping that they're alive, and we're just waiting. It's just a tragedy, just waiting.
Waiting's the toughest. So too is resting. But that's what will give them energy to get back to the rubble to search. Lieutenant Bob Jackson is anxious to find his buddy, Captain Dave Woolley, a 30-year veteran.
Dave was a good guy, good tease. He knew how to twist my, push a button to get me going, and then he'd turn around and smile at me. He took me under his wing, just, teaching me stuff.
This whiteboard is usually used by the firehouse to assign seating on a fire truck. This list of names, now a stark reminder of the truck that didn't return. And they don't even want to think about them not returning, hoping their missing friends will be rescued. And today there was good reason to think so. Several firefighters have been found alive among the rubble. Incredibly, 3 of them were able to walk out of the wreckage. But those kinds of discoveries have been the exception.
We're very tight here. Everybody's very close. We know everybody in the firehouse. We know their wives. We know their kids. You lose a friend.
Lieutenant Mark Munley, a 16-year veteran, grief-stricken about the 10 missing members of his firehouse on 51st Street in Midtown Manhattan.
Everybody who did get called down there from this house is missing.
Half the men from the firehouse responded to the World Trade Center. The other half could not.
They were trying to be sent there, calling the dispatcher, asking us to send us there, and they couldn't get through to the dispatcher. And the guys feel strange.
Lieutenant Munley and his fellow members of Engine 8 now wrestle with guilt. Why couldn't they get there?
You want to be available. You want to go to where the action is. You want to help people. That's what we do. You don't shy away from that stuff. No one ever thinks that this is going to happen, that it's going to be a disaster.
Even so, he knows what the outcome likely would have been.
You know that if you could have been there, you would have been there, and something terrible could have happened.
It's been 2.5 days now, and it's not getting any easier at Lieutenant Munley's firehouse.
They're all close. We're all close. I mean, Captain Ills is the captain of Latitude. Chief Diaz, I mean, we're close to them all.
There's an empty space now in the row of hanging jackets where the missing firefighters' jackets would have been. An emptiness that's being experienced at firehouses throughout the city. A board with wishes of gratitude now lines this firehouse wall as residents try to thank these men with kindness and charity. Engine Company 6 is nicknamed the Tammany Hall Tigers, originally a volunteer squad founded by New York's Boss Tweed. It's housed in a 100-year-old building where the tradition continues that a firefighter never leaves behind one of their colleagues. The night shift was just going off duty when the call came in around 9 a.m. They did what other firefighters would do. They joined the day shift and went out on the job. Jumping on the back of the engine truck, 33-year-old Tommy Houlihan, a 6-year veteran.
I'm staying till there's 4 guys from 6 Engine were missing, and I'm not leaving till they find them.
Tommy Houlihan was among the 4 firefighters from Engine Company 6 who disappeared in the smoke and rubble. Timothy Dowling was the commanding officer at Engine 6 until 1993, when he was injured in the first World Trade Center bombing and forced to retire. But he had to come back to Engine 6.
After all the excitement of Tuesday, I couldn't stay at home. My nephew is assigned to this firehouse, and he's among the missing firefighters. So the only place I could be in reality was here with all my firefighters that I've I've known for the last 12 years.
Tommy Houlihan is the nephew of retired Captain Dowling. Like many firefighters, it's in the family blood. Tommy's grandfather was a battalion commander who died on the job.
His mother is really, it's devastating. She had lost her father, and now she's losing her son. We hope not.
A list on this chalkboard shows the names of the men who went out on that job that morning, including Tommy Houlihan. Next to it, a map, a sketch of where Engine 6 had parked in front of the World Trade Center. The firehouse is not its usual ordered self now. Bunker gear is thrown around, some is missing, borrowed by visiting firemen. The kitchen isn't working, nor is there power. But last night, some women came by with hot food, and the men decided it was time to break bread together.
The church of the Pompeii over in Greenwich Village came by. They dropped off food. The people of the city are just incredible.
Meanwhile, the search for Tommy Houlihan and the other 3 men from Engine Company 6 goes on. A family, a band of brothers and sisters, now broken.
Dateline's Dawn Fratangelo tonight on the firefighters of the city, and already there is an effort underway to raise a fund for the orphans and the widows of those firemen and policemen who have been lost in this rescue effort. It's a little after 9 Eastern Time now on the 3rd day of this war on terrorism. We have an update on the latest developments tonight. New York police say that 7 people have been detained at New York City airports for questioning about the hijacking and as a result of that questioning, all 3 major airports in the New York City area now have been closed. Government sources say there is now overwhelming evidence that Osama bin Laden is the mastermind responsible for these terrorist attacks. Investigators have found the black box flight recorder from the plane that was crashed into the ground in Pennsylvania. They've detected a signal from the recorder in the Pentagon crash, they believe. The Pentagon is saying tonight that the United States will launch what is being described as sustained military strikes against those behind these terrorist attacks. Officials say they are considering calling up the military reserves for the first time since the Gulf War. Former President Bill Clinton was in Australia when all of this happened. His wife, of course, is the junior senator from New York. The president was rushed back to the United States, and today NBC News cameras caught up with him for his reaction.
We have to improve our defenses, and we have to let people know that there will be a strong sanction for this. And I believe America, if we stay together, if the people will stay together and keep their spirits strong, I believe the president will find out what happened. I think he'll do the right thing.
This is Former President Bill Clinton tonight, who has just returned from a speaking tour in Australia. NBC's Robert Bazell is at Manhattan's Bellevue Hospital Center, where there have been people being treated, but so many families showing up, hoping that they'll find their loved ones there. Robert?
Yes, Tom, when I came in here just now, by the wall outside with people whose photographs of the missing, some of the doctors and nurses from here at Bellevue, which is one of the most famous hospitals in the world, certainly has the biggest trauma center in New York City, some doctors and nurses were looking at those pictures and just weeping because they feel the same thing that everybody here feels about all these people who are missing and the lack of survivors that we have here. With me is Dr. Eric Mannheim, who's the medical director here at Bellevue. Dr. Mannheim, today you had some people from the rescue site come in, correct?
Yes, we had about a half a dozen firefighters and sanitation workers come in to the emergency.
What kind of injuries are you seeing today?
The kinds of things we're seeing now are predominantly exposure, temperature problems, dehydration, and we're still seeing some crush injuries.
Now, you had a team that went down right after the explosion and did an amazing rescue job on a Port Authority police officer. Tell me that story.
That's correct. There was this Port Authority police officer who was called immediately after the event, who was at 42nd Street, and raced downtown with a bunch of colleagues. He was caught in the immediate collapse of the first tower. He was found later on that day, very fortunately. However, he was pinned. And it took hours and hours to extricate him. We sent a trauma team down thinking that his legs might have to be amputated. Fortunately, they were able to extricate him. However, he had what's called compartment syndrome, where he had such swelling in his lower extremities that there had to be emergency procedures to relieve the pressure. He's currently here in critical condition. His kidneys have failed. However, there's a lot of hope that he'll get kidney function back as a result of that traumatic injury.
Now, you have a lot of other stories like that, dozens and dozens of them in this hospital, right?
Right. There are many, many, many stories. There was a woman, for example, who's 32 years old, who was on the 13th floor, who was found, and she also had multiple trauma, particularly facial injuries and lower extremity injuries. She's going to do fine. She's going to walk out of here in probably a week or two.
And how does that heartening story compare when you see all those pictures on the wall outside of people desperate for their loved ones?
I think for all of us here, it's the one thing that keeps us going. We're very hopeful that there'll be several more people rescued from the site. We're still in the business of taking care of all the workers, anybody that has any kind of injury whatsoever. And I think it's keeping the spirits of the staff up somewhat, though I think we're quite realistic about the enormous tragedy that's occurred downtown.
So, Tom, that's the story here from Bellevue, which has amazing facilities that are standing by to take care of anybody who comes out of the rubble, but unfortunately, that's been very few so far. Tom?
That has been the tragic irony of the medical situation here in New York. Almost from the beginning, people standing by, preparing to take care of the people that they thought would overwhelm their facilities, and there have been just too few of them because so many are still trapped in that rubble. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says that just over 4,700 people have been reported missing at this point at the site of the World Trade Center. Some 700 of those missing came from just one company housed in the World Trade Center, 700 out of about 1,000 employees at that one office. Dateline's Bob McEwen has more on that story tonight.
Here and abroad, they were the ultimate symbols of America and American business, the Twin Towers, home to some of the giants of U.S. finance. You may well not know its name, but one of those companies is called Cantor Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald dominates the bond market. Last year, the firm did $50 trillion in business. But according to Chairman and CEO Howard Lutnick, what's made him most proud isn't its bottom line, but the kind of company it is.
We are a family. We are the tightest group of people. And we always have been a tight group of people. But you just don't know it. We did know it, but I mean, this last couple of days, I mean, it's unbelievable.
And how long these past few days must have been for Howard Lutnick. In a catastrophe that's crushed an entire country, no one can have been hit harder than he has.
We have lost every single person who was in the office. We don't know of any, not a single one person getting down from the 101st to the 105th floors where our offices were, not a single person.
Incredibly, it was just over 48 hours ago that Cantor Fitzgerald was on top of the financial world and of the World Trade Center. The firm occupied 4 floors high up in the North Tower, from the 101st to the 105th. 1,000 employees, traders and executives, secretaries and support staff went to work there every day. But this Tuesday, CEO Howard Lutnick was going to be late. He didn't want to miss his son's first day in kindergarten.
I mean, I wasn't there because I dropped my baby off at school for my 5-year-old's first day of school, but that means that I get there late. That means I get to be alive. And anybody who got there early doesn't get to. It's unthinkable.
Even without him, the day began as it often does, with a conference call between New York and the office in Los Angeles. At about 8:45, over the speakerphone, Cantor Fitzgerald employees on the West Coast heard someone in New York say, "I think a plane just hit us."
I got a call as I was leaving my son's school that there was, a plane hit the Trade Center. So we went right down. We were at the top of the building, and I saw a lot of smoke, and I knew it was not good, and not good. And all I was saying on the way down is, it's not good. This is not good.
The first jetliner had smashed into the North Tower at about the 90th story, not far below where Cantor Fitzgerald's offices began, on the 101st. An inferno of jet fuel now rampaged upwards, consuming floor after floor.
It's unfathomable that everyone would die. It's not possible. Someone would get out. So all I wanted was to hear one person say they were on 101. Just one person who was on 101. People were coming out of the building, and I grab them, and they're sort of like out of it. And I'd shake them and say, what floor are you on? And I got all the police around that door, just shake people and say, what floor are you on? And they'd say 50. And I'd scream out there, I got 50, and a 60, and a 70. I got up to 91. Someone said they worked on the 91st floor, and they came down and they got out. And then the building collapsed. And I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody.
With people off on vacation or business trips, and those who simply got to work late, Lutnick now believes everyone who was in the office that day perished. About 700 in all.
There's 700 of my families. I can't say it. 700 of my families. 700. I'm just one, but they were all 700. There's so many of them. They all lost their son or their daughter. People come up to me and say, I only have one daughter. What do I do? Okay. This is too many. Too many. Too many.
Is there any way to describe what these past few days have been like for you?
They're a blur. They're a blur of crying and hugs, of trying to help people and give them information when there isn't really any positive news to give. To be strong enough to help them. But I'm just another one of them. And it's just the world moving like at a snail's pace. The day just lasts forever, and every minute is extended and eon.
And he says every minute of every day has been spent trying to find someone, anyone, who's missing. Cantor Fitzgerald has established a crisis center at New York's Hotel Pierre with grief counselors and a list of those employees who went to work on Tuesday but never went home.
All of the families, they hunt down every lead, they run every place, they go to every hospital with this employee list. I make sure that we go with our list of 700 people and say, find someone on this list. Find me someone on this list. Because someone on this list means that I can call a family and I can tell them that they have a reason to not be sad anymore.
But as of today, they've located only 4 hospitalized Cantor Fitzgerald employees, each of whom was just arriving at the World Trade Center when the attack took place. And as if all the rest of it weren't too much for one person to bear, one of those 700 employees they haven't found is Howard Lutnick's own brother.
My brother Gary. Yeah, he called my sister. And we got lots of people got phone calls. Probably 100 people got phone calls after the plane hit. You know, they called their family, they called their mother, they called their wife and said, you know, we've been hit by a plane and we're evacuating. I mean, that was the common thread. My brother called my sister a little later and he said the smoke was pouring in, there was no way out, and he's not going to make it.
That was just 2 days ago. This morning, after a moment of silence commemorating those who died, the U.S. financial markets started trading bonds again. Howard Lutnick says he asked his surviving employees what they wanted to do. They voted. Then they told him, let's go back to work.
So they lost the person to their left and the person to their right, but they've decided that's what they're going to do. And so this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, my staff in Europe and here opened the U.S. government securities market, and it's a miracle. These people, I don't know, they're just, they didn't sleep. Since losing all their friends, they didn't sleep once. They decided they wanted to go to work. Why would they want to go to work? But that's what they wanted to do. Certainly not what I asked them to do. And these people are just, these are spectacular people. Spectacular people.
And in return, Cantor Fitzgerald's CEO made a promise to the families of the colleagues and friends who may be gone, but never forgotten.
Within the company that when everything is different. It is everything different. But what it's going to be is we are going to, as a company, we are going to take care of and do everything we can as a different business model to take care of the people, the families that we lost. Because it's not about us. I get to kiss my kid. But now I got people's wives calling me. They don't know what to do. I mean, I had a very young staff. Their probably average age was the young 30s. That means they all have babies. They had babies. So we got a lot of people to take care of. We have a lot of people to take care of. A lot of people to take care of. And that's what we're going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what my staff is going to do, because that's what we're committed to do.
Dateline's Bob McEwen tonight on one company that lost 700 of its 1,000 employees at the World Trade Center. We want to talk now in the next few moments about presidential leadership, senatorial leadership, private leadership in this country, the leadership of this culture during this time of grave crisis. And joining us from Washington now is our Washington Bureau Chief, Tim Russert. The president can look out across the land and see America lined up solidly behind him, Tim.
Tom, it's unbelievable. 90% of the American people saying they want a military strike, 80% giving George Bush positive job ratings. The leaders of the House and the Senate, Democrat and Republican, united behind him. Tom, listen to this. The administration had asked for $20 billion in aid to help New York City and to begin to prepare a military operation to root out terrorism. The Senate tonight is going to vote for $40 billion, $20 billion for New York and $20 billion on the war effort. Remember the Persian Gulf War back in 1991? The entire cost of that operation was $60 billion. This Congress, this president is determined to send the message tonight that this is a dead serious business, and whoever did this is going to pay a price with a massive and, in the words of one official, disproportionate retaliation.
Tim, I think we're still trying to come to grips with what the future may look like. The president said today that this war will be the focus of his administration, and then added almost as an afterthought, I'll still deal with the domestic business. But House Speaker Dennis Stasser told me tonight, when he was talking about the new shape of the American economy, it sounded like he was saying that Congress may have to provide some financial assistance to America's commercial airlines and other entities as well.
Absolutely, Tom. The president had always said that he wouldn't use the Social Security Trust Fund except in war or recession. It appears we have both. It's going to be a very expensive enterprise. There was a huge economic shock, the result of what happened at New York City at the World Trade Center. Insurance companies are going to have liability of $15 to $20 billion. And the huge economic loss, and as you mentioned, the airline revenues. But Tom, it's fascinating to me. There is no one complaining. No one suggesting it shouldn't be done. And there's no one in the Congress right now saying, what about our intelligence failure? People are saying, let's get people out of the ground. Let's heal ourselves. Let's deal with our dead and our wounded and try to help families cope before we start pointing fingers. And let's rally around and identify a common enemy. The other thing, Tom, that's most striking to me is we keep talking about return to normalcy, but it's going to have to be redefined and changed, and we all know it. It seems this fine line between security and freedom is going to be redefined as well. And the more security we see, the more insecure we're going to feel, starting at airports.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Tim Russert tonight. This, after all, is not a pauper nation. We were just emerging from a Great Depression when World War II broke out. And in fact, this president, this administration may have to go back to some kind of form of war bonds that were so popular during that time because every citizen who bought a war bond felt that they were making an extra contribution. It is safe to say that President George W. Bush is facing the greatest test of his character and leadership ability in his young presidency. How well is he doing at this point? Here's Dateline's Josh Mankiewicz.
And I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
And right now, at least, Mr. Bush is correct. Public opinion polling shows widespread support for a president heading into the biggest test of leadership any chief executive has faced since World War II. It would be a titanic task for any president. At once, comfort a stunned nation, rally international support, pursue and find the terrorists, correct an astonishing failure of U.S. intelligence, and on an almost daily basis, send unmistakable signals to more than 270 million Americans that he has both hands firmly on the wheel.
Crisis brings out either the best or the worst in a leader.
Dr. Michael Genovese of Loyola Marymount University has written extensively about presidential power and leadership.
Jimmy Carter faced the crisis of the Iran hostage situation and seemed to get smaller and smaller as the months went by. Other presidents, Lincoln, for example, face a crisis and seem to get bigger and bigger.
Presidents Reagan and Clinton also seem to rise to the occasion in difficult times. Mr. Reagan after the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded, and Bill Clinton after the terrorist attack in Oklahoma City.
We cannot let terrorists and rogue nations hold this nation hostile or hold...
But even his strongest supporters would admit that George W. Bush is not in the same league as Presidents Reagan or Clinton when it comes to public speaking. And in a culture of television, talking to a country that's ready for some inspiration, it's a handicap Mr. Bush and the team around him will have to overcome.
He's seen the way other presidents like Reagan and Clinton handle the great rhetorical moment, and he knows he doesn't have that skill. And what he tries to project instead is a kind of steadiness.
Lawrence O'Donnell is the senior political analyst for MSNBC. He says Mr. Bush is going to have to change his style from CEO to frontman, especially if the president's war against terrorism turns bloody.
So he has to sort of be the official spokesman for this war. He can't leave that to others.
He can't delegate it. He has to be out there explaining in order to preserve the support, in order to keep the country behind him. He needs to have a more inclusive conversation with the American public on an ongoing basis than he ever anticipated having as a president on any subject.
But the horror in New York makes one part of the president's job easier. Until now, our response to terrorism has been primarily technological because of the belief that Americans wouldn't support a war that produced U.S. casualties. But all that changed Tuesday morning.
This is a country that does not so much need to be led, but simply told what the marching orders are.
What would make you the best candidate in office during the Middle East crisis?
I've been a leader. I've been a person who has to set a clear vision and convince people to follow.
During the 2000 presidential campaign, Mr. Bush sold himself as a proven leader. But his foreign policy experience has been limited mostly to some on-the-job training.
Right. Good evening, everyone.
However, Americans do have plenty of confidence in the team around Mr. Bush. And as a country, we're clearly ready to let a new president lead us on a crusade against an enemy with no fixed borders and no home address.
If history's a guide, how long is this tremendous support for President Bush likely to last?
Historically, presidents in a crisis get a rally around the flag effect where they get a boost in their popularity and increased support. It doesn't last a real long time. It can last several months at the outset. And the next step is, what does the president do with this blip in support, with this increased support?
The national pressure to take swift, decisive action may be overwhelming, but it's taking the right action that's a true test of leadership. And so the next few months will be a test not only for the president, but for the people he governs as well.
That's Dateline's Josh Mankiewicz on President Clinton. Pardon me, on President Bush. I have Clinton on my mind because it's been almost 40 years since we heard from, well, we're going to talk first of all about Robert McNamara and the role that he played in another presidency, John F. Kennedy facing his own test of character. It was October 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Then the fate of the world hung in the balance. The former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara joins us tonight from Washington. We do have Mrs. Clinton coming up in just a few moments, Secretary McNamara, so that's why I was throwing all of those names into the mix. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
I'm delighted to be with you, Tom.
During the Cuban Missile Crisis, I know one of the considerations was in the table that you were trying to make those decisions. There was a lot of rage, understandably. There was a lot of passion about doing something massively, militarily, almost from the beginning. Is there a lesson to be drawn from the Bush administration from all of that?
Well, I think there is. And the first lesson is to take time to decide what the problem is you're facing and what the alternative ways of dealing with it are, and then to mobilize the nation and its allies to follow the best course. I think our president is doing that today. We have to do three things simultaneously. One, initiate Reconstruction. The Congress tonight is going to be dealing with part of that. Number two, develop a plan to destroy the attackers, the terrorists, and those who harbored them. Identify them first and then destroy them. We're well on the way to that, and it's important that it be done in association with our allies. NATO obviously is among those, Yesterday, for the first time in the history of NATO, since it was started after World War II, essentially 55 years ago, under Article 5, agreed that an attack on one is attack on all, and they will support us against the terrorists. And then thirdly, and we haven't talked much about this, we must begin to identify the fundamental issues that stimulate terrorists to do what they're doing, and in particular, stimulate nations to support them. The Afghans, but several other nations I won't name tonight. We must address those issues as well.
Mr. McNamara, you have written extensively and painfully about the mistakes that you made as a principal architect of America's tragic Vietnam policies. What are the lessons for this administration during this time from your experience?
Well, one of the things we didn't do, and the North Vietnamese didn't do, was try to understand their enemy. And we didn't understand them, and they didn't understand us, and that prolonged the war. In this case, we must try to understand what lay behind the terrorist actions. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting we should sympathize with them. My God, no. But we must understand them, and in particular, we must understand why nations are supporting them and begin to lay the foundation for changing the attitudes of those nations in the years that lie ahead, so we don't have a continuing foundation for terrorism such as this.
What about the role of hubris in decision-making? We have a large, powerful, technologically efficient nation going against what a lot of people believe is just a small band of willful people, but that too can get us in danger, can it?
It can indeed. We are the most powerful nation in the world economically, politically, and militarily. We're going to have great difficulty finding how to use our military power effectively here. But I'm very confident that the leaders we have, the Cheneys, Rumsfelds, and Powells, along with the President, will do that.
All right, former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, who joins us tonight. He was at the table during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and of course he has written extensively about his experience in Vietnam. And joining us now is NBC's Robert Hager, who has the latest on the chaos in the air traffic system in this country.
And it's off to a really rough start today, Tom, on this first day of what was supposed to be open skies. Northwest Airlines has now said, after trying to operate, that it's going to shut down for the rest of the night because it had some phone call and said it was not prudent to operate. Doesn't tell more than that. Let's take a look. That was the tracker that was up there on the screen briefly. There you see traffic in the northeast, and believe me, although that probably looks like a lot of planes, it's nothing compared to what traffic normally is. There it pans down the east coast and across into the nation's heartland and down south with a lot of activity. Well, not really a lot of activity, but planes going in and out of Atlanta and panning across. There's the view with Texas, and you see them centered around Dallas, Fort Worth there, and continuing across to California now over the Rocky Mountains. So scattered traffic up around Denver. And there's the West Coast view, little traffic around San Francisco in the Bay Area. And there's the whole nation. Believe me, that's solid green on a normal night this time of evening, with 3,000 to 4,000 planes in the air at any one given time. And there's just a tiny fraction of that in the air right now. Well, then, besides Northwest's decision after starting up briefly to close down completely, and again it was because they had some phone call and simply said that it was not prudent to operate. Boston's Logan Airport is going to remain closed indefinitely because the FAA won't let it open. The FAA saying that Logan still needs to show that it has a lot more stricter security in effect. Logan, of course, the origination for 2 of those hijacked flights. And then the New York airports, which have been closed down by police activity, arrests in New York arrest of 1 and 5 or 6 others detained, the one arrested with false pilot's documents. And so now the FAA says they're going to leave the New York airports closed for the rest of tonight and reassess in the morning, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager tonight on the continuing chaos in America's skies. New Yorkers, of course, are known for their ability to cope in a crisis. After all, just getting through a normal day here can be tough enough. But New Yorkers caught in a real catastrophe can call on reserves and strength and stamina that are nothing short of astonishing and inspiring. Tonight, Hoda Kotb has the story of a woman whose compassion and courage are above and beyond what has become the norm in these exceptional days.
I've always known that I have had a knack for being able to connect with people and a desire to kind of help humanity in some way. I had to use my talent and my knowledge to try and make a difference in this horrible tragedy.
On Tuesday morning, like thousands of other doctors, nurses, and medics who heeded the call to help the victims of the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, nurse Teresa Thomas put on her scrubs and got to work.
I knew there may be limited time to get the supplies we needed if that someone should come through the door. We were ready.
But unlike the other people at this triage center, for Teresa, the work was personal.
I can imagine, though, that every time a victim walked in, or every time a stretcher came by, your mind had to be on just one person.
It was. I was searching for him.
Searching for Brian Novotny, her fiancé, a credit broker unlucky enough to have an office on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center.
You'll see maybe a haircut or a shirt. Sorry. I'm sorry. So, yeah, you know, you're hoping that that really might be him.
For Teresa, it would be a day of waiting, searching, and hoping that Brian would emerge from the rubble. In effect, she would have to become two separate people that day. The devoted fiancé keeping hope alive that he would be okay, and the ultimate professional, a medic at the top of her game and ready for anything.
For Teresa, that day started like so many before. The morning paper, a cup of coffee, but this time, a goodbye she would not forget.
He gave me a kiss on the cheek. And he always waved at the door. And he waved, you know, I'll see you later.
As usual, Brian headed to the World Trade Center. Teresa was off to the hospital. But then, just after 9 in the morning, she heard the news. A plane had hit the World Trade Center, Brian's tower, just 14 floors below his office.
So I immediately ran back to my phone and attempted to dial.
But no one answered. She had no idea where Brian was. Then suddenly, she got word that his sister did get through to him on his cell phone. The news was bittersweet. Brian was alive, but trapped.
There was a kind of a sense of relief that she had actually spoken with him, and I was hopeful. If anyone was going to be okay, it was going to be him.
Even after the towers collapsed, she held out hope.
And then I started to think about what I could do, you know, to try and get some control.
So, and the way to get control for you was to do what?
Was to try and help people.
She made her way to a triage center across town and waited for the wounded to arrive. But minutes passed, then hours, and few survivors appeared.
It must have been frustrating, I would imagine. You're waiting to help. You have everything there. Just bring us somebody.
We wanted somebody.
You, as a nurse, you had to stay focused.
I had to stay focused.
You had to keep your mind exactly on the task at hand.
That's right.
What were you afraid would happen if you didn't?
I think I'm afraid that I won't find that my hope will go away.
Before long, victims began to trickle in, and incredibly, despite her own fears about what might have happened to her fiancé, Teresa continued to work. Finally, after 14 hours, she went home. But after a sleepless night, she was back on the job, helping whomever she could.
You put those scrubs back on, grabbed your stethoscope, and went back to work. Not a lot of people could have done that.
I think I'm a fighter that way. I think that all of us are stronger than we realize. And when I put my scrubs back on, it empowers me.
Again, she went to the triage center. Again, she waited. Again, no sign of Brian.
Are you going on fumes?
I think so.
But yet you keep going back to help.
I'll just keep going back until, I don't know. I really don't know when, but I'll keep going back.
Today, Teresa's taking time to tend to her own wounds, combing hospitals and rescue centers for news, even setting up an email address, briancomehome@yahoo.com, for anyone who might have seen him in the days since the terrorist attack.
We're going to try and get his picture anywhere we can show it. We're going to try and get more information.
She's also reflecting on the life they've been hoping to build: a new home, a dog, a wedding in June. Finally, she's finding strength in the memory of an evening they shared the night before the terrorist attack.
And he was going to go to sleep, and I said, for some reason, you know, Brian, can you just stay up and can we just talk for a while before you go to sleep? And he said, sure. That's when we started talking about our future and how much we loved each other, and we're so happy.
Just really hang on to that moment now.
I hang on to it. And I remember that when we were laying there, he was talking and I was looking at him, and I touched his face and he was hugging me. He's the love of my life.
Buildings will go back up again and the economy will recover, but there are some losses that are simply irreplaceable. Let's go back now to NBC's David Bloom, who's in Lower Manhattan, and he's monitoring the rescue and recovery operations at the World Trade Center. David?
Well, Tom, on this, the third night of this rescue and recovery operation, we're getting used to some of the rhythms and patterns. This is the time of night where we see a lot of the emergency workers coming and going. Some of the firefighters and police officers are working 24-hour on, 24 off shifts, but most of the other emergency workers are volunteers. They come in early in the day, they leave late at night. One of them is joining me now, Dr. Emil Chin. He's an ophthalmologist. You've seen, especially in the last couple days, a lot of eye injuries, a lot of other injuries to the rescue workers. Describe what you're seeing in there.
Today we had a couple of rescue workers with crush injuries that we pulled out. The 2 days beforehand there were more survivors, but right now, even though we're hopeful and we have false alarms probably every 5 or 10 minutes where somebody blows a whistle and the whole site's got to be quiet, and they follow in with the dogs, I haven't seen anybody pulled out alive from the original wreckage.
Well, in fact, there were 2 people pulled out on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, none to the best of our knowledge today. And yet, as you just said, there are moments where all of you, and there are thousands of you inside there, perhaps we could take a live picture right now showing what that scene looks like even at this hour. But there are moments when you're asked to stop and be as quiet as you can under the circumstances. Explain that.
Well, obviously it's hard because you can hear the machinery behind us. There's a lot of earth-moving equipment, and they're doing some high-powered cutting with acetylene torches. But every so often they'll blow a whistle, and that'll be the command for everybody to be quiet. They're listening for people tapping or speaking. And then typically afterwards, they'll ask for a particular piece of equipment. And by the request, we can tell if it's a hopeful sign or not so hopeful. Sometimes they ask for oxygen, which is a very hopeful sign, or maybe a stretcher, and then the medical staff is ecstatic. Other times, unfortunately, too frequently, they'll ask for a body bag or something like that.
I know there's some supplies that you're running short of, others that you simply don't have. Tell us what you need, keeping in mind that you're speaking to a national audience here.
I would say right now we need some more oxygen tanks that are full. That would be for the local people. And for the national people, I know a lot of volunteers want to help. We don't have the right kind of masks on site. Most of the rescue workers and physicians and nurses, we're kind of making do with these type of masks for particulate matter, but there's supposed to be asbestos in the air. The EPA said that, and we would need probably 1,000 or 2,000 asbestos masks, and they could deliver them to medical triage at One Liberty Plaza.
Dr. Emil Chin, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Get some rest, and I'm sure we'll see you back here tomorrow. Tom, I want to show you 2 pieces of tape before we go here, one of which we talked about earlier, happened a couple hours ago now, and you can see what happens when the emergency evacuation horn blows and these rescue workers literally take off running for their lives. We've been talking for the last couple days about how there's still a great deal of danger from falling structures, shifting debris. In fact, the 3 firefighters who were rescued today were rescued because they were trapped inside the shifting debris, the partially collapsing buildings, even today. The second piece of videotape that I want to show you is really chilling, really haunting. I alluded to it earlier, and that is that some of these rescue workers are now writing on their arms, writing on their legs, their names, their social security numbers, because they know just how dangerous the work they're doing inside there is, and that they too could become the latest victims of these terrorist attacks. Tom, that's the situation here in Lower Manhattan.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's David Bloom. In fact, some of those firemen who were rescued today were rescuers who then had to be rescued because they got caught in the collapse of a building. For families of those still missing in the World Trade Center rubble, a terrible reality is slowly sinking in, a reality that is so wrong and so hard to accept. Their loved ones may, in fact, never come home, but they can't give up hope. Here's Dateline's Edie Magnus.
Secretaries, restaurant workers, brokers, mothers, sons, loved ones who've not been heard from since the World Trade Center towers collapsed. So far, fewer than 100 bodies have been recovered.
We have 94 where we have bodies for identification. 46 of those 94 have actually been identified.
But more than 4,700 people have been reported missing. This man, who worked on the 97th floor of Tower 1, has 5-month-old twin girls at home.
I was ready to move on, to buy a house, give my sister everything that she wanted.
James Cartier worked in Tower 2 on the 105th floor.
This is all we got right now is pictures and memories. I have a picture here.
Michelle Enrique, 27, worked at Fiduciary Trust on the 92nd floor. Janine Gonzalez worked on the 102nd floor with Aon as a secretary. She was chatting online when the second plane struck. This Sunday would have been her 28th birthday.
She's an aggressive person. She would have called. She would have took somebody and said, call my aunt, my mother, my sister.
Sean Lugano, 28, worked as a trader at KPW on the 89th floor. The second of 5 kids, this born and raised New Yorker played and coached rugby. David Meyer, 57, survived the 93 World Trade Center bombing, carrying a woman down 105 flights of stairs. Bond trader, father, and grandfather.
He's always been good. He's always helped anybody who asks him. He's always helped my family through hard times.
Please.
The spouses of these women, 4 men who worked at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 105th floor, husbands and fathers. Tom Burke, father of 4. Thomas Palazzo, 43, father of 3. George Morell, 47, father of 4. William Minardi, 46, father of 3.
Billy loves life. He can't keep still. He is constantly on the go. He's got more friends and he's able to make contact with all his friends. He's loyal to each and every single one.
Stephanie Fisher's husband Andrew, a software designer, was attending a conference on the 106th floor.
If he is at peace and it happened to him and he's gone, I hope the smoke got to him first before he felt any pain of anything falling.
Peter Gansey, chief of the New York Fire Department, served for 33 years. A father of 2, repeatedly decorated for bravery. Anthony Luperetto, 62, a maintenance worker, father of 4, grandfather of 6, married for 40 years.
He was a good father-in-law. He showed me how to do his tomato plants in the garden.
Scott Saber, 37, was an executive director at UBS Warburg.
He was my baby brother. I have hours and hours of stories of fighting with each other and then being best friends.
Swarna Chalasani, an analyst with Fiduciary Trust. She also volunteered for an organization that helps battered Asian women.
She is a most incredible person, and we just want to find her because people like her make friends right away and they deserve to be healthy and happy.
Faces of the Missing, a haunting gallery of memories, love, and hope.
Now to the daunting diplomatic and political equation that Secretary of State Powell is working on under the direction of President George Bush. A key player in all of that is Pakistan, probably the Taliban government's closest ally. The Taliban government, of course, that controls Afghanistan, where it is widely believed that Osama bin Laden has now been harbored. There, the word is that the United States is putting on pressure on Pakistan to cooperate with a possible strike against Osama bin Laden, and certainly to send a warning to the Taliban in Kabul. NBC's Ron Allen is in Pakistan's capital of Islamabad with the latest for us. Ron?
Tom, we get the sense that the United States has been applying enormous pressure to the Pakistani government during the past couple of days, going so far as handing the government here a long list of exactly what the U.S. wants Pakistan to do. At the top of that list, we understand that the United States has told Pakistan that they expect the government here to use its influence with the Taliban to bring about the arrest and then handover of Osama bin Laden. They've been that blunt about it. The United States also wants Pakistan to close off its border with Afghanistan. They want Pakistan to make its airspace available. And this morning here, Friday morning, we are hearing reports that, in fact, the airport here in the capital Islamabad has been closed, and a number of flights have been canceled this morning that were heading in this direction. We're not sure exactly why the decision was made or what it could mean. But there seems to be a sense here that there's a lot of tension building. Pakistan has a very stark choice to make. It's a nation that has not had a very good relationship with the United States, especially in recent years since it began nuclear testing, which the United States strongly opposes. It is under sanctions already. However, Pakistan has a very close cultural, political, and religious relationship with Afghanistan. In fact, the Taliban movement in Afghanistan has deep roots in this country. So the choice that the leaders of Pakistan have to make is a very stark one, to go along entirely with what the United States is demanding that it do, or perhaps face a backlash at home here from militant groups and others who oppose Pakistan being too close to the West. Across the border in Afghanistan, we're hearing reports of people fleeing the capital, Kabul. We're hearing of reports of foreign aid workers, diplomats fleeing the country as well. We understand that there are now very few foreigners in Afghanistan. There are unsubstantiated reports of residents of the capital going so far as even digging trenches, worried about an imminent possible attack. Tom?
Ron Allen, what about in the streets of Islamabad and throughout Pakistan? What has been the reaction to this terrorist attack on the United States?
Mixed feelings. A lot of people are expressing concern, disbelief that one man, Osama bin Laden, could be behind this. A lot of concern, though, that Pakistan could be blamed, that could get caught up in the fallout if, in fact, Afghanistan is blamed. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Ron Allen tonight in Islamabad in Pakistan. Keep your eye on that country. It is going to be a critical component in whatever happens. Joining us now from the White House is NBC's Campbell Brown. Campbell, tomorrow is a National Day of Remembrance. What else is on the president's schedule tomorrow?
Well, Tom, he will be going to church services in the morning here in Washington, and then he will be traveling to New York tomorrow afternoon to see firsthand the damage and devastation there, to meet with many of the families and recovery workers. He announced that today he was having a conference call with Mayor Rudy Giuliani and New York's Governor George Pataki. I do want to give you a little bit of information we learned this evening. This is from a senior administration official who confirms much of what we just heard from Ron Allen, saying tonight, and this illuminates a lot of what has been coming out of these national security meetings that the president has been having throughout the day, saying that they are in fact putting a lot of pressure on Pakistan and being very specific with them in terms of what kind of help they need with regard to intelligence and with military operations. This official saying that they know Pakistan is eager to avoid isolation, wants to be more of a part of the world community, and that they are essentially telling them you cannot be on both sides of this struggle. It is time for you as a country to step up. Their message to any known country who is known to have harbored terrorists in the past is essentially they are going to view these countries with a great deal of suspicion, that they will have to prove their innocence. This official did make one point with regard to Osama bin Laden, that yes, of course, he is the main suspect, but at the same time, they cannot rule out the possibility that other groups may have been involved, only because it may, if they do, close off avenues that investigators should be exploring or allow evidence to go cold because they haven't been considering that. And one final point this official making tonight, Tom, is that one thing you'll see the president doing over the next several days is trying to send the message to the American people that this is not going to be a quick operation. This is not something they are going to take care of in a matter of weeks. This official talked about multiple years before they are able to resolve this. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Campbell Brown at the White House tonight. Figuring out exactly who did this and how may end up being the easy part. How to keep it from happening again. The U.S. intelligence community faces a much tougher task, looking deep inside to figure out what went wrong this time. Here's Dateline's Victoria Corderi.
Behind the now devastatingly familiar images loom some disturbing questions that will not go away. How could this happen here? The United States, the intelligence powerhouse, blindsided by a precision attack from 4 simultaneously hijacked airliners. And perhaps more frightening still, could it happen again?
It's a wake-up call for our country, basically.
Our lives have changed. I think it's as close to war as I ever want to be.
The intelligence community is facing some tough questions about how it may have allowed followers of a notorious terrorist, Osama bin Laden, allegedly to breach security at 3 airports and to attack 2 cities.
It is a new page in American history, and we've got to recognize that and be able to respond to it.
Senator Bob Graham is the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Along the way, weren't there big shreds or small shreds of evidence that could have been pieced together? And wasn't that a monumental failure?
Before we reach that conclusion, let's complete the analysis of what in fact occurred on Tuesday.
Can there be any other conclusion?
There certainly are significant gaps in our current intelligence capability that have not been filled. Spies, staying up with technology, being able to analyze what we collect, what role each of those may have played in this particular incident occurring, we don't know yet. We will know soon.
Senator Bob Graham readily admits the U.S. has gone soft when it comes to rooting out terrorism, especially since the Soviet Union is no longer the enemy.
Frankly, we let our intelligence capabilities slip. What we found out now is that we replaced the bear with 100 rattlesnakes, and what we need to have even more diverse and more sophisticated intelligence in order to understand those rattlesnakes.
And this is the most tragic, but certainly not the first time Americans have witnessed terrorism against their own. The first World Trade Center bombing and the USS Cole terrorist attack evidenced our vulnerability long before Tuesday's bombing.
So where has intelligence in the United States failed? Many point to the aftermath of the Cold War. Technology changed and the enemy changed, and the U.S. simply failed to keep up.
Cold War technology revolved around satellites and reconnaissance and communications interceptions. But experts say that has not helped in a world where terrorist cells communicate on the internet. And there's another aspect to intelligence no one really wanted to talk about until now: spies. Once they came in from the cold, they sort of disappeared. It's called human intelligence, and some experts say it is lacking.
This is not something you just push a button and get instant human intelligence. This is something we need to be working toward for decades, generations.
Frank Salufo is a terrorism expert at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
You don't just knock on, for example, Osama bin Laden's cave and say, here, I want to join.
That's why Senator Graham wanted to put more money into recruiting and training people.
We not only want the spies to be able to get inside the cell, but we want them to understand how the computer that the cell uses to communicate with operates and how we can put a tap on that computer so that we can listen to what they are communicating.
And that means working closely with those close to the enemy.
If we're going to get the kind of information that we need, which will help us avoid another Tuesday, we're going to have to recruit people who have got some dirt under their armpits.
So terrorists on the payroll?
They will be terrorists who will be people that we have reason to believe are now prepared to work on our side of the street.
Terrorism expert Salufo agrees.
Terrorists don't frequent the cocktail circuit. Very few terrorists, and obviously none, are Boy Scouts. We need to be willing to recruit people within the decision-making chain of these organizations with blood on their hand to prevent the loss of American blood and other innocent blood in the future.
And that's not the only compromise Americans are being asked to make. Senator Graham says the ban on assassinations effectively has been lifted, and that signals a big change in Washington. The new attitude towards intelligence seems to be whatever it takes.
And we should make sure that these agencies responsible for protecting American citizens against terror are not forced to fight this critical battle with one arm tied behind them.
Former President George Bush, also the former head of the CIA, came out to plead support for the Bureau. And Senator Graham, who is pushing for a 5-year, $6 billion intelligence budget, no longer expects the resistance he anticipated from Congress.
This is a turning of the page in American history. We are moving from the stage of innocence to the stage of appreciation of our vulnerability. And we need to use this new chapter of American history to try to see that we do not become another Northern Ireland or Israel where our children grow up in constant terror and fear.
Can this happen again? And can the intelligence community protect us?
Can the American intelligence community give us an insurance policy of absolute protection? No. Can it give the American people the assurance that they are the most secure people in the world? Yes.
Dateline's Vicki Corderi tonight, and joining me now from the Pentagon with some late developments is NBC's Jim Miklaszewski. Jim, what's going on down there?
Well, Tom, you know, about 24 hours ago, you and I talked, and we marveled at the fact that they finally got the fires out here at the Pentagon. But here you're seeing a live picture from our camera just across the street from the most devastated part of the Pentagon, and the fires have erupted once more. The problem has been, over the last couple of days, hot spots and pools of jet fuel that were still located in part of the debris. But this appears to be on one of the collapse sections, where the floors pancaked on each other. You can tell that by the fact that it's at an angle there. Yes, as the camera pulls back, you can see clearly that's right in the middle of that area that was thought to have been safe. In fact, construction workers were trying to shore it up so that recovery teams could go in and try to recover those remains that were still buried beneath the rubble, and also so that National Transportation Safety Board investigators could finally get into that area to search for the black boxes on that American Airlines Flight 77 that slammed into the side of the building. Now, there was some, construction workers, rescue or recovery teams were working in that area. I don't know if they were using any kind of torches, acetylene torches or anything of the like to burn through some of the debris, but it's quite possible, given the location of that fire, because that's not where the most stubborn fires had been located earlier. The fire had been traveling through the wood structures that comprised much of the roof of this facility, which is 60 years old.
All right, Jim, what's the latest, by the way, on the count of the people who are still missing in there, and how many bodies, if any, have been recovered?
Well, we're told that approximately 70 bodies have been recovered and removed from the Pentagon. A total of 126 people are now believed to have been killed in the Pentagon, 64 on that American Airlines flight, including the passengers and the terrorists. So for a total of 190 dead. That's the latest and firmest estimate out of the Pentagon. All of the remains will be removed from here and taken to Dover, Delaware, where the forensic labs will try to identify much of the remains that have been recovered here. But again, only about 70, so 120 remain buried beneath the rubble.
All right, that's got to be painful for every American to look at that, but especially painful for General Norman Schwarzkopf, who served in that building with such distinction and abroad in the uniform of the United States Army, and he joins us now. We want to talk strategically, however, General, about how the United States does conduct a military operation most likely in the subcontinent area of the world. Pakistan obviously is going to be a key player. When you so successfully launched Operation Desert Storm, you had Saudi Arabia as a giant military base. That is not going to be available this time. Where does the U.S. go?
Well, I wouldn't say just yet that it may not be available, because with, air-to-air refueling, we can actually launch from places quite distant and still arrive over our targets if we're using our aircraft. So although it would be nice to have Pakistan, where we were allowed to officially launch our strikes from there if we do so, it's not absolutely necessary.
Do you think that... well, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's going to be interesting to see what Pakistan's position is, because their relationship with us has been sort of a love-hate relationship for a very, very long time. In the past, we have offered them great support, and then at the last minute we pulled away, usually over the question of India, their archenemy, and nuclear weapons and nuclear proliferation. So we've had our ups and downs in our relationships, which were very good with Pakistan during the days of the Afghan resistance against the Soviet Union. I can see three possible outcomes. Number one, total outward support on the part of the government, unlikely. Number two, denial totally of support. I think that's also unlikely. And there's a third alternative that you might see, and that's where there's a sort of an official position against support, but an unofficial position where they do support us. And that's not unusual. That's happened in many cases before in many nations.
General, I'm going to ask them to put that larger map back up one more time so that the American people who have a keen sense of geography can also have a keen sense of the peril that American military forces face in that part of the world. Look just to the east of, or pardon me, just to the west of Pakistan and Afghanistan, and you'll see Iran and Iraq. What about Central Asia? We've had some joint military operations and training programs in a place called Uzbekistan.
Indeed we have, and they certainly have no great love for Afghanistan in that part of the world. I think they'd be delighted to see us go in there and do something, and so that is a very, very feasible base of operations for us.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. I think that we should also share with the American public what has been reinforced today, General, at the Defense Department by Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz. This is going to be a sustained military operation. We're not talking about a weekend of missile strikes. We've all been watching these stories coming out of the Pentagon, and tonight those images that were so disquieting again of the fire breaking out, but now you can see that the Arlington County Fire Department, which is responsible for extinguishing it, is back on the job, and that fire has been extinguished as the rescue and recovery operation continues in the building that is the emblematic strength of American military, but it could not defend itself, obviously, against a hijacked airliner. We have all heard stories of people who are trapped on one of the 4 hijacked planes or in the World Trade Center making last-minute desperate phone calls to their loved ones. Tonight, you're going to hear one of those calls for yourself. More on this story now from Dateline's Hoda Kotb.
Sean, it's me.
It is the last time he heard her voice.
I just wanted to let you know I love you.
A chilling message left on Sean Hughes' answering machine. He was sleeping. He didn't hear the phone ring. It was only 6 a.m. in San Francisco.